All right. Okay. All right. So, um, good afternoon, good day, wherever you are, or night, wherever you are in the world, which part of the world you are. Um, well, I got a topic today. Um, I hope maybe people can come here to, how their view on this, because it's just like it's a lot of confusion when I hear black people talk nowadays. You know, it's always this victim. Oh, it's white man's fault, and almost everything we do it's a white man's fault. So the reason why I'm here, we're here, is white people. White people conquered us. White people, uh, um, they took us. They did this to us. They had a problem. They're holding us back. They are, you know, and often you rarely see a black person say, "Oh, maybe I'm holding myself back," or I have my own problem, or I created the problem, and somebody just capitalize on my problem to help themselves, or uh, do for themselves. So to me, I mean, for me, when I look at, let's put it in context. Let's say today, for example, things that will happen to a black person, and then maybe they involve a white person. Often, it's almost like a black person kind of created a problem. In most cases, and even in the past, when we say, oh, things white people did, for example, oh, let's say slave trade or colonialism or land taken by white people, when you actually look deep, deep, deep into it, you realize actually the black man made it possible. Actually, black man, you know, create, hold on, actually created a situation to happen. I would say, let me go back to, let's say, slave before slavery began. Europeans. I mean, they came to Africa. I mean, what did they see? They saw people enslaving other people. Of course, yeah, the people were enslaving each other all over the world. Europeans were enslaving Europeans as well. Asians were enslaving Asian. Slavery was going on; it was a normal thing globally. But when Europeans came to Africa, they saw it and they said, "Oh, well, it looks like it's a normal thing here." Whereas they had an idea of having slaves in the New World where they went to, when they went to conquer, which is the Americas. They went there. They had an idea. They saw a place that's more, you know, arable than Europe. A land where the soil is more arable than Europe. It's richer than Europe, and they thought, hey, maybe we can steal this land from these people, which were the Native Americans, right? And they took the land, and then like, okay, how do we develop this? How do we But then the idea of slavery came to their mind. Well, in Europe, they were enslaving each other at that time, but they said, well, how will it be possible for us to now be grabbing Europeans, putting on a ship and bringing them to America to go and be slaves? They realized it was going to be difficult. The French, of course, wouldn't be able to grab their own fellow French people and just take them to the West to go enslave them. And of course, another option they may have is to maybe to go to other Europeans and say, hey, can you sell me your people to go enslave? And we know probably other Europeans wouldn't find that idea as something to smile about. Or, I can imagine an Englishman selling his English people to the Frenchman to go enslave in the New World, or the Frenchman selling his French citizen to the Englishman to go enslave. So they wouldn't do that. But when they came to Africa, hey, they saw them African were willing to sell their own people, to go take them away. So, hey, okay, if that happened, then if we decide to sell our own people and So for someone to go enslave, that I won't say all of us. There were people that were willing to, and it made it possible. So and when someone say, "Oh, what happened to us? What happened without us? Would that have happened?" Absolutely not. And then when we go to then coming into the land, it wasn't like they just came in, they just walk in and they started doing whatever they liked. The Africans welcomed them in, you welcome them in, like, hey, come in, come on in. And it's not like, a lot of Africans will make this stupid argument that, hey, we're just generous people, we're very nice, we're just nice, we welcome people. Come on, man, get the hell out of here, man. Just don't welcome people like that unless they got something to offer. The Europeans brought some things you liked, things that were glamoring to you, man. Come on, they brought nice things, twinkling your eyes, man. You know, umbrella, mirrors, great things. You were just like today when a white man show up in your community in Africa. You come in with a Lamborghini or something nice or some, some glamoring, material. You're gonna open the door for him. Come right in. So you open the door, they came in. You give them special status. And they actually show them all around, show them everywhere. Give them your knowledge, your secret, everything. So you didn't question which identity, what they may do to you. You didn't question it, and they were just offering you, giving you things that you like, things they were bringing, and you didn't care. So at the end of the day, whatever they grab from you is something that has to do with you partaking in. So, and today we have so-called imperialism, colonialism going on. Neo-colonialism going on. I don't know who's calling me. Guys, give me 1 second, man. I get too many phone calls during the day. I don't know why, man. There's too many people on my nuts. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm back, man. Um, how did I stop, sir? Okay. So today, people would say, "Oh, neo-colonialism. The white man is taking our resources. Oh, white man is controlling this and that." Bullshit, man. If you look at Africa, you're the only one residing on the soil. You're the one in charge. You're the one on your soil, and you voluntarily handing over whatever they want from you to them. So what the heck are you talking about, man? You know, they conquered me. How did they conquer? Dude, it's like, oh my God, it's like nature just give black man everything. Black man is just so lazy, and black man will come and open his mouth and say they conquered me. Really? Do you look like someone that's conquered at all? Go ask the Native Americans if what I mean, if you conquered, they will look at you and envy you like, really? Go ask the Seminole Indians, people that used to occupy the Caribbean islands. With, oh my God, go ask the Aborigine in Australia if you're conquered. If you're a black man, you're a conquered man. You're Africans. If you're conquered, go ask them, and they will look at you and laugh and say you're foolish. You actually triumph. You actually the one that's conquered. I'll give example of Seminole Indians, the Indians and all the red Indians that used to occupy the old Caribbean islands. Today, who occupy the old Caribbean islands? Black people. So you actually the one that's conquered the islands. You've conquered places without even lifting a finger, without firing a bullet. So it's like nature, or if you say God, or the those in a higher dimension, they actually in lookout for the black race, except the black race looking out for themselves. Who occupy the richest land in terms of mineral resources today? Who reside on the richest territories? We're talking about land where everybody's scrambling for. You find coltan, cobalt, crude oil, gold, diamond, name it, name the resources. Like the richest land on the planet is occupied by black people. Black people will reside sitting on top of it. The most arable soil, the African soil. I'm talking about rich in natural wonders, waterways, is occupied by black men, black people. So it's like the creator. You can call it God, you can call it Allah, we can call him. I call him my ancestor. Really is in favor of a black man. He gives you everything. Like take it. You take. He's favoring you, but you sit back and say, "Oh, I'm a victim. I've been conquered. I'm conquered." Really, you're conquered, and you're in this position, and you're conquered. It's like every time a black man, like I see useless people like Sunan Jab say, "We are conquered. We are conquered." I just want to slap this dude. The African literally be teaching their children in Africa that they are conquered. And these children that are teaching that they are conquered, majority of them probably never see a white man in their life. Someone sitting in a village in Africa has never seen a white person, but he's being told that he's been conquered. You like, I'm like, God, maybe one day, those in the higher dimension will just, okay, we're done. We'll leave it to your own demise. Okay, you're on your own. We're gonna leave you on your own, like we left the native Indians and the other people on their own, and we just let this white man really conquer. Since you want to be conquered, since you calling yourself a conquered person, well, you might as well be conquered then, and get out of your way. So, let the white man just get in on you. Cause I mean, yo, I can't say the white man's so nice that he will do that to the red Indians, to the Aborigines, took their land and conquer it forever and created his own country. And you that sit on the rich ass land, I wonder why the white man hasn't walk into Congo and just kick all those people that live on a territory where the coltan and the cobalt are, and just create his country there. Like he created the United States, created Australia, and create his country, then be the richest country in the world without going anywhere to seek for resources, because the resources is now on top of his new country. I wonder why white man hasn't done that. Is it because they're so nice? If you accusing white men of conquering you, okay, let's just say maybe it's the white man that's just nice. They just refuse to, come push you off the land. Allah is here. Look at Niger Delta, the southern part of Nigeria. Billions of barrels of oil. A white man hasn't even, like, if he's like, I wonder why you just come there and just push people off the land and just create a new country there, like he did in Iceland, Australia, and create a new country and just own the oil, or they did in Palestine, just kick the Palestinians off the land and just took it, new country called Israel. They haven't done it to you, and you see us saying you're conquered. Nigga, I think black man I don't understand, man. Kidola, every hell. When black man will sit down, they cry. We are conquered. Oh, the white man is holding us back. And when I look at when Africans say they're taking our resources, and then when I did my research, I went to those places in Africa where resources are being taken. I found out it was Africans that are actually digging it. Just Google coltan mine or cobalt mine in Congo. It's little Congolese boys and men digging it cobalt and coltan, and looking for the white man to hand it to him. Like, okay, take it. If you go to South Africa in the diamond mines, it's the blacks that are doing the mining. Even if you go to South Kidola, the people employed to do the drilling, are Nigerians, man.
Actually, even all over Africa, the black people the one doing it, man. If you could
Ah,
be,
my God, man.
if you
Okay,
could go
let's go
to
to let's leave
Ghana,
Africa. Let's go to even the black in the diaspora. They can try to claim that those Africans. If you go to communities in black diaspora world, everything they complain about, actually the white man is not doing it alone. Even I can say like the 80% of the participation is blacks or 90% plus the participation. Yeah, I would say black American would tell me, oh, they push drug in our community. They putting us on drug. And when I go to the community, I won't see a single white man there. I won't see a single white man distributing drugs. Is a you go to a black community in America, the person that will offer you drugs is your fellow black man. Like, hey, go try to smoke this crack, man. It's good, try it. You want some weed? You want to try coke? It's a black man that want to put you on drug, man. You know, these white people, they just, I don't know, maybe they're just too nice to us, man. Up to me, I don't believe that because me, I'm from a school of secret African knowledge. So I know the reason, but I'll keep it to myself. Why they're not? It's not because they're nice to you. We know why. I know why. It's just those in the higher dimension just looking out for you. That's all. That's all. Those in the higher dimension are the ones looking out for you. And even though when someone was trying to educate you about that, you say, "Hey, shut the hell up, man! You don't. You're primitive. You don't know what you're talking about." Where were they? Where were they when they came to enslave you? Where were dummy? They were there. They're trying to help you, but you didn't want to help yourself. You participated. I can't help you if you participate in your own demise. I can't. What I can do is say do for myself. Those in the higher dimension, we only protect the land, the continent from those people. But hey, it's on you to protect yourself. Oh, guys, hold on. I got another goddamn message. Phone call. Kid, like you can come here and talk, shot. Let me answer this call.
like what you be saying is true. Nobody conquer anybody. I'll be here. We'll be talking serious, bro. It's right. The white man is not the one digging the gold. The white man is not the one drilling the oil. Go over Africa. The black man is the one digging it, drilling it. I can see you be conquered when you're the one doing it yourself. You know, we used to have that belief you be defeated already. Always have the belief you never be defeated. The world is big, your space is big. Anybody gonna conquer you? You know, that's just the truth. Like Ja is not being conquered. You know, I saw Ja was arguing with some people with some all light. And Ja started his grind. I started expecting Ja right now. You know, so that is the truth. Ja, what happened between you and those people, man? I run into a program that you were like arguing with some people there.
Which program are you talking about?
uh, that is it Baisha or Baisha? Those people with their,
With the
like
FBA's?
said he said,
Yeah, now
again, I said she,
they don't like me, man, because I point, I try to promote accountability, so that they don't like that shit,
Ja, let me. I want to ask you something, right? Because me that is so far seeing these things, I understand that. Um, how am I going to say it? You see, in this internet, right? Um, it's kind of like heavily confusing to me that they the indigenous part of it. They say they're from indigenous part of United States. They're always there, right?
Uh-huh.
How did they come about it? Is it not just good? You say, okay, I have a mystery of. Look, there's a mystery of something called 400 years long. But how they come? They be indigenous to the land, but they don't be recognized. Like it is where those people really. Is there anything like black looking African people that occupy that space before the white men, or because you would have seen them all, it just become kind of like inter kind of like mixture happen There are those that have this maybe Asian, what you Indians, what they call Indians in that place, and the Africans are mixed together, right? In a way.
Yeah, can I get in the convo? Or like, is that cute? Is that cute? Like I'm asking. Okay, I'll just buy it. Um, I just saw the title. Are you guys still talking about that? Ja, Ola,
Yeah, I think
are white
Mike.
people the problem?
No, white is not the problem.
Yo, can you
White,
guys hear me?
yes. I was
Yeah,
asking Jazz something, but
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
answer. Hold on, Musana. Let me answer Kidola real quick. What's going on, Musana? What's going on, Mike and Kidola? So I mean, these people, man, they don't like me. You know, they call me a tether. They call me all this, and you know, because I like to point out, you know, I like to push promote accountability within the black community. And if you notice
But
that
you
a lot
is
of
a
black
child,
people,
man. But
a lot
you're
of
a
black people
child.
in America don't
But you
like
are a child.
accountability or people that speak accountability. People like Candace Owens and stuff. You know, they call her a tether. They say she's not welcome to the cookout. So I
She's
mean,
a
these
child
people,
and a coon.
you said what?
Candace Owen is a child and a coon. Like yeah, that's
You said
absolutely true. You also a child. Candace Owen is a
I'm not a.
Jamaican fronting for talking about Black American. I mean, the lady literally went online and said Black Americans don't deserve reparation because they got reparation through, I don't know, some action talked about warfare. Like, she's a fucking Jamaican talking about what Black Americans don't deserve. Don't you think you
Who
would be angry if you're in that
Candace?
position? Like, like a like a
Okay.
foreign lady goes
Okay,
in
I'm
and
back
says, "I
now.
want to represent your people."
Guys, give me 1 second. Yeah, I want us to like kind of like stick with talking for a little bit, and then we can go to
The next
the
topic.
super like yeah off topic. Right? I kind of want to like stress this topic a
Okay.
little bit. This issue of the black man's mentality of we're conquered and this other race are the
Yeah.
people.
So yeah. Answer that question, Masana. Do you think the black man
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
conquered?
Okay, okay. I think with the black man conquered.
Yeah.
Um, no, 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 no. The older I've gotten, no. I think
No, I'm
black
surprised. I'm
men,
surprised
at the end of
you
the
say that.
day, no, no. Like I actually disagree on both sides with you. Accountability is important, but the facts are also important too. Like you are the test, brother. Can you mute? Can you please mute, Ja? Ja, Ja,
Yeah.
please mute.
Sorry. Hold on.
Ja, can you please mute your mic? Yeah, I do believe that at the end of the day, accountability plays a big part in Africa's demise. A lot of Africans, they don't want to look into the mirror. They don't want to look into the mirror. Majority of Africa is filled with other Africans. A lot of their problems can really be solved with them either doing some level of intertrade, level of trust, or and some economic landscape on how to take themselves out of poverty. I think that because Africa, again, was never built or civilized, and we never, quote unquote, got the opportunity to civilize and build big sculptures like a lot of these Europeans had, or at least the opportunity they had. I think the fact that we were forced Bushmen into civil, that basically white people's biggest sin in Africa was not slavery. White people's biggest sin in Africa is forcing a bunch of cavemen into modernization. And when you have that, you have people that have never built their own toilets, never built their own cars, never built their own things, so they don't understand that the world that functions by building. And that's what Africa faces today. We live in a world where Africans have faith and believe in miracles than actual hard work and building something. That's what it is. We live in a world where Africans, almost everything they touch and work with all over the world, they've never played a part in building. From the sofa they sit on, the TV they switch on, anything. Like they never played a real crucial part on building. So when you have people that have only consumed, what do you expect, dog? You know? So Africans, stop being lazy, stop blaming white people, look into the mirror, and I'm telling you, you'll be a superpower. You probably conquered Europe. The conversation shouldn't be white men the problem. The conversation should be how are we gonna conquer Europe? Right? But then again, like these people want to sit down and act like they're victims. I was in this other room the other day. I know I'm going too long winded, right? But I'm saying I was in this other room in Clubhouse with this half Nigerian lady, right? She's half Nigerian, half like a baby. This is not like to black to Nigerians, by the way. But he kept talking about how scrambulous and how conniving the white man is. He tricked the Africans into slavery. He tricked the like you weird lady, like fuck. And the good thing was that another Nigerian lady came in and corrected it. Like, no, like the reality is we played a big part in slavery. You can't come here and preach about how America was built on slavery, it's fucked up, whatever world, but you like to look up to Egypt, you like to look up to Mansa Musa, you like to look up to all these nations that you actually sideline that were built of slavery. No great civilization today that exists does not have some level of slavery behind it. But black people will use it as a talking point to stay at home, do nothing, complain all day, blame the white man about their resources is being extracted. And the bad part, like I don't care if the women do. But my biggest problem is the fact that it's the men. It's the people that have two balls that go to the gym, always on those fucking benches, just to end up crying about our skinny white man owns all their assets. Like, come on, man. You know? Sorry for being
Mm.
long winded, guys.
Yeah, yeah. Well said, man. Well said. It's not far from the truth, man. Everything you said, you know. And the funny thing about, like you mentioned, the scientific modernization of those things, like in the scientific community where they're doing where white people create a scientific institution, research institution, where they do the research to get all these scientific innovation, advancement. They have a lot of blacks that they put there. They have there in the community. They are actually part of their scientists. You understand? Like what white people do is just look for people with a gifted mind, a genius mind, and they pick some of them from black society, Africa or places. Maybe let's say in South Africa, for example, the moment maybe white people discover one South African kid as a genius, these white people will come and take that kid, maybe they will take him to either UK or America and grill him and put him in a scientific community and have him be member of their research team and research, and he could be the one that will be probably even doing some of the you know discoveries, some of the so it looks like it's more of an organization, but we as a people can come together to actually create our own you know research institution and vision and things like that to do it on our own. It's almost like someone have to use us to do it. Even for example,
You know what,
like
Mike, I just want to ask you this. I just want to ask you this. There's the Grand Inga Dam in DRC. That is the one project that if Africans had some level of organized, I like what you said. White people are not smart, they just better organized. If black people just simply organize, we could literally have the Grand Inga Dam, right? We build another trench, make literally 3 trenches from that dam, and all our electricity bills will be paid by the DRC. Clean energy, no resources, literally everything in our hands. We could literally do that if we're a serious African continent, right? Like have the DRC power all over. Europe can't do that. Asia can't do that. All these other nations, if they had what DRC has, they wouldn't have to pay. They would literally own the fucking planet. That's an abundance of clean energy. People don't understand that. You know what I mean? But Africans, again, they don't have that vision.
well, Musada, let me
It's
ask you
all
a
about my
question,
quick
man.
buck.
Let me ask you this. So if Congo has that land and Africa will have all these things, and white people, you and I can agree that if it was white people that occupy those land, they would do these things you just mentioned, right? They would have done that, you know, create that green energy in Congo, clean energy in Congo, use the resources in Africa to develop that. If that's their land, they're the one occupying their land, and they won't even have to go somewhere to go be fighting someone. So now my question is, but if they would go to North America and kick the Indians, all those people out of the soil, and take the land and create a country and build it up. Go to Australia, take the land from those Aborigines. Why don't they just go to Africa and kick these Africans off the land and take the damn land from them and build something, build these things the Africans want to build?
Because
Why?
What?
Africa is
What is
What?
this?
hot.
Hold on.
Oh,
What's
that's
the
how
problem?
Australia.
Africa is hot.
No, what I'm saying is,
Africa
What's the
is
problem with that
hot.
kind of?
What's your
Cyrus,
Africa
point with
is
Cyrus,
that question?
hot.
one
No,
voice.
no, no, no,
Cyrus,
no.
hold
But that's a
hold on, Musanda, wait,
Africa
wait.
is
What's
hot.
your point
Africa
with
is
that
hot.
kind of question?
Let's not turn this to argument, man.
Yeah, but
Cyrus, wait,
what's your,
Cyrus, calm down. You answer the question. I'm asking Musanda, let Musanda answer it, and then you let
but
him
I'm
line, and then you
asking
answer
like,
it too.
where's the
So
Yeah,
that way
what's the
yeah.
point?
you're not talking at the same
It's
time.
it's it's
So
it's
so
the same reason why most Africans are in Southern Africa because it's more habitable for Europeans to be there than actually DRC. DRC is not a good habitable place for. In some parts it is, but I'm just saying for most parts it's not that hospitable to Europeans. That's why the King Belgium extracted resources there. He never made it a settlement. The truth is the best place for Europeans that is they've decided to settle in is the Southern Africa. They're not in Southern Africa, but Southern Africa just conquered. This is where they fought. Remember, guys, in Southern Africa, they did wars on war on war. They lost wars, brought more men. Lost wars, brought more men. In other parts of Africa, once they lost, they didn't go back as much. You know what I'm saying? There is where they fought very, very hard to kill. So I think it's mostly that. It's mostly a
okay,
situation
let me
given
make
that,
you
and
understand your
also the
answer.
fact that
Hold on, let me make you understand. So your answer is that the reason you don't want kick those Africans off the land and took it and create a country there is because Africa is a hot weather.
Like I think he's saying that it's not
the
habitable.
DRC, the
It's
DRC,
not what?
the
It's
DRC,
not habitable
yeah,
for them.
the
It's not
DRC. We're talking about
available.
the
Why?
DRC.
Well, give me
Now,
an explanation. I'm trying to be clear. Be clear about the explanation. Why is not? Is it not a land just like every other land? I mean, if you say like place like Brazil is very hot, man. If you go to Brazil, it's almost the same thing as Africa. Yeah, even in the United States, you go to a place like Texas, it's very hot. It's even hotter than most part of Africa. It's hotter than even Nigeria. Like Texas is very hot,
but
man.
what?
So what
Good,
is
good
this?
point. Good point. But why? What? Good point. But where are most white people best suited at? Where do most people want to be at? At water places or colder places? I'm not saying they can't live there. You're not getting. You're talking about actually establish a habitat they want to live. The truth is, the DRC and all of Africa has always been an extraction point. That's the other part. So that's that, right? But that's not the end all and be all. I was going to add more. The other part is the fact that Africa has always been seen as an extraction point for resources outside of using my own resources.
It's a
So
what?
that's another thing. I'm not gonna an extraction point, a place where I extract raw material extraction point. That's
Okay,
what
okay,
Africa has
wait.
always been
But
looked at.
does it make sense that you will go from Europe, go there to extract and drive all the way back to Europe and keep coming back and forth when you can just take the land?
What's your answer then, Mike? What's your
No, I'm
reasoning?
asking a question.
No,
No,
yes,
no, no.
yes,
What's your answer?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
Cyrus, you answer it.
No, 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 no. Yes. Yes, it does make sense because for starters, not only is the terrain more dangerous, remember there are certain viruses and whatnot that Europeans don't know that happen in a lot of these terrains that you're talking about. Second part is that the surrounding African nations, right? Like it is gonna take a lot more. Like think about the white men that died in order for them to have Southern Africa. Now you have the whole fucking continent again with the increasing population. It's just too much effort that just worthless at all. Like you're right, some it does make sense if they actually own the DRC. It does actually make sense. It's just that the labor, the cost, and all the other things associated with
Really?
it, it's just not sensible.
Labor and the cost is not a problem when they came to take the big United States and Canada and many parts of South America and Australia. The labor cost of taking in and creating big new country is not a problem. But when it comes to Africa, it's a labor cost. Africa is way richer than United States and Australia and all these places. So it's a labor
Mike,
cost. They're saying, oh no, I don't want this land of gold and everything and diamond and labor cost. Come on, man, I don't buy that one, man.
wait, I want to make a
I
statement
think
on
it's
that.
But
more than that.
Mike,
But we got
let's
to,
not
yeah,
be
but let's
disingenuous.
Cyrus.
These
I
are
think
human
Cyrus.
beings. But these are human beings. I'll be done with this. These are human beings, bro. And
I
resources have
get
to
it.
come from
I
somewhere.
get your
You're
point. I
talking
get your
about a
point.
nation.
I just need more.
Yeah, yeah, let's. No, no, like you act like what I'm just saying is not sensical. Like
It is
to
sensible,
just
but
drop a bunch
it,
of
it
people
is.
say
It
we
is.
own.
I'm not saying it's not. It makes sense, but I mean, it's just I don't know. Like I don't know. I just want to know. But Cyrus, go ahead, man. Yeah.
No, I mean, for me, that's not even the question I wanted to answer. I mean, I thought you had an opinion as to why they didn't do, as they didn't do all the stuff you were saying, but I really don't have an answer.
Wait, I got a
I don't
question
want to
then.
answer that.
Okay, Andre. Let
I got,
Andre go ahead.
let me go ahead, bro. I agree with Mike on this. Mike, we have like this guy said our land is uninhabitable. That's actually lie because our land is more valuable and better to live in because if you look at Democratic Republic of Congo, they have the largest resources, and it rains, it has cold, it has every environment, it has
And
everything.
there are a lot of white people living in Africa, by the way.
Yeah, 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 it just makes no sense. People live in Utah. You know how Utah
But
is like,
where
right?
where in Africa?
They
Come
live
on,
all
man. Where
over
in
Africa. There
Africa,
are white
guys?
people
Let's
in every
not.
country in Africa. There are white people living there.
But
They have
where?
been for generations. And
No,
if
but
But where are they
Mike,
highly where are they highly
hold on.
concentrated? Let's not lie.
Wait,
Ah,
hold
man,
on,
you
calm down,
people
Musanda.
here,
Let's
man.
not turn it to
You know
argument.
where most white people live, man.
okay, Musanda,
Hold
we're
on.
not dying. We're not denying the facts. Okay, why you just like always say common sense thing? Where do white people live? Why you ask that? Why is that a question? We know, but Mike,
Hey, real quick,
I
Musana.
literally know white. Hold on, then, Jack. I literally know white people that have been living in Nigeria for generations, like their
No, but
children,
what about
children.
Australia
I
though?
know.
Australia's not a
Hold
big
on.
white place either.
Wait. Jack, hold on. Give me a second. I know Lebanese community in Nigeria, in West African countries. White
yeah,
people too. They're
Mike,
living
they're
there.
not white,
They
man.
love it. They don't want to
No,
leave. They just say they love Africa too much. They just don't want to leave. It's too goddamn nice. I'm talking about even in the rural parts. I know white people that live in DRC. They've been living there for generations.
yeah.
Somebody tell me that it's not habitable for white people. That's a lie. The only confusion is why didn't they just snatch it from the African? They would say where they snatch the land from the Red Indians in the North America and South America and the Aborigine Australia. Why is it that they just can't snatch it from the African, even though African is like the best land, it's the richest. But go ahead,
Do,
continue.
do,
And
do, 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 do you
I
do
wanna
you
Musana,
agree
Leandro,
that
Can I? Can
white
I?
people?
Can I add on?
you
Can I
get
add
a
on real
chance to
quick?
come back, Musana. Just let other people come in. Leandro and Ja gotta come in.
Yeah, I want to land because Masanda says like white people live in South Africa. We get it, we know that, but the point is we have the most valuable land, and he was trying to say something about our land. They take resources. It means that our land is rich. It just means our land is very rich. And what do you do with land that is very rich? It has resources. It got to sell to the world. The world needs that resources to function when it comes to like technology. Technology needs those natural resources to function. And Musandas is like making it a bad thing that they have to come, foreigners have to come and take some resources and we sell it. They're not taking things, we're selling it, you know.
What are you
But
talking about, man? What? I'm making you feel bad? What are you
no, no,
ladies do, bro?
I'm talking about you saying the land in Africa is not and it's uninhabitable for the whites. That's actually a lie. The whites didn't conquer like how they conquered in the Americas, where they settled. They didn't do that with Africa because it was different. It was diseases. It wasn't the land. It was just uh, diseases that was very dangerous for the white Europeans in Africa. It's not the land.
That's a
It's
lie
not.
too.
It
What
is too
what
hot.
disease are you talking about?
Yo,
What kind of
yo,
disease?
Mike, Mike.
Most diseases in Africa come from Europe. So majority of deadly diseases that exist today are actually European. My point is this: look at every region that you talk about where white people live. They are mostly concentrated at the coldest place of that area. Even in Texas, I'm not saying there are no white people doing business there, but they will not concentrate and want to all live in Texas. That's my point. They want to live at colder regions. I don't know why people want to
What
fight
about
that.
Australia? What
Like,
about Australia?
God damn,
Australia
bro.
is not cold.
Mike,
Yeah, but where in Australia do they live? They don't live next to the fucking desert. There's an entire desert. Do you know how much land mass in Australia is literally not used just because
Hold
it's
on.
so
Hold on,
deserty over
Musanda.
there?
Wait.
Like
Hold
that.
on. Now I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Musanda, you're saying they like to live in the
Look
cold.
at look at the map. Look at the map of Australia. Then look at where the population is concentrated at. Even you actually live in America. Look into what's this Canada. Have you ever noticed how all
Okay,
of the people there
hold on.
are concentrated
Musanda,
just on the thin line?
calm down. I don't want you to be just all over the place. Stick to one. Like
yeah,
you
yeah,
said, they like they
My,
just
my, my
like.
point my point they
I
prefer
get your
it.
point. You
They
make a lot of
prefer
points.
it
Most
to
of
be
it I
colder.
agree. Hold on now. Most of your
Yeah.
point I agree, but it's the one I don't agree with is the one I want you to focus on. I agree with most of your point. The one I don't agree with is the one I want you to focus on. Because you're saying they only want to live in the cold. And that's I'm asking you. In Australia, there's no part of Australia
Prefer,
where it's cold. And
prefer,
also in South
prefer.
America, places like Brazil, they went there to settle. Argentina, these are not cold places. They took
Yeah,
Argentina from.
Australia is hotter than Congo. Congo has rainforest. It rains
Where
a lot in Congo.
where in Australia are they found, guys? Let's not be disingenuous. I'm saying, look at the landmass of Australia, just itself. Look at what percentage of the entire country that is Australia are the population is Sydney
Australia is
located
a
to.
hot
What are
Like
you
country.
saying?
Australia is
The
such a
place?
small
Hold on.
place.
Are you saying the place they are in Australia is a cold part of Australia? Is that what you're saying?
The coldest part, yes. Yes.
The
Every
cold?
place you look into,
No,
white
no,
people to
no,
consider it the
no, no,
coldest.
no, no.
Coldest.
The entire
Coldest.
Australia.
Coldest part of that region.
Hold on.
Everywhere in the world where white people settle, it will be the coldest. I'm not saying not coldest in freezing cold. I'm saying it will be the coldest region relative
Do
to
you know
hot.
Australia
So
is
if
hotter?
it's a
You know,
place like
hold on,
Australia,
hold on. The part of Australia where they said
just
is
look
not
at
like.
the region, my brother. Let's just look at the region, man.
So hold on. Are you saying it snows in Australia? Did you hear me?
Mike, you're intentionally not wanting to hear me. I'm saying they'll live at more fertile, colder places. That's their preference. That's why do you think? Okay, let me ask you this: Australia has all these resources there. Why don't more white people want to live there? More white people take their fucking bags and move to fucking
Well,
America.
you're not
Why?
focusing on the
Come on, man.
argument,
It's like you just want to have
Musanda, calm down, man. You're not focusing on the
going.
argument. Hold on. The argument is why didn't they take the land
Australia,
from the Africans? That's the argument. We're not saying where more want to live, where more and more.
they did not take the land in Africa because they did not want it. They did not see it as a settlement.
They don't
They
want it.
saw
The land
Southern
that
Africa.
has so many wealth, but they're all even
Okay,
scrambling for. They
Mike,
don't
Mike,
want
can
it.
I make
Oh,
a can I make a statement? Wait. Musandis, relax. Because let's stay on this statement that they don't want to live in Africa. It doesn't make sense. The statement we have to address it. They didn't conquer the land. They didn't conquer Nigeria, for example, and they didn't want to settle it. It didn't happen because they didn't win a fight because they didn't want to fight the native for that land.
Can
Mike,
I
you
can I
see where I'm
jump
coming
in?
from? You see
Can
where
I
I'm
jump in,
coming from?
man?
Yeah,
Ja,
yeah,
ja,
jump
go
in.
ahead. Ja, go ahead, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So
how do you colonize a place and not
damn,
own
shut
it?
the
Then?
fuck
They
up. Let
used
me
to
talk.
colonize. If you colonize them, wait. If I colonize Nigeria, right, that means I own Nigeria. Why did it that when they colonized Nigeria, which it's all I'm just saying in general, more white people just said we're gonna flood that place with not colonize. Why didn't they do that? This is what I'm saying. Y'all just want
Well,
to win an argument.
the so-called colonized was more of they were working with the people to do whatever they wanted to do there. It's not like it wasn't like subjugation and just telling them what to do. Or the colonization was more of they agreed to come introduce their civilization to the people, and the people opened the door for them. Like I said in the beginning of the show, we opened the door for them. Come in, yeah, we want you here. You're bringing something we like, yeah. Come settle with us. Come get in our midst. And the so-called colonized time, they was
Yeah.
working with the rulers, the tradition, the kings there. They were used working with them in partnership in ruling. So it was more of a deal making between them. It wasn't like it just Yeah, go ahead, Ja. Yeah,
Explain, explain Ghana. Explain Ghana. That's what I
Yeah.
was
So
gonna
let
say.
me
Explain
jump
Ghana then.
in, man, because y'all, man,
let Ja come
y'all,
in. Man. Let
y'all,
Ja.
man. Nah. So I wanted to come in and say, like I think I somewhat agree with Musana in a way, right? Like, but I think, the
I think you're breaking, man. Ja, I don't know. We can't hear you well.
Yeah, Ja, you're lagging, bro. It's
can
just
you hear
internet. Yeah, now we can hear you now. No, you're still
me?
lagging. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. I mean, yeah.
Just
Yeah,
we wait for.
I'm in the
Okay,
suburbs right
Ja.
now, so hold on.
Yeah, it's better. It's better now, Ja. Speak. Say again.
So I think part of what Musana was saying, like I somewhat agree with it. Like as far as like parts of Africa not being habitable for them, but I think that's only one, and also that a lot of the the Africans that were there, like the kingdoms, were more sophisticated than like the Native Americans and the Aboriginals. You know what I mean? Like those people they weren't that sophisticated in that sense, right? So I think that like it's a combination of those three things, like habitable population, them having to like in order for them to conquer or at least win in the military fashion, right, or conquer a land in Africa in the military fashion, it would require them to go there in large numbers, which I don't think they could have done that. You know, it was too many. It
But
was too
ja,
many
but
kingdoms.
sorry, ja. Be they, but okay, okay. The North America is way bigger than most African tribes or countries, whatever.
Yeah.
And the Australia, the land is also bigger than most. What I'm saying is,
But
maybe
but
not
if
the
you
same.
look at look, if
Hold
you
on,
look at those two
hold on.
situations, if you look at
You,
those two situations, the white man came and they didn't initially conquer them in a military way, right? With military might, they came with diseases, and they did a lot of chemical and biological warfare against these people in order to wipe them out, and then they started to conquer them, um, in a military way, right? And even in that sense, right? Because the white man was military superior, obviously the natives they knew like the terrain, they had a better understanding of the
are you
environment.
talking about the Africans or
I'm
the?
talking about the Native Americans.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but ultimately they just conquered. But to answer your question, to answer your question about like as is was Africa conquered, right? I mean, conquered in what sense, right? Are you guys saying like militarily or like politically, spiritually, like economically? Like I think
Conquer in the sense of, to me, when you're conquered, the way me I see conquest is like you no longer own your land. You
yeah. So
understand?
you're
Like
talking about you're talking
your
about in a physical sense, and I wouldn't say we were conquered in a physical sense, but if you want to say like in a political or economic sense, like spiritual sense, you see majority of Africa they practice, you know, you know, uh, Christianity and Islam and all these different religions that's not indigenous to them.
okay,
So
psychological conquest, basically.
yeah, so more so
Okay, we can
psychological,
agree on
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Maybe yeah.
economical conquest, yeah. You look at some
So
of the countries that
Africans are psychologically conquered.
not just Africans, I'm saying black people in general throughout the world. So
Okay.
Africa and their descendants, yes, that's
Or
in
we can
my
just say
opinion,
we
yes,
can say majority of us, majority. Like
yeah, the
Wait,
majority, yeah.
Mike, I disagree. Can I make a statement to what Jaw said about like habitable land? I disagree with that part because if you look at it, Africa is bigger than Europe by like 10 times. And you're talking about like land that humans can live. If you look at the sizes of the both continents, doesn't it make sense that we have more land that we can live and we can.
No, so when
yeah,
I say when I say habitable, I mean in the sense of like uh obviously like the environment, the weather, the
Mhm.
various like
Yeah,
diseases that we're a little bit more prone to than they are. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe
yeah, but like
the food and stuff like that.
modern
Like I
technology
think
it
for us,
means.
I think for black people, we're more accustomed to those areas, and I mean, something within us. I don't know. We're just a stronger people, right? And not everyone can live
Yeah,
in it. Not everyone can do like live in the environments that we live in. Honestly, like
so
especially
you
like
yeah,
guys
but
keep saying you
no,
keep
no,
saying
no.
you
but
keep
listen,
no
hold on,
no.
hold on, hold on. But if you look at the Europeans that conquer like Australia and like parts of like Mesopotamia and stuff like that, like a lot of them suffer from like skin cancer. Like they suffer from environmental kind of like woes or diseases or whatever the case may be. Like
But
and that
you
kind of
see, okay,
No, I disagree.
you're still not getting my question. Okay, let me ask you this: where do you find the richest lands like territory? I'm not saying the whole Africa. There's resources everywhere, but there are
yeah,
pockets of part of Africa
Congo,
where
Congo. I would
it's
say
just
Congo.
extremely rich. I won't even say the entire Congo. Balison's area, like for example, the East Kivu area, the
Yeah, East
Katanga
Kivu. Yeah,
area. You
Kivu
understand? It's
province.
not like people always say Africa. See, if everywhere you go in Africa, you dig, you just find coltan. Or no, it's usually specific. Like in Nigeria, for example, we say the Niger Delta, like that area is where the oil is located. It's not like everywhere you go in Nigeria, you dig, you see oil, right? But what I'm saying is,
Right.
those places where there's abundance of wealth, at
Hmm.
least why haven't they just say, let me go take that space and create a country?
Listen, I
You
again,
understand?
I
A
think, I
white
think,
owned
I think
country.
there was
Hold
a
on,
multiple.
calm down. Even if it's just few square mile big, like if they could do in the Middle East where Israel is.
Jed, I gotta do the
Hold
finish
on
up this
now.
bathroom and then
You,
do
you,
one more room, and that'll
uh,
be good for today. And then tomorrow I can finish the last room,
Hey, fuck,
and
mute your
then
mic. He's talking to
hold
his
on, mute
boss.
yourself, America,
spot
right
check
quick.
everything's
Let
on
me
here.
mute you. I think he was talking to somebody else.
He's talking
Anyway,
to his boss. He's talking to his white boss.
Okay. Anyway, let me finish more on point. Okay, if they could go in the Middle East, right in the middle of a bunch of Arab countries, and just took a territory, right?
No, just leave it.
Even though,
Let's stick to Africa.
let me learn. Hold on, calm down. They saw the Middle East. Okay, we want to create a country here, and they went there, established, and create Israel right there in the middle of all of them, in the middle of all these Arabs. Boom,
Yep.
set it up. Even though it's just not that big. What I'm saying is, why couldn't they just go into Africa?
Well,
See why?
they already attempted to though. They attempted to because when you look at the Balfour Declaration before they initially before
But the
they
argument you're making is that because we have some kind of warfare or some crap in there where it's
let me finish.
skin
Let me
cancer.
finish.
Wait,
Initially,
wait.
right? Initially, the Europeans, right, when they settled on the Balfour Declaration, before they even went to Israel, right, they were proposing to go to Uganda, which is next, which is close to Kivu
But they
province,
didn't
right?
go. They didn't go.
They didn't go, but they had plans to do this. That's what I'm saying. So they
Well, they
thought about
did
it. They
go. Let's
proposed the
forget they
idea.
want to. They have
They
plans. All
proposed
this
the
stuff.
idea, but they just couldn't.
Yeah, let's
It
stick to
wasn't
the.
suitable for them.
Well,
If
let's
I
stick to
tell you, why
Africa,
did they?
bro.
We don't want to hear they plan to. They want to. They this. They no. What I'm saying is, why haven't they just? Why they not? Why did they not? Like, take it, take it.
Wait,
This, this is
wait. Let me bring this idea to this because I feel like you guys are taking out a side of the African continent. Look at, for example, have you guys, Mike? Have you read what the Nazis said about? What have you read about that stuff or heard of it? They said that they have to clear everything out for them because they view the land to be very rich, and you guys are not understanding.
the what?
It is the have you the what the racists Nazis said, they say that uh, Africa should be for the Europeans and you guys need to move away because it is too.
For the blacks, right? It's too. Oh, he dropped. That's what I would expect too. Like I would expect them to think. You know, that's what I. That's what I always expect. I assume that white people were thinking that time. Like this was the same time. I mean, the same era where they were busy taking out the Aborigine in Australia, kicking out the Native American, just pushing them to the to nowhere, pushing them away
Wait,
from the, and they were in Africa. They're not doing the same. I'm like, dude, what the heck?
yeah,
I
Mike,
mean,
what was your answer to my
They
statement?
did,
Because
they did take a part. They did
they
take a
do
part.
value it. Wait,
They did
huh?
Musanda, wait.
take
The
away,
what?
but they
Did
did
What's
you
the
take
have?
part
question?
in Africa.
Musanda, hold on. Andre is asking a question. I didn't hear.
I was
No,
asking a question.
I'm,
Musanda, one
I'm
voice, man.
answering
You're
your
I don't
question.
want
lagging,
you. How
Masanda.
do you come
We
after
can't
him? Let him
even
just
hear
answer.
you, Masanda. We can't even hear you clearly, bro. Maybe fix microphone.
They,
Uh, wait. I was saying, like how they view the land as very rich, and you have people like Jaw that actually view the land to be very not useful and very uninhabitable. Like it's not good for human life, and I think that's a lie because I think the land is good for every human life, and we're all humans, and our
Can y'all
body
start saying
works.
uninhabitable correctly? Inhabitable, uninhabitable. Y'all been killing me on that word. Sorry to interrupt, sir. God bless.
Yeah, like basically, it's not very livable for humans. That's what Jaw's saying, and we disagree with that because I think the land is the land supports many lives. Basically, if you look at the nature, Jaw, you just have to look at it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
disagree with that.
I'm saying they did settle in a part of Africa that they thought was best habitable. I'm not saying it's not habitable to live the DLC, but Southern
And where
Africa
is
was
that?
best habitable
Musanda, and
for
where is that?
non-Europeans.
And where is that?
But
Where is
why
that
is
place?
that? Is that what you're asking? Is that why
Okay,
is
anyway.
that or why is that?
I say
I don't hear
where,
what
where,
you're
where,
saying.
where is
What is
the most arable land where they settle?
No, I'm saying mostly the Gulf, obviously the Cape of Good Hope. That's the one place to what really really have to go. And then second part, I would say it's Tanzania. Obviously the coastal part. Kenya too is another coastal part. Some very coastal areas. If you look at a lot of coastal
Yeah,
part,
I
obviously
agree.
You
that's
said
a
they
bit of
took it?
history. They're,
They
they're
took
gonna
it?
settle over that. I mean, the problem with this conversation is that we're surrounding it or something that's they're almost damn near useless. Yes, you can live in the DRC. I agree with you, Mike. But at the end of the day, it's too much of a fucking effort. Because not only do I live in the DRC, I will have to protect this big fucking area against Russians, Chinese, Al Qaeda, all these other things, all these other resources. White man is not God.
Lowland gorillas.
Like, no. But think about it. White man is not God. Like Mike is making it sound like white people have all this power to just go to this country, this
No,
country.
I
They
didn't
live
say
in
that.
quite
No,
a
I
nice
didn't say
country.
that. I
Nah,
didn't
yeah,
say
I
that.
think it's
Now,
I agree, Musan.
hold
It's a
on,
little
hold
bit
on,
more.
I,
It's a
I
little
hold
bit
on.
don't
more
I don't I
complicated.
don't get this idea where you make it sound like these are gods or whatever. You can't just decide to go into a terrain you don't know that well, and
Yeah,
to make it work, it's fucking hard as hell. I'm not saying
yeah,
they
I
can't
agree.
live it, but the
No,
And
time out,
preference is not
Musala.
what
listen,
they
Mike,
do.
you gotta understand
Look
the
at
Cuban
the
province. Mike,
no,
Cuban
no, wait,
province.
wait, 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 wait. I just want to add this to finish. In Tanzania, where are white people located? In Australia, where are they mostly concentrated? No one wants to look at it. I'm not saying
Coastal
Australia is
regions.
not hot, but look at where they are located. Where are they
Okay,
Coastal
located
fine,
in
regions.
fine.
Brazil?
We get your point, Musala.
In
What happened to
Brazil,
that?
where they're located. Come on.
Bro, I don't want too many
But
voices,
I'm
man.
saying Africa, though, Africans have never been too much coastal. We lived
Okay,
all
we
over
get your
Africa.
point. We get your point. We get your point. Calm down. Calm down. The argument is no where they can live, where they can coast, what they do, is headache or not. What are we saying is why won't they snatch the land territory where there's resources, whether it's only a few square mile or whatever they can do, just to take the land where it's rich of resources and make a country like they
You
do
mute
everywhere
me just to
else.
say
That's
nothing.
what we're talking about here.
but
And
they
they
already
haven't
did
done it.
that. No,
Let's
they
hear
no,
from American
no,
Rifleman. Let's
no,
American Rifleman.
they already did that though. They colonized the majority of
Where?
Africa. They colonized the majority of Africa. They doesn't
How? Is that what we're asking you?
so they don't have to live there to do all those things you're talking about. At the end of
Okay,
the
Yeah.
day,
fine. Okay, good
they
answer.
already got
Thank
to
you.
decide.
Okay, American Rifleman, come in, man. Yeah.
Yeah, can you gentlemen hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
go
hear
ahead. Go
you.
ahead. We can hear you. Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is, I came in on the conversation a little late, so I don't want to make any pronouncements or anything. But one thing I will, and John and whoever else can correct me, from what I understand, when a white man went to Africa to quote unquote colonize or extract resources, it was really economics based. And then from that economics, they were like, hey, there are underdeveloped people we could take advantage of, and it went into all this other stuff. But mostly when white men back in the day, it was all economics. It was all to extract resources from all over the world. So I don't think they really went over there like, oh, we're gonna, you know, do religion or do all this other stuff. It's like we're gonna strip the land for what it's worth, and then they found people already living there. So then they had to use other things like religion and military might to kind of subjugate the people and get what they want. So that's just kind of what I see from it, and
Wait,
it's really
basically,
no different.
let me tell you
Can I
what.
jump in, man? Jesus
Wait, let me
Christ.
tell you what Jai is basically saying, and me and Mike are disagreeing with them. They basically saying that coastal areas are only the best place to live in for humans in Africa, basically for
That
foreigners
is
like
not
white
what. That's
people.
not what I'm
No, no,
saying.
no. That's what. No, no, no. You guys said habitable for the white people.
That's
That's why
crazy.
you guys are saying.
Inhabitable.
Yeah,
Habitable.
yeah,
Habitable. First of all,
habitable,
get it right, you
habitable.
Somali.
Okay, okay, okay. Let me make the statement. Let me finish it. Wait, and they're saying that like cities like can like like coastal cities in Kenya and Tanzania are, but that's why I was trying to make sense to them. Like I was saying, uh, how about in the cities of South Africa? They're very great to live in. They're not coastal. What makes coastal cities very good for human life is actually they're
For
connected to the
trade.
world. Yeah, yeah, they connect to the world, but you can be connected to the world by not living next to the sea. Basically, you can have
Bro, they're
roads.
coming from one continent and going to another to set up trade businesses, right? So it starts with the ports. They
Yeah, but like,
eventually they end up taking over the ports, right? So they have to stay. They mostly stayed in the coastal regions. Look, even when you look at America, right? You look at the 12 colonies of of America and some of the major cities that the I guess the Europeans came to conquer, right, or to take over from the native people. They're all in the east coast of America. It was the coastal regions. All of the big cities are New York, Boston, all the way down to Washington D.C. They're all in the coastal regions, and then gradually they start to conquer little by little more inland. But as they were going inland, they were still, they suffered greatly. They had a lot of conflict with the native tribes that were there, and suffered greatly. A lot of losses, to the point where they had to, even bring some slaves there to help them fight, or they'll have to use like pestilence and sort of biological diseases to annihilate the natives that were there. So it's like you guys are making it seem like the white man can just go anywhere and just conquer it. No, it has
No,
to.
no, no,
They have
no.
to.
Humans can go anywhere and conquer. That's what we're trying to
All
make.
right, but
And
what I'm
Well,
saying is that these
humans.
group of people are coming from one continent and coming to another. So Mike
But they
mentioned the
did
Kivu.
it though.
Can I finish?
Yeah,
Mike
previously
mentioned.
when I wanted
Can
to
I
just
finish? Can I
talk,
finish?
some
Can I finish?
reason
Mike.
people just call.
So Mike mentioned the
Thunder, hold
Kivu
on, mute
province.
yourself.
Jesus Christ. So Mike mentioned the Kivu province of Congo, which is like, minerally rich and very wealthy. But it's more inland, right? So it's
uh,
more of a challenge
can
for
I?
them to conquer that. Not saying that they
So
can't, but
Oh,
they ultimately are. If we're looking at it today in the modern sense, they actually, to some degree, are reaping the benefits from this. So they ultimately did end up conquering it. They just
hold on.
went through more. They just
Uh,
went through. Hold on. They just went through more of a submersive, sort of
subversive.
subversive sort of strategy, rather than trying to conquer it militarily, which they probably couldn't, or is going to be more
why
of a
could it
challenge.
not?
But to answer AFR's question, he's when the white man came and when the Arabs came, they came with their Bibles and their Quran and their religion. I think that's how initially they started to conquer, right? They came with their Bibles and they came with the trade, and then eventually they start to see that there's various divisions between kingdoms and empires. They played upon the divisions, and ultimately
This is not what I want us to do, man. Oh, guy, let's do this. Let's not get into stories and things. Let's get into outcome. Outcome is what I'm
so
interested in.
what I'm saying is that,
Hold on,
yes,
hold on.
Africa
When
was
we do all
conquered, but
this,
it was a gradual step.
Ja, hold on. Let me say this. Give me a second. I don't want us to get into when they came in this year, they said they brought this and they did this, they did that. None of us were there. So those are stories. Let's focus on outcome. Outcome. You understand? Outcome means a outcome will be a land called Australia was once land of people called Aborigine. Today is no longer their land. How come today we look at Australia is owned by some group of Europeans and they
All right,
create a country called Australia.
you don't
So
want to
that
talk about outcome.
hold on. That outcome is what we can define as conquest. You understand? No, they fought this battle, this and I don't none of us I don't care about it. Now another outcome would be the land of United States, who used to be Red Indians, and the outcome today is no longer land of Red Indians. It's called United States of America, created by some group of Europeans, and now they own it. The Indians can never get it back again. It's gone forever. Now another outcome will be a land called Jamaica. It used to be owned by some Seminole Indians, I believe, or some Indians, right? Today,
The
it's owned by some
Tanos.
Africans.
No,
It's
the
almost
head of the head of the head of Jamaica is England still. So
You
you
can
know
we
you only
want
you
why is
only
it
mentioned it
wait
one
wait
form
you
of you
can
only
see
mentioned it
I
one
don't
form of conquest. Though there's
let's leave
multiple forms of
politics.
conquest.
Hold on, calm down. Let's leave politics out of it. Let's leave, like I said,
But that's another form of conquest. That's what I'm saying.
leave
Political,
politics.
economical.
Bro, chill out, man. Chill out.
Uh,
Whether you use going to conquer something or you use psychology or you just lucky or you by luck you took it. It's belong to you now. Whether you luckily my car. Hold on.
right.
Maybe by luck, my bank account now belongs to you. Maybe you didn't use gun, you didn't use anything. Hey, you've conquered my bank account. It belongs to you now. So the outcome is you're lucky. You conquer me by luck. So whether by luck, by guns, by religion, by whatever, the outcome is what I want us to focus on. Today we can arguably say the black Jamaicans have conquered the island. It belongs to them now. So that's what I'm saying. The outcome. Why is this outcome what it is? That's what I'm saying. Why is the
Wait,
outcome of
but you
Africa?
did
Hold on now. Wait. Why is it that the outcome of these rich lands in Africa is still belongs to these Africans?
you
So why
don't
is
know
the
the mean.
outcome like
Let,
that?
let,
Why is it?
let, let people interject.
Yeah, I
It's
think you're
like
looking at it from
Mike.
a one
So
Hold
dimension.
up.
let's focus
He
on that.
don't he doesn't know like you think the meaning of conquering is just
Yeah,
eviscerating and exterminating people from their land. You don't know the people can still be in their land and those people can be conquered because
thank you.
you didn't play the scenario of what happened in Africa when they came and colonized and conquered the people there. That's also a form of conquering.
Mhm.
So you
Everybody
you
define colonize differently. And to me,
at the
not
end of
everyone
the
would say
day,
colonize was a conquest.
you don't know the meaning of conquering. That's the thing.
Okay,
And
you
what
tell me
happened
the
in
meaning. Tell me, your
yeah,
guy.
what
Tell me.
happened in Africa through colonization, that is conquering.
Some
Conquering.
Africans don't see colonization as conquest. Someone like Kaiser would tell you that colonization was a blessing to the Kenyans, to
I'm talking
these
well,
people.
but what you don't know, you're saying that your view is what happened in Africa is not conquering because they're still there, and that's completely false and wrong. That's not a mean
Exactly.
that is called extermination or genocide, but it does follow
Hold on, say it
the
again. I didn't hear
conquering.
you. Say it again. I didn't hear you.
You're saying that what happened in Africa because the Africans were not exterminated, that is does not count
That's not
as
what I said.
conquering.
That's not what I said.
Okay, but
I said, hold on. This is what I said. I said they didn't create a country in the land. You
They
understand?
created multiple countries.
hold on,
Nigeria
hold
is
No,
on,
one of
no.
them.
hold on.
If you hold on, for themselves, like they did in Australia, in North America, took the land from the people, create a new country. Now it belongs to them forever. That's what I'm saying. And I'm
But
asking, why isn't that done in all these rich resource lands in Africa? It
right,
never makes sense to me. And I wish someone
but
can
there,
come in and make it make sense to me. And
but
hold on,
therefore
calm down.
you're saying that
Cyrus, you gotta let me talk, man. I
you're
don't
talking
just let
sense.
people finish their statement, okay? The basis of this argument is a lot of things doesn't make sense. And why some blacks will sit down on the land full of resources, still owning, they're the one farming on it, they're the one working on it every day, sitting there and will tell you that they've conquered me, meaning they've conquered my territory. And I'm like, hey, depending on your definition of conquest. Now,
You
to me, it,
you just
why,
been hold on. Let people ask questions. You just been
dude, I
just
will
going
throw you
off
out,
on.
baby. Can you, I see you have some brain
Man,
anyway.
let him
God,
land,
Lord.
bro. Let him land. Let him land.
And
Let,
I'm used to that guy, man. It's always like that. He wants to talk. Then when he start talking now, you won't even, you just talk all over the place. That's the thing about him, you know. What we are saying is, why haven't they, which will make a lot of sense. Back then, they were going all over the world looking for the best land to take from people, kick them off and take it. If they find reason to take it, they take it. Why is it that they allow these Africans to sit on these rich lands and not take it from them and create a new country and push them out of it? Whether is it a few square mile land, a few square miles, or just short a portion of it, why haven't they done it? Why are they not doing it? Are they nice? Are they? It's just a question I'm asking. Okay, go ahead.
Can I interject?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
I think it speaks to the politics of that white country at the time because we can look into history and see that certain countries were bankrupted because they had a project to subjugate African lands. We can use, I think, Portugal as an example. They were having riots back in the home country in Portugal because they wanted to expend resources and political capital subjugating African people where they weren't getting anything out of it. Okay, they weren't getting resources or any renown. Decolonization was an actual thing during that time. And then we can look at other, I would say Russia. They tried a colonialist project and it failed miserably, so they had to go home. So it really speaks to what politics that country were at the time. Like Australia, it was a prison colony. So they sent all their no dwells and all the people they didn't like or the crown didn't like, and he sent them over there to keep those people subjugated and to get mineral resources and other things like that. So that's really what that's about. So if they didn't have the will to keep sending resources, men, whatever, to keep that territory or keep that African area, whether it was rich in resources or not, that's what it was. So,
Facts.
you know, so people have to really be targeted when they're talking about African countries. You can't say a lot of blanket statements because once they did the race for Africa, or once they carved up the
Berlin
continent,
Conference.
yeah, the Berlin Conference, once they carved up the continent and stuff like that and say, I'm gonna do this, you do that, it was every European country for themselves. So that's why we need to start saying actual country names or names instead of just saying the white man, blah, 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 this, or that, because that doesn't really tell the whole story. So,
Okay.
because I like this
You know,
conversation, but it
let,
has
let's
to be
go.
more
Hey,
targeted.
can you allow UFC to? He just came in and he hasn't said anything yet. So UFC.
UFC, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, no, no. You guys can continue. I will speak later.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. For example, when you look at colonization, for example, it's different. It doesn't all look the same. Like colonization in Congo looked different from colonization in Kenya. Like, for example, like the party that is colonizing, they were different. They were different, brutal. Ones were more peaceful. For example, like the British were a lot more peaceful than the other Europeans.
Say it again. I didn't hear that.
I was saying like the British, for example, like they want you to be protected. For example, they didn't even come to the land. They just they were interested in the coast. For example, they want to sit like in the coast to control the sea, and they didn't get inside of the land, and they didn't have a control over inside of the land. For example, in many places, and it meant that there were no wars for example, for that conquest. Like many places, yeah, they conquered, but there were no war.
Many places like what? Like what?
Like Iceland. You say the northern region of the Horn of Africa, for example.
Let me ask you. Do you consider Somalia conquered in a religious sense?
What does that mean?
I'm just asking because we're talking about conquest, and I feel like that there's multiple forms of
Yeah, don't
conquest.
play stupid. Yeah, now this nigga trying to play stupid. What do you mean?
Yeah, because originally, your religion was like walk or something like that, right? And then
No,
like,
no.
and then the Arabs came to your country. Maybe they, the people, the indigenous people that were there, they willfully submitted to this religion. So that's a form of
It's,
religious
it's not,
conquest, right?
it's not it wasn't conquest. It was
It's a religious form of conquest. What are you
for,
talking
for,
about, man?
for me. When I hear a conquest, I think of, like, for example, the
And that's
the
what I'm
con
saying, bro. We have to understand what the meaning of conquest is. There's multiple
no, for
forms of
me it means like it has to
It's
do
not
with
about for
war.
you. There's is conquest. You can look up
What
go
the,
in the dictionary and look it up and see that there's multiple versions of conquest. It doesn't have to always be like military or physically. It could be a spiritual. It could be economical,
spirit
political conquest. Like, come on now.
I don't think spiritual conquest is right, because you have to be convinced by something to
So
believe
so
in a
doesn't it make you
spiritual
All right.
okay?
So do
conquest.
Well,
do,
I
do
mean,
Somalis when
you,
Somalis do salat?
well,
Do they bow down to the
you've
do
missed
they
some of your
do they
culture.
bow
You
down to Saudi
literally some of
Arabia?
your
Like,
culture
come
was
on.
obliterated because of that said religion. So y'all were doing stuff before the Arabs came and introduced that. So I don't know how you're kind of playing stupid. It's
No,
kind of
no,
weird,
I
man.
don't know. Doing
Exactly.
what? What do you mean doing? What exactly you mean about that? Because
Y'all was praising walk in whatever religion y'all had at the time. Y'all
no, no,
spiritual
no.
system
That
at
that
the time.
wasn't popular. That was popular among certain kingdom.
So before Islam was introduced into Somalia, y'all didn't have no spiritual system. That's what you're saying.
No, no, no. We had a unique system from. It was
That
a
was indigenous to you guys. Yes, it was indigenous
no.
to you
It
guys. And then now
wasn't.
you guys don't. You guys will look down upon that and say that this is, pay. This is sinful or blasphemous or whatever the case may be, right? So I mean, like
No, for
I think
me,
we're kind of
my
being disingenuous
problem.
in a way, and not looking at the reality of things,
No,
bro.
no, no, no. I think you being disingenuous because you hate the culture that exists over there. That's why you have
No,
to.
no, you just
Nah,
love
bro, it has nothing
Islam.
to do
That's
with
how
that.
much
What are you
y'all
talking
love
about? It's about
Islam.
dealing with
Nah, this nigga
reality.
just love Islam. No, they just love Islam more than life
No, but
itself,
it's
bro.
more, Andre. It's about dealing with reality at the end of the day, right? And I mean, we can say, oh, the white men did not conquer us or whatever, and and I to some degree, right? I would say even if we were to be conquered, right? This is something that we shouldn't promote or instill into our children. No, we should have vision and to move forward from that. Use this historical point in history as a
Okay,
way to propel us to do better and to be more self sufficient as Black people. You know what I'm saying? I don't Africa doesn't look self-sufficient to me. It looks dependent upon a lot of
Okay,
external powers.
let me ask you a question. Let's
You
take
know, a lot of
this.
African countries can't even feed themselves. You live on a fertile land and you can't even feed yourself. You have to rely on external people to help feed you. How is that possible? How is that? Like, I think we're not looking at it, in, kind of analyzing it in that sense, right?
Okay, let's go back to the conquest thing. For me,
Uh,
take this.
uh,
Let's
yeah,
take this.
the reason for what you are
Yeah,
saying
allow
is that
UFC to speak. Andre.
the reason for that is that many Africa we are still practicing socialism. Many of us don't want to, like, we don't want to grow our economy. We don't want to compete with the rest of the world. Everyone wants everything subsidized. So that's the issue. You understand? Is the issue I see, and also the kind of country we want. We are not ready to make sacrifice. We are not ready to take tasks to to even build or develop the kind of country we want. So
So
all
why
this
not? What's the problem? What's the problem with black people? Why we can't compete with the rest of the world? Why? What's the
Because we have
because
to let the old things die. The
because
old.
after
Yeah, that's
what's the
good.
old things? What are you saying? The old things? You're saying your cultures and stuff. Let it die.
Okay.
I mean, like what
because
keeps us
let
back
me
is
finish.
have to die.
Yeah, allow
Because
UFC to
I
finish.
want let's go Nigeria first. Nigeria for hold on. Add this to what you're saying. So for what I get from you is that the Africans or the black man has the means to do for himself, to stand up and get things done, do whatever,
yep,
right? Okay,
yep.
now, so why are they always saying that they are conquered? Because the conquered person will not be able to say, "Now I can do for myself here in my, develop my space." Like for example, the Red Indians in North America cannot say, "Okay, I want to do this for myself," meaning my land. I'm not saying individual. Individual can do whatever. If he's alive, he can do for himself as a person. But for his land, that's already taken. He
Okay,
can't say, "I want
let
to
me.
do this." You
Okay,
understand? Or the
okay,
native, the aborigine cannot say, "Oh, I want to take the destiny of my territory, put it in my hands," because it's been taken. It's the why they are controlling. But we African, we like you just said, we have the means to do for ourselves to develop our land. So why are the black Africans still saying that they are conquered?
no, we are not. We are not. For example, the problem we face is mentally. See, one, people don't innovate at all. You understand me? And also, whenever anyone comes up with an idea, we quickly kick it down. No one, like new idea. Even another thing again, solving problem.
So we
Some of
weren't
us
conquered.
know
We
what
weren't
to do.
conquered. We were just stupid. We're not. We're just
No, we are
wasn't
not. We
smart
are not.
enough
See,
to
let me
create
tell you what
functioning
happened in
systems. That's
Africa.
what you're saying.
Yeah, let me explain to you what happened in Africa. When these people came in, they didn't actually meet an average Africa. They had dealings with our leaders, really.
Okay.
You know, yes, they had personal dealings with our leaders. Like average, this thing, no, we didn't meet all these people. If you ask Mike, Mike will tell you that.
Like
Uh,
even my
That
grandfather
yeah, but
never saw a white man in
the
his
common
life.
people put these people as their leaders, so they're representing the people. Yeah. So ultimately, they're still dealing with the people through the
see,
means of their
let me
leaders.
tell you what has, let me be honest, what has destroyed Africa is that after independence, most of Africa country they embrace socialism against capitalism. That's just what I see because, for example, Nigeria is a case study whereby many Nigerians themselves they don't know that education is subsidized, health is subsidized, fuel, gas, and the rest are subsidized. They don't know this thing. You understand me? But when you try to remove this thing, now it's a problem where people start complaining, crying, protesting, because over the years we have been pampered. You understand me? I blame the leader really. I blame our leader for this. They
You
create
blame the leaders. That's not usual of you to say that.
no, yes, I blame them
Not
because
because you always defending the leaders and stuff,
no,
and
no. I don't
you
see
cast more
this.
blame to the people.
I don't defend the leader. What I'm saying is that we all agree they are bad. Then what? Are we going to just okay they are bad then just relax doing nothing?
Hmm.
For
I agree. I
example,
agree. I agree.
see, did you know that you can elect a toddler to become U.S. president? the United States system will function. You know that without any issue. Do you know that? Ja, I'm asking you.
Oh, sorry. Say it again.
I said you can elect a toddler to as a president in the United States. The system will still function well
Mhm.
without any issue.
Okay.
It will work.
Okay. So you're saying that we as black people we just haven't created any functioning system. That's all you're saying, right? Like
Yes, we have
we
not
weren't
created.
conquered.
No, what he's
We
saying
just
is that
No,
we have
we were
a
unable to
mind.
create functioning
Our
systems.
mindset is the problem. It's off.
okay, is off. For example,
So we're
let me give you
defective.
another.
Like
Hold
And
on,
part
hold
of
on, hold
it,
on.
something wrong with
sorry,
us.
Nigerian
You guys are
first,
saying that
Nigerian
something's
first.
No,
wrong
let
with
me
Part
us.
of
explain.
it,
Let me make you explain. For example, let's use Elon Musk, for example, even if I don't like the guy. The guy, for example, he saw what NASA were doing, and he realized that man, it cost too much for them to. He decided to create his own kind of space company. As we speak now, he's now like he has taken over that industry. How many of us as black people are doing such things that will go into something, conquer that thing? You understand me? We are not
let me,
doing all this.
Prince
We are not
Daddy,
in the state.
Why are
sorry,
we
not
doing
Prince
that,
Daddy,
UFC?
Nigerian Prince. No, sorry, Nigerian first.
Yeah.
You know what I pick out of this, and I always say is the mindset of a
Yes.
people. Like when you as a person believe that you've been conquered by somebody, you always be looking at that person as your conqueror, right?
Yep. You
And
already
when you look
accept
at
your
that person
fate.
like that, you will not see yourself as someone that should compete with that against that person. You will see yourself as out there. I challenge him. He's my conqueror.
That's not all the
Yeah.
time. That doesn't
Hold
happen
on,
all the
I'm
time.
not saying I don't have that
Because
mind,
look at
so
China. No, because
I
look at
don't think
China.
like that.
China was conquered, but and then they was able to.
No, no. Hold on. A Chinese man will never tell you that he's conquered. He will never tell you that. A Chinese man will never tell you that the British conquered me. What the Chinese will teach their children is that these people came to invade us. They have some grounds, they did some evil, they committed crime against us, and they're gone. That's it. A
Thank
Chinese
you.
man will never tell his children that we are conquered.
Chinese,
An
the
African
Chinese,
today, hold on, sorry. A Chinese man will never call a British man colonial
Yeah,
master.
because that was because they were
Ja,
able to
Ja, give
lift
me a
themselves out
second.
of a
Ja,
state of humiliation. They were able to lift themselves from that state because
Ja,
they did
Ja,
have a
Ja.
period where they were
No.
where they
Chinese
considered
people,
that they were humiliated. You
Ja,
know. So,
Ja, Ja. Yes, they made their children that, hey, we slacked and we got humiliated here, but we came out of it, but we're not conquered. Now, you made me lose my train of thought. But hey, but an African today will still tell you, he will tell his children that our colonial master, he will refer to the Englishman, that is our colonial master, meaning he still believe that man is his master. Like
yeah, that's not a good.
average,
That's not a.
hold on, and I've listened to average. I listen to conversation a lot of time when a lot of FBA are talking. They be like, "White daddy, oh, the slave master, the white man." Like I'm like, dude, are you still seeing these people as your master? Like you been free, but your mind is not free.
I
You
agree.
understand? So some of them will be timid to compete with a white guy. Some
Yeah.
of them will, when you put them in a space to go to compete. When you put an average black person in a institution with an Asian, with a Indian, with a white person, once you walk there, he's already timid because you already see the white man as a
Yeah.
master.
Yeah.
Whereas the
He has
Chinese
low
kid,
self-esteem, all type of stuff.
exactly. Whereas the Chinese kid already seeing the white guy's in competition. How he's gonna kick his ass, like he's not thinking about what the white man think about him or whatever is in his mind. He doesn't
Well,
care.
yeah, it's the victimhood mindset, and we rely on that so we don't get shit done. That's why we can cuss out productive black people when they have different ideas, even in America. There's a fundamental thing that plagues the black mind around the world, and it's we're in circumstances that force us not to think civilizationally because every other race of people, even I would say even Arabs and Hispanics that aren't doing well or they're developing, they're like, second, third tier countries, even they will get some semblance of civilization. I'll use an example. Haiti and Dominican Republic. We can't
Hey,
keep going
you
on
you
the.
broke up real quick, bro. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. What I'm saying is like the black mind doesn't do what's necessary for making their own civilizations. I'll use an example between Haiti and Dominican Republic. Now we obviously know Dominican Republic is made up of a lot of black people. Obviously, I don't know the percentage, 75% black, 50%, whatever,
Hmm.
but they have that black admixture. And we have Haiti, which is pretty much 100% black or
Hmm.
whatever. But Haiti can't seem to do right. And every time there's a conversation, it's always what everybody else has done to Haiti. Now, the Dominican Republic, while politically they're different and they've had different circumstances with the West, they still are able to do things that are conducive to security, or I would say stability in the country, even though they're
Yeah, to
not
some level.
super
I mean,
far
they're
from,
still a
yeah, to
second
some
and third
level.
tier country. You know.
Yeah, exactly. But they're still able to change their mindset enough to be a better competitor when it comes to Haiti. So it's like, what is going on? You like that's what I'm saying. Like we have to we have to start getting away from what the white man did. Now, obviously, I don't care if you recount what the white people have done. That's fine. That's a history lesson. That's history. But a lot of times it's just rough. So somebody's just when they talk about it, they're just white supremacy and
Yeah, they tend
colonialism.
to
They just
focus
throw
on
out
the
fucking
they tend to
buzzword.
focus on
Yeah,
it without and becoming
yeah,
complacent
exactly.
in a way. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what's fucking killing us. So once we can get away from stop worrying about what people are doing to us and what we are going to do, that's the fundamental difference. Because China, like he said, they like when I went to China, I talked to Chinese people, and they were all too happy to tell me about the 100 years, or excuse
Of
me, the century of
humiliation, of shame.
humiliation, a
Hmm.
century of humiliation. But they said, you know what we did? We said, well, our leaders, they cut deals that benefited us, and now we're competing with all these countries. And now me as an individual, I'm going to do what's right to make sure we can still compete in the future. And that's the mindset. I don't hear that
That's the
mindset from
difference.
Africans. Yeah, I don't
Exactly.
hear that mindset. I hear Africans like, I'm about to go in this Western country and get my bread up, or I'm gonna do this with
They
my
go
tribe
to
or
the
whatever.
colonial
But it's
master.
never.
Yeah. And
But by the way,
listen,
this is what
AFR,
the president. This is,
AFR,
hold on,
don't say just
yeah, yeah,
Africans,
hold
say
on. This
black
is what the
people in general,
president
because
of
that's all of
Dominican
us.
Republic look like. Sorry,
Well,
Jay. This
one
is
at
what.
a time. One at a time. I don't need to hear
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that,
hold on.
John.
Yeah, what I got on the screen. That's what the president of the Dominican Republic look like. So a president like this doesn't see himself his people as, hey, we're conquered. So his mindset is different. That's the point. Africa, what's his name?
Well, let's be fair. I
American
mean, let's be
president
fair.
is making.
Let's be fair. A lot of the Dominicans, they believe that they're descendants of Europeans. They don't, some of them don't even believe that
Whatever
they're
they
African.
believe, but they don't believe they are conquered. They focus on their
Yeah,
country, what they
exactly.
can
Because
do.
they
Exactly.
they're rejecting the sense that they're African or black, and they're saying that they're Portuguese. So they don't have this concept of them being conquered in a sense because, they
Well,
feel
I
that
don't
they
think
are
race has
conquering people.
anything to do with it after a while, though. Like, I just don't think the race of the people have anything to do with it. It's just, like you said, mindset. Like, the thing about it, there's black folks out there that don't have a we're conquered mindset. Like, I'll say Rwanda. I don't hear about, like, I haven't heard Paul Kagame talk on and on about colonialism or whatever. He'll maybe do historical references on what white people maybe done, but he always speaks about what they're gonna do and what he's gonna do compared to other countries where you have some of these African leaders going up like the white man did this and you guys colonial. They'll use the same kind of talking point. So that's the difference. Is
So for me personally, right? For me, the way I look at it is because when you look at it, when you look at history, right? Everyone has been conquered in some way, shape, or form, right? But I think it's more about not. It's not about how you fall, but it's more so about how you get up. And when you compare like China or Malaysia, all these Southeast Asian places that are advancing technology, right? Technologically, right? But you compare it to Africa, it's like these people they were conquered, but they were able to get up from that. And I feel like we're not.
These
Black
people will
people are
never
not.
tell you they are conquered, dude. I don't think you understand it. That word is too strong, dude. It's not a word we should be
All
using on
right, so all right,
ourselves,
so if
dude.
you want to change the word, then a
It's a
period of all
disgraceful
right.
word.
So all right, so when you
A
look at
conquered
China, they
person.
say 100 years of humiliation.
Use
All right,
the
Bro,
word, use the word
listen. A
colonize.
conquered, you can't come back from being conquered, dude. Like when you conquer, you
Nobody
finish.
is
You can't come
conquered.
back from that.
Conquered is a very, very deep word. I don't think we should be using for ourselves. So it's not the
yeah, I don't see when I look at the word
colonization.
conquered, I don't think that a person. I mean, if a person is conquered, then obviously they were defeated, but that don't mean that it's a permanent state of being. You know what I mean? So that's why That's why I use the word conquer. But if you want to substitute it with the word colonization, to me, it's a form of conquest, if you ask me. But if you want to change the word to make it
Do you know why
feel a
some of
little
us will
better, I
find
mean,
it
that's
very
cool.
insulting? And Prince, Nigerian first, you said it earlier, like during the so-called colonial time, most of our people didn't even see a white man face to face. There's some African that literally never saw white people before.
Yeah.
When even during the so-called time when they were there, some most
Even
Africans were still living their life in their whatever places. They never
even
saw white men
today,
face to face. But
even
then you
today,
telling that person that they were conquered. I mean, that's an insult, man.
no, no,
I mean,
Mike.
they didn't.
Let
I
Well, I
don't
me,
think
mean,
they
what's
had
the
to. I don't think.
result?
I
I
Mike,
don't.
mean,
Mike,
the
Hold on, but
country
I
they
don't
Mike,
think.
live
I
in.
don't
What's
think
the
the.
result?
Look, I don't think the
Mike.
colonizers had to see every single person or
No,
every single person in Africa had to see the face of colonization. No, but the effects of it, they felt. You can feel it, And I think. I mean, again, the people, the leaders are representing the people. So, regardless of whether the people are seeing the face of colonization, their leader is actually the one that's seeing the face of it, and that's doing exchanges and deals with them, and whatever the case may be, and allowing this external kind of power to come and you know undermine
But
Well,
them or
yeah,
whatever.
what I do believe is go ahead,
Ja,
go ahead, Nigeria,
okay,
please, go
Ja,
ahead.
let's move this conversation forward.
Okay.
In all of this, eh, they currently right now they are not stopping us not to compete at the global stage. They are not
Hmm.
stopping us. We are the ones not competing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So they are not stopping. No one is stopping us. You
Hmm.
understand me?
So what?
We are
So
just
what do you think? What do you think that's is preventing us from moving forward from this period of humiliation or colonization or slavery? Like, what do you think is stopping us from moving forward and actually using this historical event to propel us to something higher? Just like how the Jews were able to do, how the Chinese were able to do, how other people were able to do. Right? What's stopping us from doing that? Do we have some sort of
okay.
deep rooted issues going on with
Okay.
us? Do we have
What's
self hate? What is it?
no? The thing is that when you look, for example, when you look at Africa culture, for example, it's about family. But what we stole from the Western culture is this individualism. You know, sometimes when I'm good, we don't care about others. We feel like we have arrived. Instead of see, when when you are the only rich person in your family, the family is still poor. Until everybody is doing well, there will still be people, other people will be looking at you that, oh man, you guys are still suffering. That's what Africa is facing because
So let
yes,
me
we
ask
have
you a question.
people
So let me ask
who
you a
are
question. Do
doing
you do
well.
you think that tribalism is a form of individualism?
You said
Do you think that tribalism is a form of individualism?
no, it's not about tribalism. Tribalism have nothing to do.
I'm just asking a question.
I don't even know what people call
Okay, okay,
tribalism.
Ja, let me explain to you. When you look at
No,
America,
tribalism is
no,
when
no,
you
no,
have
no,
your
let me
tribe and
come.
you put your
No,
tribe
no, no,
above.
because sometimes
Where in the
we
world
have
don't they
this.
do that?
No, no,
Who doesn't do
Ja,
that
let
in
me
this
explain
world?
to you. Sometimes we have this belief that the reason why Africa is not growing is because of tribalism. It is not. For example,
I think it is.
America, 10% of the population control the economy. They have all the corporation, they have all the factory, they just employ the rest. You understand it? Like the lower masses, you and people like me, and the Mike and the rest. They just say you guys are just employer in their companies. But when you look at the top, it is just 10%. It's not the whole America that is in control of the economy. No, it is just few smart people who have brain decide to build all these things. So in any country, that's how it works.
And
Everyone
that's how
can
it is in
influence.
Europe as well. Yeah,
Same thing,
Nigeria
yes, same
first.
thing in Europe. Yes, I
I mean,
agree with
and in
you.
Europe, also in Europe, the Frenchman put his French his country before any other European country, don't they? The Italian put his Italian culture or country above. Italian is not saying, "Oh, we're all here. I love you equally." No, I'm Italian. Italia, you represent Italy.
Yeah, we're talking about a
The
nationalism.
Spanish.
You're talking about a country.
No, it's the same. No, the what you are calling tribe in Africa, we're actually nations, just like European nations. Trust me.
Yeah,
But the
but
Frenchman,
what we see right now in Africa, right? Like
but
let's say Nigeria, for instance, right? There's multiple tribes there,
no,
and
it's
then it's
not
not.
tribe. We were nations. Hold on, calm down. Let me
So there's
explain it to
multiple
you.
nations within this nationality.
Nations coming together to be a country. That's what the problem is. And unfortunately, it became that way.
But I
Where
don't think
it,
that's the
Okay,
it,
problem. I
yeah,
don't think that's actually a problem. I don't think tribalism.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
we
Let
use
me
tribal.
explain to
Hold
you
on. Can I
another.
finish? Can I say something real quick? I don't because I
Yeah,
don't think Africa or different countries within Africa having all these different ethnic groups. I don't think that's necessarily the problem, but we are making it the problem because we're not because of tribalism, right? In the sense of, oh, I look at my people, my ethnic group, and I don't care about the rest, or I want to do things that benefit my ethnic group instead of this country as a whole. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that's the problem. That's a form of individualism, if you ask me.
Well, I mean,
No,
I'm
no,
just
no,
gonna
no.
say.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
hold on. Can I say? Let me
yeah.
interject real quick. Listen. This the thing about the concept of tribalism has been pondered by the European mind thousands of years ago, like literally ancient Greece type shit. And they even then were saying there are not only limits, but tribalism can actually be a detriment to somebody like a country or during those days they had leagues and like locales that were I guess their people, and they even saw that them just being insular like they are can be a detriment instead of linking up with people that are like themselves, because a lot of those people are the same people. They were just doing tribalism, so they
Right.
linked up. Well, actually what they really did, it was through I would say conquest, where they had one smart guy that said, we're going to join together, we're going to kill off the elites on the other side, and we're one people now. So even
But
then, they had to get rid of the people that didn't want to get rid of their small identity and integrate into the larger identity. So
All
this
right.
is
So
an old this is an
I,
old thing.
I get what you're saying. Can I respond to that real quick, right? And I think when we look at history as Black people, right, in Africa, right, I think colonization kind of stunted Africa's kind of natural growth in a way, right? In the sense of, I mean, when you look at like Japan's feudal period, right? They were allowed to, one or two ethnic groups were able to, allowed to subdue or were able to subdue like the whole country, and now they everyone in this country identifies as this nationality. You know what I mean? So there's some sort of cultural exchange or cultural overlapping, and eventually they were able to see themselves as one people, right? Opposed to like in Africa, you in certain parts of in Africa, right? Certain people, they don't see themselves as the same, and people will
But
rather
they're not
put
the same
their
though.
individual or tribalistic
but
interests but above everyone else's, and that's a problem. I don't.
can I
It's not that.
see,
It's not
see,
that.
see,
It's not
see.
that. I don't think that
Ja,
tribalism
ja,
is.
ja, ja,
God,
ja.
God,
If you don't
God,
get it, please let me explain more.
please.
Please, guys, please give me time.
Mhm.
You see, you are looking at the lower level of society. These people don't count. I don't understand why you are what is going on Twitter. These people don't
Mhm.
count at all when it comes to people that get shit done in the country. I don't.
Okay.
That's why I don't bother about that thing online.
Mhm.
They don't count.
I agree. I agree.
For
Yeah,
example,
okay, go ahead. Yeah, finish.
hold on, Mike. Let me land.
I
For
agree. I agree
example,
because when you look at the
let me
people that
hold
are
on,
making
Yeah,
the
hold
yeah,
on,
most
let him land,
money,
let him land.
they don't.
hold on. For
Yeah, hold
example,
on.
when this issue of Dangote started,
Mhm.
do you know the people that came out and defend him? They were his fellow billionaire. They were from other tribe. They all stood by him. Well, number one is Femi Otedola. Femi Otedola is not outside. It's not a this thing. You understand me? At the elite level, they don't care about tribalism. It is the poor people that rely and disturb themselves on that. So I always focus on the people that actually move the country forward, not the poor masses. They don't count. These are low IQ people. Of course, they will hate each other, but
Yeah,
at the at
what Jah
the
doesn't understand is progressive people, someone that wants to build something, and he has what it takes to build something. We at one point realized that for me to build something, I'm going to have to work with whoever has the ability to join me to build it. And when you
Yep.
Yeah,
start looking for that ability, trust
I
me,
agree.
there's no tribe written on that person's head.
I agree.
You
I
understand?
agree.
Even a business owner, even a business, that's how I always laugh at this guy. I always say, I want to start a black, employ this and that.
It
No, no,
doesn't work.
that's
Once
It
you
doesn't work
start
that
that
way. No, no,
business,
no. It doesn't work that
I'm
way.
not. And even a white man, a racist white man, say, I will start a company, only employ white. Once you start that business and you really want to progress, you realize that you have to progress.
Hmm.
You begin to get to a point, realize that, wow, for me to progress, I have to hire someone that's going to make my company
progress.
progress.
You
That's
are
when you begin
hire
to
the
realize
person.
that no, I
Hmm.
can't just say because you're white and because I'm white, you're white.
Hmm.
I'll hire you. That's when you begin to realize that hey, that black
Right.
guy is gonna make me $10 million. Why this
Hmm.
white guy is only has what it takes to make you can only make me $1 million. He's gonna ask
Thank
himself,
you.
Yeah, and I,
now
I
I
agree.
think
I
I need to
agree. I
stop
agree.
being racist. It's time for me to hire the guy that will make me $10 million, which is that black guy that's next to him. Look at NBA, those NFL, those owners. You think they like black people, but guess what? most of the players they draft are blacks because they know that they can get
Bringing
the
the money in.
So
Thank you.
what Ranjanapi is telling you is when it's time to build, people that want to build will even the most they will they will just leave it. He just gave an example of Dangote. The people that are not siding with him. In fact, the person is even trying to bring is another guy from the north.
Yeah.
But the people that are siding with him are other billionaires that got their investment in his, they got ties with him. They know that they're going to benefit from his stuff. So you need to understand. So when you guys like bringing the argument of this type,
Tribalism.
that's not the way it works, man. Even in Europe, average Frenchman will tell you I'm French first. I'm Frenchman and this and that. But when it's time for the European leaders to come together for their own interest, they know they have to come to deal with the monster called Soviet or Russia. They leave that aside because now it's time to build. So that becomes something petty. That's what you need to understand about this life, man.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that like a majority of people don't have an economic mindset. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that's sort of why I believe tribalism is still able to persist, right? Because most people don't have this that mindset. But even when you look at the history of like Black Americans as far as like integration and stuff, it was really the white man in the sense of despite what people might think, right? Oh, the white man hates us, or he's racist towards Black people, but he put his racism to the side and was like, you know what, let's integrate and let your Black economics or whatever system that you have. I want to incorporate that within my system to make me bigger, and I'm gonna use capitalism to
How to sell to the Negro.
exactly. So when you look at integration, before integration, right, the a lot of Black American societies, although they were going through a lot of hardships, inequality and stuff like that, they were able to build viable communities and prosperous little economic centers, throughout the country, and then after integration, you see a lot of that started to collapse or decline in the sense of Black owned businesses and stuff like that. It started to decline, and they had to submerge with not submerge, but integrate. I'm trying to look for another word for it, but integrate within this system that was already in place, that was already had like 100, 200 years start, and a lot of Black businesses end up collapsing. And more than that, culturally, we started to be more inclined to the sort of European mindset, right?
Ja, this thing you calling tribalism, this and that. A human being by their nature, you're gonna have emotional attachment to wherever you grew up or whatever community you come from.
That's true. That's
There's a
true.
reason
But
why. Hold on.
why do
There's
we
a reason.
allow that to stop or
Hold on
prevent
now.
us from working
Hold on.
together or
Calm
exceeding?
down. Calm down. It doesn't stop anything. Calm down. In America right now, when the sport teams are playing, when the Boston Celtics start playing against Los Angeles Lakers, you're gonna start supporting Boston because you're from Boston. That's just a fact, man. You're not gonna sit there and say,
I don't think that's the same thing, though.
"Is this you?" Because you have emotional
Because
attachment.
I don't
You
have
don't. Hold on. When Boston win, hold on.
I don't
Calm
have no
down. Calm down.
emotional attachment to
You
like the
yes,
Boston
you do.
Celtics.
Hold on. When Boston Celtic wins, they're not gonna give you a dime out of the money. They're not the owner, even though the owner is even a white man. He also know you. He's not gonna give you anything.
Exactly.
But guess what? When you sit in the room, another person from LA, you both watching the game. The LA guy is gonna be leaning towards LA winning. You're gonna be leaning towards Boston winning because you grew up in Boston. You're from Boston. So human being by nature, we always been tuned to whatever area where they grew up or where they come from, where they are emotionally attached to.
Uh, can I I
I don't think
understand
that's
what
the
you're
same.
saying and what you're saying. Well, I mean, it's not the same because he's talking about a basketball game, and I don't think that's
Exactly.
the
And then
best
It's not
exactly.
the
example.
same when
But
you're
one
talking
thing I
about
will
what.
I
say,
think
well,
it is
well, Mike, hold on,
somewhat
let me give
I
an
understand what he's
example.
trying to
Ja,
say.
Ja, let him
Like it is
land, man.
some
Let him
form of
land.
like
One at
soft.
a time, one voice, one voice.
Okay,
Well,
go
yeah,
ahead, you.
I'll be quick, John. See, here's the thing about it is that like while that's true, like people still have attachments to the culture and where they come from and family, familiar ties, and all that. But I can use myself as an example where, as a young man, I come from New Jersey, a dysfunctional place. I realized I had to leave some of that stuff alone and kind of go forward or progress in a way that had me leave some of those cultural markers behind, leave certain friends behind or family behind because I understood that, like, looking at how things were in reality, I have to leave some of this stuff behind for me to progress or for me to go forward in life. So that's the same thing people in, I would say, some countries do, where they leave behind old and bad ideas or bad peoples, and they leave them behind and they progress forward. If I would have never left behind some of those things that I was familiar with, I'd be dead or in jail right now. So like people on the, I would say the tribal scale or national scale, whatever, need to have that mindset. I mean, people have done that all throughout history. Landed, plane landed.
Yeah, Ja, go ahead. You were trying to say something. Ja, you muted me. I don't know where Ja went. But anyway, I don't know why people somehow think always talking about the tribalism in Africa and things. Dude,
Okay, Mike. For example, the CNG policy by Tinubu. Guess the person that benefit most in Nigeria currently? Innocent. Did you see the his new factory? I don't know if you have seen the new factory. He just, I think, it started it last year. He completed this year. Very massive factory.
but it's people will not
So
talk about it too.
So thank you. That guy is not Yoruba or this thing. So that's why I always say pay attention to the top, not the masses. The masses we do look at for example, look at the US right now. Who are the people fighting themselves? It is the poor people, the Democrat and the Republican. They are the one colliding. But when you look at the top level, these guys are not fighting themselves. They are friends.
Yeah, yeah.
At the top, they are
Basically,
friends. They don't care.
yeah. It's
It's
on the
always
low level that those things matter. People do
yeah,
those things.
yeah, it's
When
the
it's
low
time to
level.
when it's time to get down to business, man, everybody know what's real. What's
It's all
important.
about interest. It's all about interest at the top. They don't
At the
care
top,
about
at the top, it's all about interest. So when
interest.
people are always saying who's tribalism, I'm like, dude, when people are not doing anything, when you're just hanging out, that's when they act on emotion, what they are
Yeah.
emotionally connected to, and things
Yeah,
like that.
but okay, I think a lot of us are speaking to people at the top use the trappings of tribalism and home to warp the minds of people at the bottom. Like, yes, we're smart enough to know that the people at the top put behind that stuff because they have other interests and other projects that they want to do, so they don't care about their identity as much. But the thing about it is they use that as a weapon for poor people. And that's why the poor people need to recognize that and kick those people the hell out so they can get somebody in there that's mind is about the collective of their people. So, like, you guys are correct, but a lot of people don't realize that, unfortunately. Like, even in America, the right versus left, Republican versus Democrat, that's still effective.
Because the poor always they always get themselves distracted. You understand me? It's always about bias because sometimes they allow their biases to override their sense of thinking. Because see, let's be honest, the the Trump, for example, at the top, is not a bad guy. Just that his policy, his interest doesn't align with many of the elite at the top in the US. You understand me? They believe he's dumb and it's not. Guess what? Trump is not working for the poor. Anybody that tell you Trump is for the poor person is just deceiving himself. Trump have no see. Yes, in words, yes, you can relate with him, but in reality, you cannot because you will barely go to where any place he's in. You are not going to enter there because the ticket to get in there, you cannot afford it. That's why when I look at people say, no, yes, you say, okay, you agree with his words, but in reality, both of you have no connection. You cannot, you guys cannot relate to each other. For example, he doesn't know the price for any grocery or is it bread? He has no idea how much these things cost. But you see, poor people like to rile themselves up because emotionally. This one good thing about for you to become rich, you need to first of all just cancel your emotion. Put it behind, bury it. Because anything that involves emotion, you always get it wrong. You understand me? And the politicians, the wealthy people at the top, they know that poor people are too emotional, so they always vote against their interests. They do that all the time. So I don't blame them. It's just the poor that have refused to actually focus on their interests instead of taking side. You understand me? I want to be on a team. For example, let me tell you why most of the Trump, for example, supporters are disgruntled. Just like the obedient in Nigeria, during the election, they make enemy. And right now, it's like they are in an island. They cannot go back and amend those relationships they destroy because of overzealousness, because of uh, 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 being too gullible. You understand me? They have destroyed some of their, long relationship they built over the years because of politics. That's stupid. That's why I always tell people: allow people to do whatever they want when it comes to politics. I don't advise people to vote for anybody. If you want to vote for this, go ahead and do it. If you want to vote for that, go ahead and do it. I don't tell you vote for this person. You understand me? That's why right now they will do anything to make sure Trump win because they don't want to look like a loser because they put like look, the same thing in Nigeria right now. Some of the obedience supporters they end the relationship they built over the years. Right now they are in an island. They cannot go back. They are stuck. That's why when you go on Nigeria Twitter now, they cry every day there. They cause chaos and everything. While the wise ones actually they didn't behave like that. They supported Obi and a lot of others to vote whoever they want because they are at least they were civil enough to know that they are not going to dictate for other people.
It's so weird, man. It's over a year that election is over, and see how these guys are still,
It's not their fault.
they're
Not
still
their
bitter
fault.
online, man. I'm like, oh my
Yes,
god.
see, Mike, not be their fault. See, what happened is that they see some of their relationship they build really like people they love. They broke up with them because of the election. And right now, they cannot go back and say sorry. You understand me? They didn't give listen ear at all. They didn't want to listen. Even some when you offer advice back then, they didn't listen.
I was disappointed, man. The particularly Southeasterners, man. Like they turned that election easy to just too emotional, man. I mean, like this is not the first time we had election in Nigeria. Now. When Good Luck Jonathan lost the election, he job people didn't turn to they
No,
didn't, they
see,
didn't turn
see,
they didn't turn
let me
everything
tell you
upside
why.
down.
Let me tell you why.
Atiku has been
It,
hold on. Atiku has been trying to be president for since the
mm,
90s. His people where he come from, they don't turn the whole country like create disaster. I mean, fight between other themselves and other ethnic groups. Even Buhari ran 4 times before he won. Now Obi only ran 1 time. Now it's just war because he lost. You burn bridges, you destroyed. I mean, I'm like, come on, destroy friendship, destroy relationship. Now they can't. Now election has been over since for over a year, like going to 2 years now, and you're still burning bridges online. Every day I go, it's an obedient, insulting all that ethnic group. So, I'm like, oh boy, these
yep,
people, man.
they still have grievances. That's what I'm saying.
The funny thing, the Edo obedience, the South obedience, those ones have moved on, but the Southeast one,
That's what I'm saying because a lot of relationships were destroyed. So they cannot go back. They are, as I said, they are in an island whereby they cannot leave. They are stuck.
now
You
it has
understand me?
resort to now they are. I'm shocked. The people that supported will be the most Edo people. Now, what's going on with this war between Edo
Of,
and the Southeast people, man? Ah, oh boy,
of,
I don't understand, man.
of course, that's what happened. Extreme and extreme will always collide. For example, look at Laura, is it Laura Bloom or Loom or whatever they call her, and the other congresswoman. They are going back and forth with each other. Both of them are Republican. That's how it always ends. They will always collide. Anything you build on hate and destructions, it's always, of course, it always end up like that, whereby they start fighting each other. So that's just the thing.
This woman
Guess
went
what?
to the point where this woman in Canada. Amaka lady, she went. She, that one took it to another level, man.
Yeah, yeah.
She was
She
coming
went
with buying of Benin people. I say, yeah, Benin people.
yeah, she went to extreme. That's why Mike, guess what? All my friends, they actually vote. Some of them vote for Atiku, some of them vote for Obi, but we are still friends till now because we are very civil with each other. You understand me? That's how to do it. I didn't
The thing
even
is,
argue with them. When
no,
it,
the Nigerian election was always PDP versus APC. You understand? It was
yeah,
never one region versus another region, or you understand what I'm saying now?
yeah,
Even up till the 2019 one, it was two northerners. Now it was Atiku versus what's his name? Buhari. It was two northerners, so it was still APC versus PDP. Everybody's doing. It wasn't. There was no regional issue or tribal issue, right? It was APC versus PDP. It was political party as another political party. Even among South Yorubas, the PDP and APC people they still cause each other. So it was strictly political party versus another political party. But this guy just took it to tribal level. Even from the campaign period, when the whole thing started, they will just be when you are from the southwest, you call on any show where obedience are. They will start calling you Agbado, start calling, say, they was like, oh, Yoruba people. I'm like, since when has Nigeria election become tribal, man? When Buhari was running, nobody say Fulani is running. You understand?
yeah,
When Jonathan was there, nobody say Ijo is running. You know what I'm saying? And they
yeah.
made it, the funny thing was that before the election, before the campaign, most Yorubas didn't really like Tinubu like that. Even me, I didn't see Tinubu as somebody that I just saw as another old politician that to me, I'm just
That's how I see him.
yeah, everybody was looking for young people, fresh face, fresh. We didn't care. We didn't care. But Tinubu is not a Yoruba hero or anything like that. Now it was not. So most people in Yoruba and they same. But when the opinion we started running, they turned it to our brother now is Igbo versus Yoruba, Igbo versus. And all of a sudden, they'll be insulting any Yoruba person like this. Agbado, they start insulting you.
But
Dude, what is to the
Mike,
point where Shoyinka was so upset?
Mike, my advice will be sometimes we need to. I think I told a chance. I said, see, we need to sometimes just ignore them. For example, I said, you guys are in power right now. I don't think you should be looking at the looking behind and see who is making noise behind you. Just look forward. For, that's why I'm not gonna lie. I respect during Buhari's period. I actually respect the North. They didn't go back and forth with all these people. They just focused. You understand me? I
Yeah.
don't understand. See, you guys. See, one thing. You guys are at the top. Of course, those are on the floor will always jealous. We always, So it comes with it. Power comes with a lot of haters and all those things. So I don't think some of your people should be engaging back and forth with this thing. It doesn't.
Me,
There's
I
no
don't.
need.
Me, I don't even see Tinubu being there. I say, Yorubas being on top. I don't
No,
even
no, no,
Nigerians
no,
see
no,
this.
no,
Me,
no.
I
I
don't.
just want no, no. I get it, Mike. But I'm just what I'm saying is not to you at all. It's for the Twitter people really
Yeah.
that always go back and forth. They should realize that your guys, the person they are support is there already. So no need to go back and forth with these people. Just let them say whatever they want, and
The only
focus.
thing is, if they want to start Wala in our territory, we won't. We'll deal with them.
But let me tell
If they
you
want
why
to
I'm
start
saying
Wala in
this.
Lagos,
Let me tell you why I'm saying this.
they will be there with them.
This
So I would say
see,
because
no, no,
if
Mike,
Tinubu is in
Mike.
power, they come and be causing problem in my land. I want to
Next,
deal with
let
them.
me tell you why I said that because at the end of the day, they need to be saying what the president is doing instead of the distraction. At the end of the day, it was okay, the guy didn't do anything. At least amplify what he's doing. You understand me? That should be uh the way to fight back, really. Just show what he's doing. That's all. Don't go back and forth with them.
No, me, I don't even have time. I don't even. Trust me,
That's
those
why
things.
I
No,
like the see.
it's
There's one
that.
guy I like on Twitter. He's the spokesperson for Lagos State Governor. Man, that guy should be Tinubu's spokesperson. He know how to handle these people when he
Who's
doesn't even
that?
care. Like he is the spokesperson to Sanwo-Olu. I've forgotten his name. he doesn't go back and forth with all these people at all.
Oh no, it won't make sense for those guys to be going back. I mean,
No, he doesn't. He
going back.
just focus on Sowolu's his mandate. Always posting updates of different
But
projects
but
and all
but
that.
but the reason why a lot of Southwesterners feel like they can't just keep quiet the way you remember when the Fulanis kept quiet, oh more they destroyed the image of that tribe, man. The way they the way they destroy the image of Fulani people, man. The whole world now see Fulanis and some terrorist people and things like that. They were just going in on the Fulani people for the entire time Buhari was president. They will pay Fulani tribe as this some
But Mike,
terrorists, they propaganda. Bro,
Mike,
Yoruba people, you can't tell Yoruba to keep quiet. Let them do the same thing to them. I'm sorry.
Mike, Mike, you know that Twitter monetization also caused a lot of this mess, whereby all you just see now on Twitter is just fake news, fake news, fake news, because people want engagement for them to get paid. So that's why I actually believe Elon Musk should have just, I think he should cancel that monetization. It's causing a lot of
Destruction.
disinformation on that platform. Yeah, it's destroying the platform really. Yeah.
You
All you
can't tell
see
them
now,
how to also make money now.
yeah,
They
it just
say
make.
Elon Musk will be a billionaire.
You said?
They say Elon Musk is going to be a billionaire. I mean, trillionaire. Sorry,
Yeah,
trillionaire.
yeah. Trillion. I agree. He will. But that guy, no, like right now, he has been radicalized on that Twitter. He tweet more than average people on Twitter. Come on, you control uh almost $1 trillion company. You should focus on that instead of going back and forth with people on Twitter.
Yeah,
He
social
needs,
media, man. Social media is
yes,
a hell of a place, man.
no, it's no. It's not a place you just go all the time. It's chaotic.
It's supposed to be a blessing, but unfortunately, it's like a space where both the good and the bad and the ugly are welcome. So the bad just want to destroy everything. The ugly just want to create. The ugly want to create sin, and the good want to do good. The good are just they use it to do good, build themselves, do business. So it's there, man. Imam just have to. I think one just have to figure out how to get on social media and know what to go and what to tap into because if you're not careful, like when we all got on social media, we're not careful, we're not aware that hey, that place you are going is a world of its own. No, there's a good and bad and ugly. So be careful how you navigate. So we all just find ourselves, presented with everything, good, bad, and ugly, where the bad just kind of like running into our head, just like, God damn, I did not allow myself to. Because in real life, you don't walk in a room of a bunch of bad people now. In real
Hmm.
life, you know what I'm saying now? Like in real life, you go somewhere, a bunch of bad people smoking crack or doing something terrible. You don't go there.
Yeah,
Just that that room there is a room of the terrible people. Let me go the
yeah,
other way. So in real life, you know how to navigate yourself. But social media, no one was aware of it. Just going on social media, you find yourself in a space where like people are just terrible. You're like, God, Lord. How did I find? And then you find yourself, you don't realize that being there is same as being in a room with the people, you know.
yeah, yeah. It is. And guess what? Many of the accounts are faceless, and sometimes there was a guy they finally they arrest him. I was like, this is the guy that always say all this BS on this platform. When you see these people in real life, you just shake your head that this is the person I'm going back and forth with. It is crazy.
There was a time I went somewhere here in the US now. So there was one guy. The guy is a drug addict, man. So the guy, he's a crazy guy. He's always standing on the street corner asking for money because so the guy started talking. And he sounded like one of those FBA guys. He always talk on social media. I'm like, maybe this is a guy that's even on social media that I'm wasting my time listening to. You know, because in real life, that guy, when I see him, I don't even go near him. I don't even allow him to get by 3 feet near me or 5 feet near me. You understand?
Yeah.
But that kind of guy, if you're on social media, you be arguing with him, he be like, you won't even know that, hey, I'm arguing with a crackhead, with drug addicts.
Yes, it's
Oh,
crazy.
man.
We, we need to put that into consideration that some of the people we are just going back and forth, it doesn't even worth it at all.
It's not worth it at all. I got to a point, I'm like, dude, why do I allow myself to get, dude, I think at one point I just got to, like, just just
Yeah.
just just check out or figure. The funny thing was that some people were even trying to tell me, "Hey, you need to come on this platform, Clubhouse, this and this." I'm like, dude, the one I've got myself into on YouTube is enough. I'm trying to figure a way to to pull out. Like, want me to start? I don't. You know the good thing about me, I don't do Twitter space. I don't do Instagram or all the other spaces they have. The only space that you find me is YouTube now. But I hear people talk about, oh, on Twitter space there's war, on TikTok. Well, I don't do those ones. So luckily, and when people tell me about it, I just no, I'm not going there because I unfortunately got myself hooked on the YouTube war. Now that's enough for me. I'm trying to figure a way to get myself out of that. Now I don't want to start engage myself in another one because no. I don't have it's like what do you call it? Twitter.
Twitter.
I
Yeah.
don't do that. I don't even go on it. I don't tweet. I don't nothing.
That's good
I
because
don't do TikTok. I don't go there
no, I
unless
don't same
somebody.
thing.
Yeah.
I
So
don't do that also.
I'm like YouTube is enough war for me. It's enough. Where I'm regretting that I even allow myself to get hooked on this shit, man. Like so. That's what if I go on anything on any other this thing, I want to go for what I'm looking for, maybe something positive, some science,
No,
something
no.
that I really
I
want
think
to engage in.
I think you just have to stay here. Don't go further because it's too chaotic.
You took care before man, your whole life is just be based on no.
Yeah, you start see one thing I observe when you immerse yourself too much, you start hating other people.
You
It's a
begin
very
to you begin to
yeah,
really hate people and then just
yeah.
just be
It's a very
frustrated. You be like frustrated for no reason and be angry for no
yeah.
reason. Like how did I become angry about this? Just
Uh,
because I turned on my tablet, because I went online. What I mean, it's kind of funny because some years ago, there's no such thing as the problem with people. You understand?
yeah.
It's only when you're living in a ghetto, environment where you run into people or some school now. You run into the bad kids, but after school, you don't have time for that. You don't even want to run into anybody. You know who to avoid. You just gonna live in a nice neighborhood and get away from crazy people, and that's it.
Uh,
But
but uh,
internet,
but see, to me, to solve some certain problem, for example, on Twitter, there are sometimes people I follow will tweet something I disagree with 100%. I will just I will just scroll past the message. I don't respond. I don't like. I just there's no need. I disagree and move on. I think there's a way to also do it whereby you disagree with the person, maybe what he write that
yeah,
particular
yeah.
time.
The way I've evolved to that point where I don't even respond to comments. I don't
Thank
even
you.
like before. I used to read comment like, God, that's dumb. That's ignorant. I just respond to the person. God, the person respond back. Apparently, like when you respond to that person, people that think like that idiot, you get like three response back from three different
Thank
people.
you. And you
Yeah,
start doing before you know they have chopped like 2-3 hours of your time.
of
It's
your time
crazy.
responding, typing. I'm like that one. I don't even read comments. Like yeah, or you might post whatever or email. I don't even read anything social media. I don't even read it. I don't that one is easy to get away from. You understand?
Yeah.
Though the video was when people come here and start talking rubbish. I'm like, that one is a little bit hard not to come on and challenge it. Like, guy, what are you talking about, man? You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Yeah, at least the
That
videos you're watching, your intention is to really watch the topic and get on the topic. Or some people will come in and turn into something different. And there, you come and engage, share your opinion, whatever, correct? Man. But with the comment, I don't even go. It's easy to avoid comments. I don't
yeah,
read
yeah.
those things, man.
But another thing again, we also need to like find balance. For example, I don't like to just listen to one view because I don't, being an echo chamber, a bubble, it's not good. You understand me? That's why we need to get news from both sides. At least be at the middle, whereby you can listen to both sides. What you disagree, sometimes you might disagree with them. Sometimes you might also agree with them. That's how to do this thing. But when you just cancel one side and just be, follow. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, it's not a good thing. It's not a way to access information. You have to, for example, my Twitter, I follow Labour people, I follow APC, I follow PDP, so that whatever they are tweeting, sometimes I agree with Labour, whatever they say. Sometimes I agree with,
Yeah. The best thing is to be kind of objective, and then
yeah,
also
objective. Thank
also
you.
trying to like wear the other person's shoes, because that's one thing I also
Yes,
learned to start doing. Like, okay, because before, for example, when the whole South African Nigerian thing, I kind of like just see where South Africans are wrong and like why would you do that kind of stuff. But after a while, I begin to like, okay, no, let me wear those people's shoes as well. You understand?
yeah,
And
yeah,
see what they are saying and what they are feeling and what they are. And then when I kind of put myself in their position, I realized like, come, these people are not really totally wrong with their response,
okay,
because
Mike, what you just said now, let me respond to you. I saw this thing you do with the Afrodemos. Really, uh when I listen to you, what you just said now, I think I agree with you. Actually, when you what you said, I actually also saw the South Africa perspective. You understand me? Because the one I do with Afrodemos before, my blood was just boiling, like I didn't want to hear anything. But when I hear you give another side of the whole issue, like now I get it, I understand now. Because really,
yeah. Sometimes you
if
gotta,
I
because
have,
when I put myself in their position, it's like some people just come into their country, you just start selling drugs.
yeah,
Nigerian please come on, if some, even your own fellow Nigerian, let's say some Yoruba people now come and Benin start selling drugs to Benin people.
I'll be, yes, I will be
You know
angry.
what?
Yes,
You'll be hungry now. Like that
yes,
thing will
yes,
piss you off. Like it's gonna piss you
yeah,
off. Like what is this?
uh,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah,
And then you
yeah,
have a bunch of poor people from poor, not even like a middle class or people, poor people just flood into their country, just all over. It's gonna piss them off now.
yeah,
So when you think about it, like I'm like, these people actually have where they're coming from, rather than just start, oh nah, look at that, being all defensive, and
yeah. That's true. I see. That's why it's good to listen to all sides. Very
yeah.
important to listen to all sides. If I didn't listen to
I've
your own
always kind
perspective,
of been. I'm always kind of. I want to know where,
you
because
know,
I learned that from certain courses I take before. Like, hey, empathy is, you have to try to
yeah,
fit that other person's shoes. But one people I know that when I wear their shoes and be on their side, I'm like, come on, it's Southeastern Ireland. I'm telling, because those. Do you
yeah,
know how many times I don't wear South Igbo people shoes? Like, okay, where are these people coming from? And a lot of things, like where they're coming from, like it's so ridiculous. Because a lot of things they're fighting over is based on fallacies.
yeah,
Ah, when they start, when they used to attack Yoruba people, okay, why are you angry? Why? Okay, when I try to engage with them, and they will start telling you something that didn't even happen. Something their papa tell them.
mm-hmm.
Say Yoruba people did this. I'm like, dude, what you are talking about is a fallacy. It's not based on truth. Just a goddamn lie, man. And
What
even
I
down
don't,
to
what I don't like now, what they are doing right now, they don't know it is wrong. For example, maybe uh you you congratulate the president maybe when he won the election, then maybe something new now happen in your life right now. They will now search that particular message now. They want to use that one to destroy you. I don't understand why people are going to that
is it
far.
not why they started fighting Benin people when Oba Benin want to congratulate Tinubu?
Yes. They forget the Oba is an elite. So it
Exactly.
doesn't it,
They started, oh, wait, they started bombarding for congratulating Tinubu. I'm like, yeah. Even on the of you first, when the only, the kings have to congratulate the new president now. What the heck? And
yeah,
so the obedience with those guys, man, they were just ridiculous. Like anybody that they feel like is not an obedient is an enemy. I'm like, since when
yeah.
has politics become like that? I mean,
Guess
like,
what?
I've always
Guess
known
what?
PDP, APC politics now. So APC people, we don't. I know a lot of APC, PDP,
I
APC,
I
and
told one recently. I said you are not expanding your tent because you are driving a lot of people away from your you know from your group, from your that what you are doing is not going to look. For example, look at the MAGA in the US. If you observe, they have not grown beyond 47%. They have remained stagnant at 47%. You understand me? They are just there because they don't expand because of the way they behave.
The
You have
MAGA,
to,
the Trump followers, have you?
yes, they are stuck. The same thing with the obedience currently right now because they just attack it. No, that's not how to build consensus. You have to work with people you disagree with heavily. As far as the goal is to, achieve something, you have to come on. Everyone cannot just support Obi now or like Obi. Of course, there will be sometimes people will criticize
They
him, which
went
is
to war
normal.
with Shoyinka. Ah, I remember this woman one time. Ah, woman, the grand curse. Where the day Rudolph Channel. This woman, they rain curse on Shoyinka. I'm like, hey, oh, Shoyinka, they rain curse on
Come on,
this
there's
woman.
other people on the panel, man. I'm trying to understand what's going on.
Oh, sorry. I thought you left, man.
Yeah, we thought you left.
Nah, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, welcome
All you
back.
gotta do is just, start, saying whatever.
Nah, you guys are crazy. Kiddo, are you still there? I probably went to sleep. So what are you guys talking about? You talking about MAGA and Nigerian politics and what?
No, some people that don't know how to play politics, man. They turn it to war. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
if you're not on my side, if you don't support my candidate, it's war. You're my enemy, and
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
So
I think that's the trick of politics right there, bro. They get a lot of people, a lot of low IQ people on their side, emotionally people that is emotionally invested in these are the ones who will do the stupid bidding of the politicians in order to promote whatever to benefit them to benefit their position and their campaigns and stuff like that. But me like for me personally, right? If I vote, right, because I'm still undecided if I want to vote because both of the candidates are trash if you ask me, right? You know, but if I do vote, it's most likely going to be for Trump, right? And it has nothing to do with being a partisan or any Republican or Democrat. Like I don't care about none of that shit, bro. It's more so because Trump align with my interests as far as like his foreign policy and wanting to stop the war with Ukraine. I mean, in Russia, which can potentially lead us into dangerous grounds. So for the international community, not even just Americans. So I mean, that's my reason for wanting to vote for him. But you see a lot of people they get emotionally invested into it. They start doing personal attacks on other people, and I'm not getting into that, man.
you see, okay, for example, in this our platform, you have said it many times you are going to vote for Trump. Guess what? Are we not still chatting and communicating? Yes, that's how it should be. The only person currently that I have issue with is Farah's Brandon because Brandon is acting like the Democrat also, whereby he just put a Republican on his head as if he is the owner of Republican. Come on, everything
yeah.
like
Brandon got really good. The guy goes a little bit too far, man. Like yeah, Lord, it's almost
if you
like
see, I don't like people. See, if you cannot see anything bad in your party, that means you are lost or person you support. Come on. For example, if you are, for example, you are a Tinubu supporter and say, okay, for the past 1 year, Tinubu has not make any mistake. That means you are not serious. You,
exactly.
you understand me? You are not being sincere.
Like
See,
during I don't know if you follow one man show one time when Tinubu when they were going against kind of like holding hands of what's his name Dangote.
yeah.
When I started like going off, like some people were trying to like excuse Tinubu. I'm like, what? I'm like, nah, man, you can't. There's no excuse here, dude. This guy built a refinery for everybody, and you guys are coming. Like, I
Thank you.
literally went against him, man. Like, no, 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 no. I'm not about to support that rubbish.
Thank you.
Like,
That was
you know,
at least you were fighting for Nigeria interest, not
Nigerian
the
interest, exactly.
yes.
I'm not about to be defending Tinubu. What? Are you kidding me?
That's how it should be. You cannot defend all the bad thing your leader do. That means you are just the same as him. That's not how to, that's not the way to build a nation. You have to be able to criticize your own leader when he get things wrong.
Yeah.
Uh, what happened, Ja? What happened? Ja just left. Come on, Ja, come back. What happened to Ja? I think what happened? So everybody just left. Are you the one shutting down?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay then.
Yeah.
Are you doing? Are you joining one man?
Yeah, I may join it later, man. But I gotta do something.
Okay.
I usually join later. I do like after hour. Maybe you'll be already asleep like then.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because yeah,
Like I take over after like he's done it for like 4 hours or
yeah.
so.
It's like yeah, 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 yeah.
In Nigeria, man, you be in like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. right
Oh,
there.
oh, I'll be sleeping by then.
Yeah, maybe that's why I don't come to the 1 man after hour. I usually take over. Like he already told me to take over after you
Yeah,
know.
because the the whole conversation normally get interesting when one man is not there, because when he's there,
Yeah,
it's not
when it's
the
there, the way he does this is different. And that's why he want me to be doing it the same way. That's why his message sending to me earlier. I'm like, dude, leave me alone, man. Like he wants me to do it the way he does it, where he would just give one person floor to talk for like 10 minutes. Everybody keep
no.
quiet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not. That's not how
Everybody
to
keep.
do it.
I'm like, dude. That's why I can't be there. I cannot be there and be on the show and be quiet for 1 hour. What am I doing there? You know, understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you say, okay, this person has the floor. The person will not talk, and I can understand if that person is talking, saying something new. You know what I'm saying? Or he's giving us some vital new information that we don't know,
yeah,
already know, and we can let him go for 10 minutes. But you say, okay, you have the floor, and they can be saying some things they already said a million times, and then the next lesson, 10 minutes. I'm like, dude, why don't you just give it 1 minute and and make it go around? Okay, whatever you want to make, you can make it in 1 minute. I don't know why someone have to need 10 minutes to make a point. What is he making? What is he telling us that's new that we don't already know? That he needs 5-10 minutes to tell us monologue, So me, I can't
yeah.
sit there and be quiet for some people to be talking. Me, I believe in interacting. Like hey, yeah, hey, you
Okay,
make a quick point. Someone coming, we just make it interactive. So everybody's dropping their juice. And if somebody
okay,
is just yeah,
Mike. In all honesty, who won the debate? Like, in all honesty, not
honestly, I haven't watched the whole thing, man.
yes, I
I haven't
watched
watched
it.
the whole thing.
Kamala
You
won the
think?
debate. Yes, she did.
Maybe I watch it. Everybody I've been talking about, but I won't have time to
Yeah, she
watch
did.
the whole thing.
Like she was very presidential. I like the
She
way
would have
she.
she would have she's in a more position to
Yeah.
win it because uh, Trump didn't have much dirt on her, because she's
Yes, yes.
Nigerian.
Thank
He
you.
didn't know
Thank you.
he didn't know too much about her. So, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you very much. That's what complicates the whole thing. There's no corruption issue on her head. There's nothing to hammer her on anything.
He wouldn't
So
know what to say about her now. Like
thank
because
you.
he's never paid attention to her before. I don't think he even knew who she was. Like, but the guy knew a lot of. You remember Hillary Tyner? We talk about the
Thank
email,
you.
the email she sent that she deleted. Oh,
Thank
he even gave her a name. Crooked Hillary. He gave
yeah,
everybody a
thank,
name.
thank you very much. He had a lot of weapon back then to hammer Hillary.
Yeah,
But
he has so much on everyone because he's known them. He has known Biden for years. He's known Hillary for years. He know everything about them. So
yeah,
so he's able to come up with their names and diss them and clown them, expose them. But with Kamala, he doesn't know anything about it.
nothing.
Even me, I don't know much about her. But the only thing we know is like, okay, is she Indian or black or whatever? And that's the only thing he comes to talk about. Oh, she's Indian, she's black. So I would
Also,
expect her to do better too. And she has a lot of him. I mean, cases, so many things. So she can easily
thank you.
hammer
Thank
him.
you. So now there's no corruption case against her, nothing like that to hammer her. You understand me? So
Yeah.
her case is yes, that's why he was not able to do anything when it comes to the debate. He
And if
was
if he's gonna go on a policy, it's not a policy, it's Biden's policy that he's debating against. So
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, he was just quiet. Then when he speak, he will just say things that doesn't make sense. Like
you talk about the border and
thank you. He will just drift. Man, that guy. You see, let's be honest. He is his own problem. See, when people say people hate Trump, nobody hate Trump. Trump just create problem for himself. If Trump just keep quiet or just say something that makes sense, people will actually agree with him. He
but
give his enemy more weapon than any other thing.
no, but I won't lie to you. Trump target is the frustrated and lower American
Low
population.
IQ.
No, his target audience is not the elite or the educated or the upper,
I agree. I
because
agree.
there's no way the guy will just break through like that. Because those people, they only support their one of their fellow elite that's been there. They know themselves. So he came out of nowhere to just take over the political scene by using the the masses. And you know what
Yeah,
those masses like to hear? Because the time he came on was around the time where the people were already doing wokeism. They are being anti-government, that the government have been lying to them, conspiracy theories, Illuminati, all those things. Where America, the social media age, where
yeah,
everybody feel like media has been tricking them. So he now came in as his voice for the people by attacking the media, calling them fake news, attacking politicians, calling them liars. So the people, he's not saying what the people are thinking. So I'm not
but
talking about the intelligent people. I'm talking about like low life people. So all of
yeah,
them just started rushing to him like, "Oh, Trump, Trump."
yeah. But
Yeah,
guess
they got
what?
the way it's him, man.
Guess what? The individual media right now, they are even worse than the mainstream media, because all of them now they are being bought and do the same thing that the media does. So
Exactly.
it's kind of hypocritical for them to be complaining that mainstream media is bad. Come on, most of you are not speaking for yourself. Whatever you post on YouTube, you are what like you are being paid by someone else. That means you are just the same.
It goes to money, man. I mean, it's no different.
There's no difference. Money will corrupt you, any human being.
Hmm.
The, see, the most painful part is that it is the people that consume this all this information without doing their own personal research or listen to the other side. That's the most scary thing. I don't understand. For example, there are people in America. They will never watch a Newsmax and Fox News. Extreme. That's just extreme bias kind of news. For example, even in Nigeria right now, there are some people now they only watch Arise TV.
All right,
They
Steve.
don't watch UC because they satisfy their own bias,
Hmm.
which
That's
is crazy.
some people just want to, there are different kind of people, man. There's some people that can't think, so they only feel, and they want to feel good. They
Yeah,
want to, yeah. It's like that. Yeah, it's like girls now. The girl just want to. They only give guys that say what they want to hear their number.
yeah, yeah,
you know, they don't pay attention to who the guy is, or like they will tell you the kind of guy you want is a good guy. They describe it, but then a guy that will approach them, that's not really who they want to, but because it's not saying things that sound so good to their ears. And they will not, give him the number, go on a date with him, open left for him, without asking questions like, okay, where are we? And at the end of the day, they get disappointed, and then they are frustrated.
yeah.
So that's the same way those guys are those people that follow these people. And of course, with Rufai, those guys, those don't want to make money now. They want audience. They want us. Everybody's scrambling for the obedient audience because they know that these people, they will be loyal to you if you tell them what they want to hear, and they will support you. They will promote you.
Yeah, they are very loyal. I'm not gonna lie. They're
They're
very
very
loyal.
loyal, man. Yeah, you become family once you you are with them, on board with them. You are a
Yeah,
family. They will worship you like man's in the camera.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with you. They are very
They, you,
loyal.
you can even go and shoot some commit crime. They will still support you. The fact that
Yeah.
you know
But but
you
but
agree with
one
them.
but one thing I don't like is that they are not building. They are not expanding the party's collusion. For example, like they don't give a dissenting opinion. You understand me? For you to win people to your side, you have to be able to have the capacity to allow that opinion that you don't agree with.
They, you think
You
these people are
understand
trying
me?
to win people to their side?
But with the
They're
number they
not.
have,
They are not. That's what they don't know.
that means
If
that
they
they are
are
not.
they are the only one that exists. That's one thing. That's their mentality. They believe they are the only one that exists, and their word is the only word that exists. You know.
and then everybody that doesn't is
Yeah, that does. Yeah. What happened? It's like the network is shaking. Uh, Hello. Oh, what happened? It's like your network is bad, though. I can barely, I can barely hear you. Oh, man, damn.
just give me.
Oh, I think okay. I think it's good now.
Right? Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
I was in my garage. Yeah, I'm in my garage. So when I get through my garage, my network, I'll kind of lose connection. So
Okay. Okay.
yeah, I was driving through the garage. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's
what
just
happened. Yeah,
how many cars do you have, Mike?
how many cars? What do you mean?
Yes. Is it two,
How many?
three, or what? I'm just asking.
Ah, ah.
I
Me, I
want
don't
to whether
really
you
count
get.
my cars.
I want to ask whether you get money now.
I don't get money. Man. If I
No,
get
no,
money, I'm
Mike.
money. For
No,
America, yeah,
Mike.
let me tell you, bro, let me
Mike
tell you
get
something.
money.
Let me tell you something. In Nigeria, when you get money, that's why you can tell people you get money. In America, if you get money, if you go and tell people you have money, they'll be coming after you. People will be looking for ways to sue you so you can collect your money. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man. That's why
Oh,
people will start.
crazy.
Yeah, they'll be looking for a way to sue you so you can collect your money. You see, even let me tell you, as far as men go, some married men, when they start making money, they won't let their wife know. Sir. Maybe they start one venture and it's big money. They will not let their wife know. They're going to be hiding that money because if the wife wants to divorce them, she go now half she go collect. She go collect. But
Yeah.
yeah, now say we divorce America. Yeah, they go give the wife everything, and
Mm,
then if you have money, if you have money and you go around people or people come around your business, you open a business, come there, and they know that your business, you make they will try to find maybe they might just fall down, right?
Uh,
Maybe there's a small
uh,
water on the floor.
Mike,
Yeah,
Mike. Before we continue,
I can hear you.
say congratulations to ourselves. Uh, Dangote will start supplying fuel today.
I hope all these days I will
Yeah, no,
start
no, no,
doing
no,
this.
no,
I will start doing
no,
it
no, no. It's
until they do
guaranteed.
it,
No. It is
bro.
guaranteed. They show
Okay,
video. NLPC show video of their trucks, like about close to like 300 or so. They are in the refinery. They are loading.
my brother.
Yes,
No matter Nigeria, I'm at the point where until the thing is done before I can believe they are doing it.
I agree. I agree.
Nigeria has got to the point where we do this, we do that,
No, I don't.
they say you find
I
out that
agree.
something happened. They will say
Yeah, I
something
agree.
happened. They push it to something. There's always some. Anytime Nigeria say they are doing so, I don't until it's done,
No, let
complete
me tell you why
100%.
I didn't believe before, but until Femi Otedola tweet it also, I said, okay, maybe he has confirmed from his friend. You know, they are very close friends. So I actually believe now that it is done already. You understand me? When he tweeted about it also, I said, okay. So that guy, he doesn't tweet anyhow, except the thing is legit or he wants to directly support Dangote. He doesn't just that. So he was the one that made me believe that, okay, maybe this is true. Because I follow him also. I like to get news from the people I know. Okay, these are powerful people that actually have access to the information we don't have. You understand me?
Yeah,
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 yeah.
man.
That
Well,
was the
hey,
reason.
until I hope, man, because
Yeah, you
do you know?
can also say something. Let's not
Yeah.
colonize the platform. Go ahead, Ja.
You guys already colonized already. So now I'm listening. I'm just listening right now.
Let's allow uh my Gologishi brother to speak
Uh,
also.
uh, no, I'm chilling right now. I'm just listening to you guys, man. It seems
Yeah,
like we
yeah,
change the topic to something else. So
yeah, yeah. No,
You
Ja,
know, oh,
yeah,
go
yes,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
yeah, yeah. You know that the African countries, they are all ordering. They are like kind of like placing order for the Dangote. What do you call it? The refined petroleum. They will get it
Yeah.
cheaper from Dangote than they'll get it from Europe and all these places. They're already supplying
That's a
them.
good move right there. Yeah, I love that. Yeah,
That's a
that
good
sounds
move.
good.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that if
that
the
to me
guy, what I
that's
would
real Pan Africanism right there. You heard?
exactly, no all
Uh-huh.
this talking, right? The action done,
Exactly.
action,
Hmm.
real action. So what
Exactly.
I see, what I see in Nigerian first is if the guy, if he wants to sell his crew to other African countries, he should sell it in naira, not in dollar. So that way there will be strong demand for the naira, and if there's demand for the naira, the value of the naira will increase. You understand?
Yeah.
Because if he sells it in naira, that means the what do you call it those African countries will be coming to Nigeria to buy naira from the Nigerian Central Bank, right? And then we will be selling naira to them in dollar. I mean, sorry, yeah, we'll be selling naira to them in dollar, right?
Mm.
But now you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So we just make deal, and the value there was a strong demand for naira. The value of the naira will increase, And before if I'm you right now, it's time to start buying naira. If anyone is smart, if I advise you, if you see now that they're saying, right now naira is like what 1,500 to $1, right? 1,500 to $1. Don't be shocked when it will become 200 to $1, like within a short period of time. Just drop. Now your value, your like if you're a speculator, that's the time to start. I don't know. I'm giving out secrets. A speculator is somebody that trade currency. They study currency. They know when the currency value will go up and go down. So when they suspect the value of the currency is about to go up, they will buy that currency, right? They will exchange it, and then when they suspect it's going to go down, they will trade it. So like let's say tomorrow now, $1 like today, let's say $1 is 1,500, right? And you convert your dollar, and tomorrow, let's say it's going to be the value of dollar will be $1 is 200 naira. Now if you take $1,000, you convert it to naira, buy $1,000 buy in naira will probably be about over a million, about 1,500,000 naira, right? Now, if tomorrow the value of naira now comes down to maybe 200, imagine now trading it back. Now your dollar now, you that $1,000 has become, if you now buy the naira back or whatever, or buy the naira back in dollar, you make like maybe $5,000. So you put $1 million in, you can make like maybe 5-6 million dollars. So that's how speculators become rich, man. So if you're smart, man, you know this kind of moments, it's kind of like invest in naira, buy naira.
Yes. Just take that means it's the right time to take a position.
Yeah, take a position exactly. Like
Yeah.
me, I have naira bank account, I have dollar bank account. So I always like sometimes I just pump money into my um like when I knew the naira was going to collapse. That time it was where if Mayfield was doing that rubbish, man. I really pour I sold all my naira to dollar, man. And then
Wow.
when the
You were smart.
when the yeah, so when the when the naira became bad, it became 1,500. Now I'm trading my dollar back to naira. So
Wow. You made a
I
lot
don't
of profit.
a lot of problem. You know, so yeah, you just gotta study it, man. Study currency. Find out when with the Africans it's easy, man. A lot of people, Nigerian millionaires, they benefit from this chaos, man. A lot of them, they got a lot to do with the destruction of the naira, because they were trading that currency, man.
Yeah. I agree. That means by next week now the currency will appreciate. You understand me? Will
It
appreciate
won't be, it
against
won't be,
the
it
dollar.
won't be that, it won't be that quick. But it may take,
No, no,
it
like it
usually
will
will take
move.
about.
It will move a bit.
No, we start the moment people start demanding for the naira. Now that's when you move. The demand
Okay,
now, the
okay.
government now set the price. When the demand is high, that's when they will now increase. They will shift the price. So it won't happen that quick, but it will happen within maybe the moment they start selling it, then within a month, yeah, you see it. Yeah, you there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
No, you have to say something.
Sorry. No, I was just talking to, kind of multitasking over here, talking to my cousin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. Uh,
Yeah, I was letting Mike know yesterday. You know how we have kind of discussions behind the scenes and stuff, and yeah, I mean we talk like damn near what every other day, right? UFC.
yeah, we
Yeah,
did. Okay,
yeah.
yeah, that was a long conversation. That was a good one.
Oh, yesterday, right? Between me, you, and Chance, right?
Not, is it yesterday? Yes, yesterday. Yes, yesterday. Yeah, you're right. Yesterday, I slept off.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I slept off. That was a good conversation. No, chances.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the conversation we had with Chuku and Chance, and yeah, Juju came through. Yeah,
I just want the thing is that
it
I
kind
just
of it kind of coincided with the discussion that Mike is talking about today with the
yes. I
the
just want
title of the stream.
the thing is that I just want Chuku to have more faith in the country. You understand me?
Mm.
Because what, for example, what happened in the UK few last month is it should be a eye opener for every black person living in diaspora that you may be here. These people don't see you as a real citizen. You understand me? They're just tolerating you. There's nothing like your own country. Look at what's also look at the South Africa. I don't blame them in any way. You understand me? They're just fighting for their country. So we need to also do the same thing by fighting for our whole country. Also, we need to see uh, Nigeria first before try. For example, all the war have gone back and forth with the South Africa. The people I'm fighting for really, I'm trying to defend sometimes. They are not people from my tribe. Most of our people from my tribe, they are not in South Africa. You understand me, Ja? Oh my, the people I'm
Yeah, we know,
yeah,
we
they
know,
are
we
not from
know who's doing
yeah.
it.
These are Nigeria. But as Mike spoke, I also see that Mike was what Mike was saying makes sense really. Sometimes it's like I'm unable to actually put myself in their shoe. You understand me? Sometimes that's why I always like to hear from other people also. Like even if the discussion might be difficult for me, but I will still hold my breath and listen because it's very good. It's for balance. I want to be able to balance my instead of just going one way, then I get lost in the bubble. So that was a good one. I kind of understand now when it comes to what why the South Africans are doing behaving like that. I get it now. Because let's be honest, if it is Nigeria, I believe I would react like that. Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think we should be angry and mad and all those things. However, the for example, I have gave assignment here. Some of these FBA, what they call it, talking head. I said we should check on which people, who are the people donating to them, because I believe some of these people are being sponsored because if you observe, this whole thing started when Black America started visiting Ghana and the rest and Africa. That's when this anti-Africa BS just kick off. Before it was not like that.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of want to agree with you. I saw it coming too. When those Yvette, it was this one foolish girl, like Yvette Cornell, and one
Yeah.
guy talks. They just started the whole campaign of, oh, they first use reparation. I knew where they were going with it, and
Even
then they started.
even is it Phil? Phil is the same one that is the owner of Africa
Yeah,
something.
that one,
That one is a coon. It's a
that
coon.
was a complete cool, a liar. Just you know, those one, that one is just one of those ghetto emotional Black American. They have superiority mentality. They,
Guess
they take those ones just they think they are superior to Africans.
yeah.
Typically, Black Americans that live in those, they are not exposed. They live in ghettos. The way you talk, I know you grew up in one ghetto. In fact, I know where you grew up. Sir. They don't interact with people, so in their brain, they believe whites are superior to them, and then other races are also superior to them. But then they are also now superior to other blacks. That's what they
No, but
believe. You know?
Mike, let's be honest. They don't be. Let me tell you what they are doing. We need to also realize this. These people are acting. They are performers because guess what? They need to generate view. They need to make money.
Oh yeah,
This
they
is
need to make money. Yeah, I know that. But at the
yes.
same time, they
So
also
they are just performing to their audience. So we need to put that into consideration when we are dealing with these people. Yeah, that's why my TV, into like
yeah, that
when
one
I
trying to
ask,
make views too, man.
yes, you just try to make money.
I realized that too at one point. Like, okay, this guy here looks like he's just trying to create his own too. You know?
Yeah, because I had a one-on-one with Kaizo, so okay. So ever since I don't bother, I don't go back and forth with him any longer. I just know, okay, okay, this is hustling, man. Yeah, the only people I feel sorry for is the people that just eat up whatever they say without observing that these people are just acting. They're just performing. So some
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the, some of the things they say, they don't really in real life. They don't believe in such thing. Yeah. For example, recently I came across Bill O'Reilly. I was shocked when Bill O'Reilly gave President Obama props. He said President Obama was like in this decade, President Obama was the best president in this for the past 20 years in America. I was like, man, when Obama was in power, he was working, he was always bashing Obama. I was like, man, I didn't expect this kind of word from this
That was
guy.
his job now. Yeah, it's like Rufus City now. You know, that's his job. You know, you honestly
Yeah,
think Rufus City really give a shit about the obedience.
yeah, I don't give a shit. He's just acting, he's
Well,
just
you will
performing.
act like he's 100% with them, and they are
Yeah,
picking. You know, so it's what he's paid to do. The owner of Arise, you know,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
that
yeah. They're just
obedient paid him to do that. So
yeah, 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 yeah. So all these things need to be we need to put all these things in consideration when we are dealing with all these people. Yeah. Like for example, on Arise TV, I mostly pay because I'm not gonna lie, I mostly pay attention to the economy. So I listen to Ruto, the other guy that focus on
no,
economy.
yeah, we went to school together.
Thank you. I listen to
We
him
went to
more.
university together. I know the guy.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. I got
Wow,
one
wow.
football. I got Rutos. He got live football.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Those have you play. He can't bro. He
Yeah,
can't play for shit.
I
Rutos
listen
can
to him
name.
more.
He can name it. That guy is obsessed with football, man. He know history of Super Eagle from. You can name all the players from 1980. Every single one of them. He
Yeah,
got Premier League. I got a fanatic football. That's what we are
wow,
doing for. And the way the guy will analyze football, talk about football. When we enter field like this, man. Rudos, he like to strike. Give Rudos one on one, no keeper, only goal, he go lose.
Oh, and guess what? He also know how to analyze the economy also. So
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah. That was a very smart guy, a very nice guy too, man. Rudos Odili.
yeah, it
We
seems
go
so.
university together.
And guess what? He always go back and forth with what's the name? Uh, the normal guy.
Rufai, Rufai.
Profile, yes. Profile will always want to argue economy with him. I will just be laughing. Come on,
Rudos go
allow.
roast. Rudos was a brilliant guy in school. Yeah, no book, man.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, the guy when it comes to economy, I listen to him most of the time. To give updates and all that. Because if you look, let's be honest, that's the most important thing. Every other thing is just talk and noise. So I rather pay attention to that instead of other, you know, people giving
Oh
their
shit! I
story.
thought I already brought my Brazilian. I didn't know. I thought I brought it in a long time ago.
Man of prestige. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, well,
Before I proceed, good evening, everybody. Mike,
Yeah,
what kind of wine you be drinking? Can you send me some, please? I'm in a hotel right now. I need some.
wine. We don't drink wine. Yeah, why?
You don't drink my milk.
Yeah, you can't afford the wine I drink.
That's, that's why I'm begging you to send me some. That's what I'm begging you. It's all good.
Just like you asked me a
Uh,
question about wine.
no,
yeah, because every time. Go
he
ahead.
responding to your profile picture.
Oh, the
Yeah,
one in the picture.
Yeah,
yeah.
Uh, I don't even think that was wine, sir. I can't remember what I was drinking that day, but it wasn't wine.
I
Yeah,
think
okay.
that's
That's not a wine glass.
no, that's liquor. Yeah, that's not wine. That's it must. I think
Yeah, it's not a wine glass, right? Like a liquor or whatever. I don't know what it is, but
no, that
anyway.
might be.
It
Yeah,
was
that
just,
might be.
it was just a joke for my introduction, okay, just to arise the situation. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad to be here. I was in a different platform. It went so rowdy. I have to leave.
Oh, is
Oh,
it
so
plow?
this is man of prestige, huh? This is
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Biden's son. Oh, nice to meet you, man. It's good to see you here, man.
hi Jay.
Is it a man of prestige? Is it a Nigeria platform?
No, it's Dr. Damage. I mean,
Oh,
why
okay.
do I have to
Oh,
do
The
that?
echo
So,
chamber. He went to the
I think
echo
he's double
chamber.
streaming right now.
well,
Yeah.
one man was there. He probably be listening. One man was there earlier, but
They
but
jumped
they
him.
but they chased him out. So he probably listening to me right now. So I wanted him to come in, but anyway, y'all can tell me what's going on. I'm glad to be here. Okay.
Yeah, we are just. I think we are just discussing different issues. It's still Nigeria, US, and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll
I
be right
just
back, man.
listen.
Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be back. You guys continue
Okay.
talking.
Okay.
Man of
Okay.
prestige.
Go ahead, Naja first. So I will go from there. And Jay.
Okay, who do you think, in your own opinion, who do you think is going to win the election?
He's going
Good
for
question.
Kamala. He's
Okay.
he's
Okay. I mean, everybody has their opinion, and there's something I noticed about the Nigerians.
Mm,
Okay, in the Nigerian space, not just here, not just on one man shows. I go to three. I be very transparent because I know I just say how I feel it. I go to two different platforms. I do appear on one man show. I do appear on Dr. Damage. Of course, you have to have your camera. I just came out from there, so I didn't even think about the camera. I
okay,
listen to Mayegu, okay, but I
yeah,
never. I think I've appeared on Mayegu once, but more than a year ago, 2 years ago. So I don't go there, but every now and then I listen to. Not that I do it because I subscribe to this whole ideology. I don't know
okay,
how he does it. He has a lot of good people working on his background that present the right data, that present a current event going on than any other platform. I'm not saying other platform don't do it, but he does it. He has the technology is good. So I listen to it and take my cue from there, whether I agree with him or whatever. I agree with him. Everybody share their own view, even this year and everybody. But anyway,
yeah,
having said that, we're talking about Nigerian space. That's why I made that narrative. There's something I noticed about Nigerian people here and abroad. Major, I don't know what percentage I claim to read, whether it's about 60-40 men or 70-30 men. More women support Democrat, and more men here support Republican, which is all good. That's what politics is. But I think I see where that narrative is coming from. It has to be a ideology that the Republican and evil party to Africa, they don't mean well for Africa. No, the Democrat are evil party, they don't mean well for Africa. Particularly Obama, who's supposed to have been the black president. It was supposed to be catered for black people here in America. I think Jay could tell me he's pretty much a black in America or whatever it means. But anyway, I'm supposed to look after Africans. But I thought that's a miss. Obama wasn't the president of Africa, and it's not the president of Black American. It's a president of
America.
America.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people do that. Like you owe them that you owe them right. It doesn't owe you right. And if you don't do anything for Africa, you don't need to get away from that mentality, African plantation you have been in, and do by your own and do your own thing. Forget about America. I'm not saying the world is global. You can everybody has to work to that. But it seems like we're still suffering from that plantation mentality, in my own opinion. But I don't want to give you to that. Let's stick on the election. So you asked me about what I think about the election. I will just be very clear. When I make my speak, I speak from progressive point of view. I'm a diehard Democrat, right? I will
Okay.
say it. I will say how I feel. That's a caveat on that. I'm sentiment in regard to that. But when I speak, I tend to balance. I tend to prove that when I say something, I'm going to bring the data to support what I say. I can't just be making up things, you know, to support my own political view or to support another political view. Because people have been saying that the reason why, particularly the men, the reason why they like Trump never ventured to anywhere. And it's because Democrat Biden that plunged us into this inflation that we have right now, and so on and so forth. But I say there's a lot of myths behind that because it's not just the inflation. No, it's not just the that caused the inflation. Pandemic was one of them. Then the war contributed to it was one of them too. So you can
Yeah.
question what kind of percentage you want. It's a different factor. And what people don't realize if you study economics, inflation come every decade or more. It goes around, it's a cycle thing. So in the recent year, has been the time because we haven't had inflation in almost about 10 years. It just happened to be this time Biden took over, the last 2 years or whatever. The inflation rate went up to 6%. But it's gradually coming down.
Yeah, it's
It's
two
about
percent. It's 2.5% now.
So
yeah,
so
two point
so
five
all right. So
percent.
proceed. So what you're essentially saying, right, is that the
Hold on. Go
inflation
ahead,
has
Jay.
nothing to do with Biden. It
Huh?
has nothing to do with the Biden administration. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, well,
Or under
not
the Biden
necessarily.
administration, the economy is performing better than
No,
Trump's
not
administration. That's what
necessarily
you're saying.
policy, but in a foreign policy wise, because he said, yeah, because it's supporting Ukraine. So you can say it's supporting Ukraine. That's why there's a war. But you need to see, you need to go back and pivot back. Why is he supporting Ukraine? And if he didn't support Ukraine, is that going to be a war? Because people have this tendency that if Trump has been in power, there wouldn't have been a war. No. If you look at it in the modern political history, right? Most of the presidents in American foreign policy, they have invaded other countries. Bush, going back, a long, long time ago. Obama did it in Libya. But Trump is the
Trump
only
didn't do it.
president. Well, that's what I'm calling. I'm going to give you
Okay.
the facts because
Okay.
I'm not here to favor myself or you. Trump is the only president. That has not invaded any foreign country, but he has had a military operation in a different country. You know, yeah, he did that in Kuwait, and he did that to one of the what was that country close to
Afghanistan. When he
no,
dropped the H
that's
when he dropped the
it's
H
close to
bomb.
Israel.
Iraq, Syria.
Syria, right? Try to take their prime minister out. So I'm
Yes,
not
yes.
saying that's equivalent to war, right? But this war that is going on right now, Trump can't stop it. Look at the debate. The first day he's going to wave his hand, the war's going to start. Can anybody unequivocally tell me that that's going to happen? Because there's no way, as much as he's close with Putin, Putin has a political to finance Ukraine. No, he's not going to listen to him. The only thing Trump can do is to stop supplying, because that's, he's the commander in chief. He can stop supplying weapon to Ukraine. And what's going to happen? Then Russia is gonna complete their ambition to annex Ukraine. And you know what that's going to, Ukraine is going to fall back. Russia eventually going to win. And the war may be worse. So Trump can just, easily come there and want his thing and stop it like that. And moreover, you should remember that Republicans are more hawk, the Congress are more war hawk than Democrats. But when it comes to going to another country to fight for a war, the president cannot just go by the unilateral. The Congress has to approve it, has to approve the funding. So they don't just push for the war. Most of like Bush war and everything, both Congress help the president, because they approve the money for it. So my point I'm trying to make is not just easy. We shouldn't take it. Let me complete. I don't want to prolong so people can interject. In reference to what is happening right now, I'm not the person here that's going to be so naive, political naive. I say the Democrat won the election. No, as of today, forget about what the poll said. Poll is just a snapshot. It's
Yeah, you are right.
50-50. It's 50-50. Forget about
I
Kamala
agree.
Harris leading by 1 point, 2 point, or Bush, was Trump leading by 1 or 2 points. It's a 50-50 tie. Anything can happen, but we still have a long way to go. I think about 50 days. Even I thought the bomb that Kamala has about 4 points. But that's unpopular vote. Is the battleground state, because right now we have 7 battleground states.
Yep.
So it's not free, it's not anything. But let me give you all a point. Before this election starts, Democrats started with advantage, 226 already, because of their blue state accumulation already in the bag. Republican 219. So they only need Wisconsin out of those 7. Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania.
Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the need, and that considered to be a blue wall.
Yeah.
They win the election by 1 point or whatever. So it doesn't really matter what Trump did with the other 4. But if they don't win Pennsylvania, they're in trouble, and Trump win about 2 or 3 of the other ones. So that, in a nutshell, it's a it- you know
It's a
it's a
tie.
draw right now.
Yeah.
Yes, anything can happen. So I'll let other people talk. Then we can continue from there. Thank you, everybody. I'm here.
Okay. Ja, go on. Ja, are you there? Okay, let me respond. Okay. I agree with you. It's a tie currently, and the way you analyze and break it down, I think that's the truth. Nobody can honestly say now that, oh, this person will be the winner. You cannot, because until the election day, then people will uh, then we will know who will be the winner. Maybe until after, maybe is it 10 o'clock in your location, then we'll start seeing results. Then before we can decide who is the next president. But for
Yeah,
now,
yeah. It's gonna be about 7 o'clock in my location.
okay, okay, you see.
Yeah.
So no one can decide now. Anyway, let's just watch. I can fire. You guys can come in, and then Adu, you can go ahead also.
Yeah, man of prestige. Okay. Man of prestige.
Mhm.
This is Abdul.
Thank you.
Always like your analysis of American politics, and I think why I like it is because to some extent you're always balanced and factual when you present your case. And when it comes to between Kamala and Trump, I would rather go for Harris because Kamala is very unstable. Trump is very unstable and very unpresidential. Uh, and most of the argument between both of them, I agree with it by and large. But what I don't understand or what I disagree with is your argument for the Ukraine war.
what does America have stand to gain for supporting Ukraine? And by the way, what America is trying to do in Ukraine by expanding NATO to Russia's border, America will not accept it as well. And America will go to war if any country tries to do that. So why are you trying to justify what
Can I answer
Ukraine
that?
is
Can I answer
trying
that
to do?
before you continue, so we can make it
Yeah,
balance?
yeah.
Okay. The question is that why America is trying to do that, and I will come here and I tell you that it's a selfishness among the world power like Russia, China, and USA. Their main focus is to influence the world, unless not necessarily take over the other country, but for other countries to be behind them. And this NATO has this foreign policy, an agreement this time, that because Ukraine used to be a former Soviet Union, colony, right? But NATO as a whole, which America is the leader. So let's not miss America is the one. If America say no, we're not going to do this, NATO is not going to abide by it. But if America say we're going to do this, maybe the NATO will prevail a little bit, but they're going to agree with what America. So America is the leader of this. But they have this foreign policy that they want to take away Russia power. This is NATO philosophy. They want to take Russia power as much as possible. It's a communist country in order to weaken them. So the so-called Western democracy can have a dominance all over the world. Which a democracy can be a miss, depending on how you look at it. But you made a very good point. Why, you ask that question, why are they supporting them? It's because of that foreign policy. They want to, bring NATO. They want to bring Ukraine, into, which is my own opinion. It's wrong. This is what is going on in China. America tried to meddle with Taiwan, which is who is originally part of China. Or do you expect China to come here and say they want to, they want to align with Canada? Do you think America will like that? No, America will not. Where? They rather go to world war for it to take, you want to take over Canada, even Mexico. No way. So that is a political war or sometimes Cold War going around. I support that, but not just American policy. So it has nothing to do with Biden. Yeah, it's Biden supporting because he's a and it might be on NATO. What NATO stands for. He believes in that ideology. But Trump does not believe in ideology. Trump is American first. So anything about NATO, he doesn't believe it. So that's my point on that. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Let me just say a few things about that. Hello, my people. Respect to everyone. Um, when it comes to these foreign policies, Africa, I think, is too caught up or wants to be too caught up because I know that the West is forceful, but I think that we Africans want to be in cahoots with the West too much. And what Africa is forgetting is that the duty of Africa is to make the black communities of the world inherit what Africa has. Now, and I think that making deals without thinking about if it gonna benefit the wider black community with in Africa and outside of Africa, and then how does the African man feel to know that he has forgotten his brothers and made the West so rich and powerful, and they even is continuing to get rich. That is our riches. That is riches that we in the West and in Africa should be inheriting. Now, when it comes to geopolitics, with the white world, we must understand that America is the baby, is the child of Europe. The reason why America and these colonies was produced is because they wanted places that they could pursue or practice their extreme um uncivilized behavior and their inhumane behaviors. because the West tried to maintain an image. As you know, image is everything. So the West tried to maintain an image at all times, even with their own people. So you never had slavery in Europe because they had laws against these things. You feel me? So what they did is export their wickedness. You feel me? So America is just carrying out what Europe wants. You feel me? Of course, America has its own interest, but it's not going to go against the interests of Western Europe. You feel me? And I think that Africa now needs to just mind its own business. Africa needs to gather hateful feelings. Africa needs to gather feelings of revenge. It makes no sense as a man that has women and children put away revenge from what people have done to your people and expect that your children's supposed to be proud of you and your wife's supposed to look at you as someone superior to her. You feel me? When all we do is bow to these colonizers that destroyed our people and is still destroying our people, putting diseases in our communities. And in Congo, they have our people full of pure bumps and all that stuff. And we are not hateful, and we are not saying revenge, revenge, revenge. So that means Africa should be in a queen of the eye, be with um 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 Russia and China, because you need to get away from these evil set of bastards. You feel me? That come with plastic smile. You feel me? That try to make you feel like they like you, but they don't. You feel me? They not supposed to be trodden through Africa freely. These people not supposed to get rich in Africa, around Africans. The African is permitting that. A lot of people, a lot of Africans don't understand all this lobby-dubby stuff. You are permitting them to get rich in your communities. They don't permit that. They don't permit it in Europe, and they don't permit it in America. Not one. I don't think one black
Wait.
man.
So you're saying that there's no black man that is rich in the West, in the America, and the UK?
Well,
You have
they
rich
are
people.
rich. Let me speak. They are rich and they are rich. You feel me? So which one of the rich you talking about? You talking about a corner store owner, or you talking about the little dude that owns a little TV station that only promotes white people? Let me tell you something. No white man owns a skyscraper. No black man owns a skyscraper. These things are off limits for black people. No black man owns a football team or a stadium. These things are off limits. Now let me tell you something, bro. Don't be tricking yourself and thinking that things are equal in the West. Black people has been in the West for as long as white people been in America. So they should be 14% rich, 14% rich, 14% own the economy. They should have owned the economy 14%. You feel me? They don't even own 1% of America's economy. Black people, 40 million. They don't own 1% of the economy. It may be 0.2% they own. You feel me? Now, a lot of people don't understand these things are strategic. You feel me? Africa. Without China, you wouldn't have certain things in right now, because dealing with the West, they keep you poor. They make sure your communities are not joined together. They make sure you are not speaking. They make sure they're friends with your enemies. The West is just there to make sure Africa is poor, and we need to make sure these people are not around us. We need to stop these people from being around us. You feel me? Business, but hands off business. Like, we need, listen, man. We need to be enemies. Just stop with this friendly thing. We need to declare who is. That's why I say, even with America and this politics thing, I want Donald Trump to win, because I need to know my enemies. I prefer the men that show me, yo, we enemies, go over there, or I stay over there, or you go over there and I stay over here. Instead of some people hugging me with a knife in my back. So that's why I don't like the Democrats, because they want all African men to be faggots. You don't understand. The Democrats
Okay,
want
I want
all
to say
African
something.
men. They want
Let,
all African men to be homosexuals, and they are
let me
silently doing it.
let me respond.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There is this mentality by mostly people from your country, let's say the Caribbean. You guys always think that we in Africa are just stupid. We don't know what's going on. We are just dumb. We like you are here to teach us something that we don't already know. Come on, you think we don't know these people are our enemy?
No, no, I'm just
See,
talking as
see,
brothers,
see,
though. I'm
see,
not really dictating to you.
let me be
You feel
honest.
me?
The greatest coon are the you guys that live in the diaspora. You guys coon more than even the white people. You understand me? You guys
But
are in
but
the
hold
yeah,
on, but
yeah, go
we
ahead.
have a right to. Hold on, but we have a right to.
Man, that's bullshit.
We
That's
have
bullshit. That's
let
bullshit.
me speak. Let me just give you a speech. Let me give
Nah,
you a
not
No,
what
no,
you
speech.
not you. UFC said some bullshit. That was bullshit, man. Come on
no,
now.
no,
Oh yeah. Okay.
no. See,
Hold on. I'm
How
gonna
how
give him a.
how
I'm
would we the
no,
diaspora
Ja,
wait.
this is
the
not
biggest
about
coons? What
no,
are you
no.
talking
See,
about?
Hold on.
hold on.
Hold on, Ja.
Ja,
Hold on,
Ja,
Ja.
you
I'm
guys are
gonna
Black
put him in his
Americans.
place.
Including
Hold on,
us.
Ja.
See, there are
I'm gonna
Nigerians.
put UFC.
Hold on.
UFC.
Let me land.
I'm gonna
Hold on,
put
let me
no, no, no,
You know
UFC.
where
hold
Hold
Pan
on.
on.
Let
Africanism
There
me.
are
started?
Nigerians.
By
No,
the way, you
Hold
know
you.
on.
where Pan
There are
Africanism
No,
Nigerians
started?
you
It
who
started in
cut
the
respect
me.
us.
West.
No, they
Come on
cut
now.
me.
There
Let
are
me speak.
Nigerians
Let me
who
speak.
yes, they
Let
are
me
cool
speak. They cut
also.
me. I wanna
So
answer you, UFC.
yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
answer you, UFC. Just hold on. Just hold on, man. I know your ego is overwhelming you, but you throwing back a stone at the Caribbean, I think those boyish attitudes is what is conquering you, because y'all act like children, like nobody can. But what I'm
Speak for
saying is,
yourself.
we have.
Speak for
Hold
yourself.
on. We.
Speak
I
for
want.
yourself.
Hold on. Let me
UFC
finish.
allow
Before
Hold
you
on.
your
Let me
icon
conquer
to
finish.
the
finish.
mentality,
UFC.
you
Come on
already
now.
Yeah.
conquered.
Let me
I don't
finish. Let
I
me
don't think
finish.
the way
Let
you
me
think.
finish. Let
You
me
understand
finish.
me?
How
Let me
listen?
finish.
How was
You
the
that
Caribbeans
conquered.
conquered? What are you talking about?
Hold
UFC.
on.
Come
Hold
on
on.
now.
Let me finish.
How
Let
No,
me
did
no,
how
no,
did
finish.
black
no,
people
Ja.
get
Let
No,
into
me
the
no, no,
finish.
Caribbeans in the
Ja.
first place? Come on
Hold on,
now.
No,
man.
no,
Let me
no,
finish.
Ja.
Hold on, man. I don't want you to mess it up. But we in the Caribbean and in the Americas, we are POWs. We are prisoners of war. We have a
I
right
get
to
it.
coon. We have to bow to the structure in
Okay.
order to survive. Just stop talking, man. Be a man. So we have to bow to the system to survive. You feel me? So where you got it wrong as Africa is you acting like a boy like us. That's where you got it messed up, because you have nobody enslaving you. You have nobody going over your back with a whip, and still you acting like a bitch. Now that is how we blame Africa, because
Talk that
you
shit.
as Africans, you as Africans, not to make no white boy walk around in Africa all safe after what he done to your people. You're not supposed to be all cheese with no goddamn white people. Western Europe, you need to target all of them. Anyone who make your people speak their language, you need to target all of them. All of those people is your enemy. Anyone
Lang-
any country, all the countries that speak European language, you need to target those European languages you need to target the origin of those languages, because you need to know that is what makes that is the what stipulates who your enemy really is. And if you don't do that, then you're just acting like a on in your own, and you say you have autonomy and you need to. I mean, I'm just saying, man, you can't
But,
be Africa
but
and
language
have
have
these
nothing.
people
But
walking all
language have
over
nothing to
us.
do with
We
Africa
need to
problem.
stop make
All
these
right, allow
people
UFC to
walk
respond.
all over us.
Icon. Allow UFC to respond.
Language have
Yeah.
nothing to do with Africa
It's
problem.
no language is a
English
form
is
of
not a
colonization
problem.
in a way. I would say.
No, no, English is not
Continue.
Africa problem. So I don't get what you are saying.
I am
Okay,
not
okay, okay.
blaming the land.
No, no,
Get what I'm
fair,
saying. Get
fair.
no. Get what I'm
Okay,
saying. I
fair.
am not blaming. Hold on. Guess what I'm saying. I'm not
Fair. Hold on,
blaming
let
the
me
language.
finish. I allow
No.
you to
Get what
speak.
I'm saying.
Calm
I'm not
down.
blaming the language. I'm blaming the people that introduced the language to you. I'm trying to tell you
It
that
doesn't have
those
anything
people
to do with what is
need
going
to be
on. It
targeted
has nothing
because
to do. You understand
if
me?
you
What's
want
going
to
on?
know, a lot of you confuse as to who your enemy is. Your enemy
We are not.
Nigeria,
Oh, you
your
are the one who
enemy
is confused. You are the one who is
your
confused. I
enemy
am not.
your enemy Nigeria is all the English speaking countries in Europe and
Oh,
America. So that's
what does that have?
England and America. That's your specific enemy, you stupid guy.
You are the one who is stupid. You think I don't know? You see, this is the thing about you. You
Let's be
just get your
respectful.
emotion.
Can
You
I
get
come
you
in?
get your
Can I
emotion
come
and you
in?
go
I
to
can't be
comment.
respectful,
You
man.
think you know something.
Can
You
I
don't
come
know
in?
Because
anything.
he's wild. He's wild, and he's trying to act
Allow
like
me to
we
speak. Don't
we
don't
are
don't. Allow
discriminating.
other
He's
people
trying
to
to act
speak.
like
You just
we
talk,
are
talk, 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 talk.
discriminating on African. All you come here to do is cuss. We not discriminating on no African. Of course, we trying to address
He can
our
say whatever
brothers
he
in
wants.
a
See, no, no, no.
in a no
Allow
nonsense.
him to say
We're
whatever
trying
he
to
wants.
address our brothers in a no nonsense way.
Allow him to
Everybody
say
wants
whatever he
a
wants.
comedy. Everybody wants a comedian. I ain't here to make no goddamn jokes to you, UFC. And get that stupid
Me,
name off, man. That's football. What does it mean? What does UFC mean?
what does
You
that
need to know
campfire
that
mean? Don't ask me any
I
stupid
know your
question.
men.
Focus on the
Judging
message
off
and
your judging off what you name
focus on
yourself,
the
I
message.
know.
Come on.
Judging off what you name yourself, I know your mentality.
Okay, you want me
Judging
to?
off what
You. I am more smarter than you. This is social media. You think I will put my own details there? You think I will put
But
my
what about
personal?
another name?
Hold on. I will put my
What
personal
about the
details on
king?
the platform. Are you
What
mad?
about the hold on?
You think I'm that
What about
stupid?
the king? What about the king of Africa? You could put that name.
It doesn't mean
We'll
anything.
accept it.
I already know that in my
Africa
mind.
first.
I don't need to tell you I'm a king of Africa. No, that's something I need to retain in my mind. It doesn't. I don't need to project it to you. You understand me? Rich people don't project themselves as being rich. You know that they are rich. You feel them everywhere
You
you
don't
go.
have to UFC. You don't have to be like this. This is what is causing all the war because it's like, are you Boko Haram or something, bro? Because you're very intolerant.
Yeah. Okay, look. What does Boko Haram have to
Yes.
do with this conversation? You are just
You are very
creating
intolerant.
and
It's your
anything.
intolerance. It's your
This guy,
intolerance.
I gave you time to
So what
speak.
is UFC intolerant of? What are you saying?
Thank
Because
you. I gave you
he's
time
not.
to speak. So what are you
Listen,
saying here?
Icon. I talk to UFC every day, bro. He's not. He's very reasonable. And we
He's
talk about many
always
discussions,
hold
and
on.
he's
He's
very
hold on.
fair.
He's against me for one reason. Trying to influence African to be Pan
So
Africanist
you are not
and
going to
to
influence
work.
us. You have no power to influence anybody here. All you do is talk.
I'm I'm
You
doing what
say
I
your
can.
opinion.
At least I'm not trying to be a bitch. I'm doing what I can.
You are not doing anything because all you just do is talk. It doesn't see. Let me tell you something.
Who
As
are
a
you to
man,
judge?
see.
Who are you to
um,
judge?
Hold on. Let me explain to
Nigeria
you.
first. Nigeria first. Can I
No,
come
let
in
me
real
explain.
quick?
Hold on. Let me tell him one thing. For example, I don't have a mentor. I'm a mentor of myself. I grew up know that I need to fend and be better and do for myself. That's
So you
that's the
perfect.
that's the policy I follow. I don't have anybody. I'm not a
I can fire.
someone that watches people.
Nigeria vote.
I'm a mentor of
Let's see
myself. I
what
mentor myself by
I
myself.
can fire. What do you think about Buju Banton and what he said to the to the Africans? It looks like you sound a lot like him. You know.
Yeah,
I
Thank
mean,
you.
Buju was right.
okay.
Come
If
here
you
and
ask
teach
me.
us as if we don't know what is going on. You people are
He's right. All right. Butcher Banton
Mike
is
Buju
right.
Banton was right. If you ask
He-
me.
Hold on. Let me speak.
He
Let,
was
let me
not.
say something now.
He was a criminal arrested in the US and locked up in jail.
Let
So
me
he
say
can't
something.
come
Let me
here and
say
be telling
something.
us what we don't
That
Let
already
me
that's
say
know.
come on.
something.
That's hearsay, man. Come on now.
All
That's
right.
not
Let me
yes,
say
he went
something.
to jail. Come on,
there
He
tell
was
them
is.
evidence
now.
planted against him. You know, there's a lot of
No,
injustice
Ja,
behind that
Ja.
one. Come on
He
now.
went to
Yeah.
jail. He served his jail
Yeah, but
time.
a
So
lot of
he
people go
should
to
not be
jail.
telling us anything.
Well,
A lot of people,
Ja,
a
you
lot
want
of
to prove
innocent
that he's
people go to
innocent.
jail, though. Come on
You
now.
don't do this. I didn't do.
Come
Black
on,
man
man.
didn't do.
Let's go, man. All right, Mike. Let me
Mike,
say this,
Mike,
right?
My
he
this
is
I can
No, no,
I
no.
our,
I don't.
Icon, address what Mike asked you. The question that he asked you. Address that one about what Buju said about
yeah.
Africa, as far as like
He
how they don't produce liberated music like how Jamaica do, in,
yeah.
with reggae
All right.
music. You know.
All right. He was a little bit rough, but he was right. What I don't like about our African people, they love colonization. They love
Hold on, hold
debauchery.
on.
Like
Are you answering Buju's question? I think you already answered Buju's question. But
yes,
yeah, I'm sorry.
yes, because
Most of the Afrobeat artists actually they sing about the problems, and those ones don't
now
sell. Hold on. No,
Mike,
no.
hold on,
Let me.
Mike.
Would you answer the question? But I'll let you continue with whatever else you want to say. It's just a question I asked you.
Let me say this
But you will
this
say it, man. Calm down, calm down. You will say it. I
yeah.
just want to. That's the reason why I asked you that question. I just want to throw something there. Now,
Okay,
yeah,
yes, he's right.
most of the we have African channel. Most of the local ones that don't go far. That's what they sing about. The problems of Africa, the problem of Nigeria, all those things.
The local ones, right?
Yeah, even they that Afrobeat artists just like, but they don't go far because that's not the music the world wants to buy from them. Like most of these new artists they sell in Europe, they sell in America. The world is not interested in that. So the ones
They
that the
want
world
party
is buying
music. They
their
want party
music is the
music.
one that Buju Banton is exposed to. So he decided to just make a judgment based on just what they feel is what he sees. And I'm surprised as a student of Bob Marley. Bob Marley always advised, don't lean on your own misunderstanding. Bob Marley always say that. So he said a fool is one that leans on his own misunderstanding, but Buju is leaning on his own misunderstanding. And I noticed that with Icon too. Like he just think he understands what's in ground in Africa based on just what he
But I ain't
sees.
even saying nothing
No,
yet.
no, that
You
I don't
know,
think that's it, Mike. Mike, I think
no,
with Icon, I think with Icon, right? I think the problem that he makes is that, or the mistake that he makes is that he assumes that a lot of Africans have this Pan Africanist consciousness that a lot of us in the West, or especially in Jamaica, right, grew up. You know, this is with us when we grow up. You know what I mean? Like black
that's not
nationalist
true.
mindset,
That's not true.
Pan
Majority of
Africanist
population,
values, and
hold
things
on.
of
The
that nature.
conscious, so-called conscious people,
Man,
only
a
few
lot of
percentage
Africans
of
don't have that Pan
bro.
Africanist
You can't
mindset,
say
Mike. You
that,
know
bro.
that.
A lot of Black Americans they don't have it. You can tell me most Black Americans have some conscious.
Now in this day and age, in this
Even
modern
back
time, I would say
then,
yes, you're right.
hold
But
on, most of
originally,
population
yeah.
never. Hold on.
Come on
Most
now.
of population of every society don't have all these so-called movement, Pan African, all these conscious. They don't. Most people are just normal people. It's only few people that usually have it in them, like doing the whole visionary thing. You
I,
understand? So now
yeah,
we
I
go by.
agree. I agree.
Hold
But I
on.
would say us in the diaspora
But let me
have it
lie.
more
Hold on.
than
What people
Africans.
do is they judge based on the percentage of people they see in the media. So if you see more Jamaican in the media, oh, it's only Jamaicans doing it, or the Africans do it. But people are judging based on what the people they are exposed to. But no one knows who has more of who's doing what. But the fact that we know is majority of
I
people
wish
in
y'all could.
society are not waking up every day thinking about these things or being
But
conscious.
Mike,
They just want to
Mike,
make money,
Let me
survive,
say
Mike,
something.
and feed their family.
Mike, what are you guys talking about? Because are we having problem of colonization right now? Is that our
Yes,
problem in Africa? How is
And
yes.
colonization your problem in Africa? What
thank you,
the,
Abdul. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The
All right.
African leaders are our problem, not any
Can I
colonizer.
answer?
I don't know why you
Can
guys
I answer
are
that?
stuck in the past.
Yeah, but
Can I answer
Yeah,
that?
go
You don't think
ahead.
that after a lot of the African leaders are bending the knee to the West and to a lot of these
Hold on,
colonial
Ja.
powers,
Hold
and
on,
you don't
Ja.
believe that
You're
there's
not
an economic,
answering correctly.
colonial economic
But they
change
have
that is
no
still being.
choice, man. They
Ja,
need what they need.
Ja. You're not answering correctly. Just let me answer this guy. This guy with the A.
Go in, Icon. Go ahead.
No, no. Oh, hold on.
And just don't
Yeah.
insult him though,
You
please.
see
I
me,
mean,
Abdul.
insult him.
Abdul, just hold on. Just hold on. Let me just say something for a minute. Y'all need to really understand what colonialism is. Colonialism is not just a word. It is a functioning behavior. It's a behavior. It's not just a word. It's a behavior. It's a teaching. It's a persistent teaching, dude. As long as you go to school and church, you are a colonized individual. You need to know that. So
Excuse
when
me.
you
How
say the
does
government,
can you
let me
hold on?
explain further.
Let's
Hold on. Let
okay.
me explain further a
I
little
can
Yeah,
bit.
I,
I'm
Let me
trying to
explain.
help you. I'm trying
I
to
can
help you
No,
explain
no, hold
something.
on.
let's
Hold
not
on.
No,
make
I'm
everybody
trying.
interject. We
No,
don't want
I'm
one
trying
person
to
to go
help
too long.
you. No, I'm trying to help
Hold on.
you.
Hold on,
Wait, man.
please.
Can I? Every time,
Icon,
Allow
every
Icon
time
to
I'm
help you.
talking,
Allow
no,
Icon to help
every
you.
time I'm talking,
He's
somebody cut
he's
me out.
he's
No,
the
let
one
me
that
talk.
needs
Let
help.
me
No,
finish.
you
I'm
need
not
help,
finished,
not
dude.
me. Hold
Icon, can you
on.
hold on,
I
please? Okay,
trying to
hold
understand
on,
what
hold
you're
on, hold on.
saying.
Yeah, but you guys are not allowing Icon to land his plane. He's trying to
Yeah, if
help
you
you.
just be
Hold on.
quiet.
Okay,
Prestige, he's
guys,
trying to
can you
help you.
hold on?
Just
Can I
allow him.
moderate, please? Can I moderate? Can you guys hold on, please? Okay, now when you guys are having conversation, if somebody maybe is trying to talk and he asks a question, just answer his question. Once you answer his question, if you have something else to add to his question to further on, wait, let him. You already answered his question. Let him talk, and then whatever you need to add after that, wait. Because what happens sometimes is someone that has the floor will ask a question, and the person that's answering the question will take 5 minutes to just to you already answered the question, but he begin to talk about other things, giving further explanation and taking forever. So the person that asks you a question will lose his train of thoughts. So I can, when they ask you a simple question, are we still in during colonization, whatever, and you give an answer. You don't need to further go beyond. Let him now explain why he asked you the question, and then you cannot add to whatever you need to, to add to your answer. So that way we have
So,
people, we have more
Abdul, what
interaction.
are you saying? What are you saying, Abdul? Because I wasn't finished.
Okay, so let him say,
Yeah,
let it
I'm not.
let Abdul speak, and then when Abdul's done, you come back. Okay, well, go ahead, Abdul.
Thank you, Mike. I can fire. I just want the whole thing to be conversational, and I want to understand what you're saying instead of you just talking on and on and on. And at the end, I will not still get what you're saying. So, in the process, you said that anyone that goes to school is is a victim of colonization. I just want you to expand on that. How does going to school has to do with being colonized?
Oh, thank you, Abdul. All right, all right. There are two sets of colonization in Africa. I'll only speak of the Christian world, the Southern Africa. All people that goes to school and church and grows up to be 18 are colonized individuals. The reason I said that is because in the invasion of Africa, it started with the missionaries first. The missionaries, their claim was that the savages need to be um educated and formulate righteousness. You feel me? So what they do is start implementing churches and start implementing schools. But if you read the Leopold letter or a lot of other colonizers' statements, they say that the African already knows God. The African is already righteous. The African knows that he's not supposed to go with his friend's wife. The African knows all of these things already. But you need to make the African know that, think that he is a savage and destroy the strongest of them and make their children argue with their parents, oppose their tradition when they get older. Focus on the woman. So what I'm trying to say to you is all of Africa has been colonized, and that's the way colonization worked. Not just the word; it is the schooling and the church. That's what formulated colonization. The people in the bushes with their titties out are not colonized people. Those are
Facts.
original Africans. You feel
Facts.
me?
Okay,
But
okay, hold
Self
but
on.
but
Let's
sufficient.
not
stick to this.
but
Let's
hold on,
stick to the
not just
school.
hold on.
Hold on.
They are not just the
So
original because you have the
I can
original
you
that used to
can you
use
like
weird
okay
clothes. Go.
okay
Okay,
I
okay.
can like hold on, but I do your responding. I just want to kind of man. I can when you give a response, is there way you can condense it so you don't go so long, make it which you make a fantastic response. I agree with you 100%.
Well,
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, like so that way you two can have conversation. Okay, go ahead, Abdul. Yeah.
Okay, I feel like you're making a fallacy of generalization because the fact that the colonizers, when they came to Africa, they used the school system to further their goals. That we know as a matter of fact. But for you to say going to school today is still helping the colonizer to achieve their aims and objectives in Africa is what you have not given me any example to support that position.
Okay, Icon. You want to respond?
Oh, sorry. Can I ask you a question?
Go, sure,
Abdul,
sure.
the little girls in your country or neighborhood, like 5, 6, 7, 13, go up in school. Do they cut their hair?
No,
Where are you from?
Nigeria.
Oh, they don't. So they don't cut their hair bald.
No, why would they do that?
It
Because
happens
you
in
see it
Ghana.
some, yes, you see
It
it in
happens
several
in Ghana.
African
It happens
societies.
all over Africa.
And that's what we're saying. You see something on the
So,
internet about one
so,
place in
so,
Africa, you
no,
assume
so, yeah, but
it's
it
the whole
depends on the
place.
area. Yeah, Mike, calm down. It depends on the area. I understand, because this guy
So,
may be from northern Nigeria or something. You feel me?
yeah.
But most of the time, in the colonized areas, because the northern Nigeria is colonized two
They're from the
times.
Islamic
All,
world.
all, yeah, they are colonized two times. You feel me? All of black northern Africa has been colonized two times. Southern Africa has been colonized one time. You feel me?
Okay, hold,
So
hold on, hold on. You're talking about little girls cutting their hair or something like that. What does that has to do with school? Going to school is not to go and learn how to cut your hair. I still don't get the point you're trying to put further.
oh, it's remnants. I'm trying to show you recognition of remnants of colonization of
Okay,
of,
then you should be
of
more specific because when you start talking about going to school means you're
yeah, my bad.
colonized. You know we have low level of literacy in Africa, and when you start making statement like that, it's like you're discouraging people from going to school.
Oh,
Probably that's not your
listen,
intention, but that's how it
okay.
sounds.
It's not my intention, but school is good. But what they do in school is they train you to be workers. They don't train you to be the owners of Africa. That's what's going on in school. They train you to give away your country. Okay, those people who are the politicians, those people went to school. So what I'm trying to tell you is the people is the government and the government is the people. Right now, if you get rid of a lot of these government leaders and install any random citizen of your country, he do the same thing. You know why?
Do the same what?
He'll do the same thing that the present government is doing.
What's the present government doing?
Oh, licking out European anywhere on the Europeans. That's what they do. Anywhere
Give
on
an
the
example,
Europeans.
please. Can
Icon,
you
why
give
you
an
For
can
example?
you
for
yeah, can you
60
give us
years
like
they have been for six okay most African countries are 10% governments. In what I mean is all of their mining deals that they made, they get 10% and the international white people get 90%, all of them.
how do you know this? Where
And
did you get this number? Where did you get this fact from?
Good question.
okay, ghana ghana is one of the evidence, and also um okay, Nigeria was that too. Before the military took over, Nigeria was getting 10% of their oil exports. You feel me? And then the government, and then the I don't know if it's Abacha, but when they took over, they had made a deal, and they start getting 50%. I think it's 50%, or but it's the military government that caused Nigeria to own their oil right now.
But where did you get these facts from, though? That's what we stay asking.
Ex- I- yeah.
You're
It's
giving us
Niger. It's
information.
it's Ghana.
We want to go
It's
verify
Ghana.
what you're telling
Go.
us. Where can we
It's
verify what you're
Ghana.
telling us?
It's Ghana. Go Google any gold deal in Ghana, and you'll see that they are
But you
getting
no no
ten
you
percent
just
of
talk us to us about
mining right.
Nigerian. Hold on now. You're not you know what you just told us is about Nigerian oil and percentage and things, and we're
And I'm
asking you
telling
where
you
did you.
about Ghana.
But now I'm asking where do you want me to go get these facts of what you're telling me about this Nigerian thing? But now you're responding by telling me about Ghana. I'm not from Ghana, so I can't be. Ghanaians got to come in and
Well,
correct whether it's
well,
right or wrong.
well, well, boss. I just made an accusation on your country. So go figure it out, and when you come back, you tell me if I'm lying or not. So leave
It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it does.
You
Yes, it
cannot.
does.
It does. It does. How can you say yes? It does.
Okay, so
You,
so
you,
you don't.
you,
So why are you arguing with me? I know what I'm
you.
saying.
I'm
Your
not arguing with
government
you. We're
in the
asking you
19
questions.
when
We're
your
telling you.
Where
government
from there, man? But how can you know more than us that's from
This
there?
guy.
when Nigeria found oil, they were a colony. You were still a colony governed by the by Britain.
No, no.
That's what.
Actually, the oils were discovered in the 60s.
Yes.
Okay, my bad.
And
My bad. My bad. You win.
you can't make a claim and then ask the other person to go and provide evidence for your claim. It doesn't work like that. It's the person who makes the claim that will also back his claim up with the evidence.
Well, you all basing arguments on semantics. Eventually, you will see what I'm saying. So I'm not
It,
gonna argue with you about that.
this
Move
is
on.
this is not semantics.
Mhm.
This is just common logic in
Go
philosophy. You
and get
cannot.
evidence about your continent. Find out mining deals.
I
I
can't
have
go and
done
be.
it.
I cannot go and be
It's
getting
pure
your
ten. It's
your
pure
claims.
ten. Do you know they
You're
are
not provide.
hiding?
You're just providing. That's the problem. You're not listening. You're just making claims. You've not provided
Your
any
country.
evidence so far.
You know what?
So
You
don't
know what?
tell me to go and get evidence
You
about
know
my
what? You
country.
know what?
I don't know my
You know what?
country.
Oh
You
my
are
gosh!
providing a counter
Why are you,
narrative. You
boss?
should
You can.
provide back up
All you
whatever
doing
claim
is
you're making.
arguing like a girl.
Hey,
For me,
brother
It
You don't
doesn't.
Icon.
there's no
even
need to
It
let
resort.
nobody
it
else
See,
doesn't.
speak.
that's the problem. I can. There's no need to resort to
It
this stuff.
doesn't.
Just
Look,
debate.
It,
But
can
this
I?
guy is
Hey, brother
the
Icon, can
guy
I
is
answer the question
badgering
for
me.
him?
hold
Can I
on,
see if I can make it
Just
clear
debate.
for him?
That's all we're
no,
asking.
no,
But
no,
That's
no.
just
he's
debating.
badgering me. He's badgering me. He's badgering me.
Yes, you
Hey,
cannot
Icon.
come
That's
to a
just debating
public
now, man.
space and make
Look,
claims, and you think people will just keep quiet and look at you. What do you
Okay,
mean I'm
let
badgering
me
you?
see
all
if I
right.
can.
You-
Let's see if I can
Nigeria
make it
have
clear for him.
Hold on. Nigeria have Californium. Should I show you proof? Should I get proof of that? Because I'm not gonna get proof of that. Go find out yourself.
This guy,
Let me take a crack at that,
a waste of
Icon.
time talking
Hey,
to you,
hey,
man.
brother A, we talking about. See, the thing is, there's some things that kind of cross intersect that we all went through, right? Like, when you compare colonization to, with black folks, a lot of black folks went through slavery in the West, right? But if we look at slavery, we compare our slavery to the colonization and the different things that happened to us mentally. I think Icon is talking more on the mental side of things, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I give you an example, right? When he's talking about school, you have those things that's universal, right? We're not talking about the math, right? 'Cause that's universal, right? But let's say, for instance, history. Let me give you my point of view as far as when I went to school dealing with history, and we'll
Where did
use
you
the
go to school? In
concept
Africa or in America?
in America. So, but I'm saying these things
We're
might.
talking about Africa. But
But
go
I'm
ahead.
saying these things might also
Stop
happen in Africa.
interrupting the man.
You see what I'm saying,
Shut up.
Mike?
I'm saying these things probably can
I can't. Let
probably
me just talk
cross
with
as
you,
far
big.
as experiences. These things that we went through in school, that we went through in America and in the Caribbean, you might
Oh, sorry,
also
Mike.
went through. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm
You
trying to
said Mike.
explain. You,
You said
I said
Mike.
you might have also went through it,
Okay.
and you see what I'm saying. So
So it looks like you
I
guys are
don't.
projecting your own,
No,
situation
I
on.
said it might. That's why I said that's. I'm just saying it might have. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to project my own, but I think some of the things when we're talking about, like in the history books, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know, because I have went to school and learned went through history class. I'm talking about from one through eighth grade or
Mike, be careful of what you say. You're gonna have to give him the email number, and you're gonna have to give him the Google address and all that.
so here it is, Mike. So in history, right? With me personally in history, especially like one through eighth grade, I learned as a kid. When you learn as a black kid, when you learn more about pretty much European history and a lot of the accomplishments of other races than your own, sometimes that has a mental effect, a negative mental effect on the kid. Especially, let's say a kid in the eighth grade is wondering,
I get what you're saying, Big Black. I get what you're saying. So basically,
so
what you're saying is that hold
mhm.
on. Basically, what you're saying is the curriculum that they teach you guys, the people educating you are white people, right? So they do a lot of miseducation on you,
N-
right?
Not
That's
necessarily
what you're
white people.
saying.
It could be black people teaching out
But
those
it's the
same books.
Okay.
curriculum. It's the curriculum I think he's
Hold
talking
on.
about.
I get what you're saying. Maybe the teacher may be black, but the person that the information is coming from directly is the white people, right?
Right, right. It's
Okay.
European based, so
Okay, European
that
base.
might
But
give
okay,
that. Uh huh.
but then now you're saying like maybe in Africa it's also the same case where some
Yeah,
European curriculum and stuff like that. But hold on. But what you guys
Yeah,
also need
Mike,
to understand.
it's true.
Okay, yes, I get it. I
Get
can we're
come
not
closer
fighting.
to the
I don't
come
know why
closer to the
you
mic, Mike. Come closer
yeah.
to the mic.
Okay, let me hold on. Okay, can you
And
guys hear me better
Mike,
now?
real
Can
quick,
you hear me better?
you
Can you
also
hear me
said that
better now?
before. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can hear
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
But Mike, you
so
also said it before. You said that the teachers teach, the kids
yeah, I
that we were
get it, and
conquered
I'm
and stuff like
going
that.
there. I'm going there.
Yeah. Okay.
So the issue we're having here is mainly curriculum issue, right? So now, what you guys need to understand about the difference between the diaspora, you guys there in America and in Africa, is that your information is solely coming from the white people. Yeah, in Africa, there are some information that's coming from white people. Also, Africans also have their own knowledge that they're teaching their people. So we get information from two sides, from our own African and also from the white. So we got two information. Now it's up to an
Lies.
African. It's up to an African to decide what and what he has to accept. So you guys
That's
are
a lie,
project, but
Mike.
hold on, but the way an African is hearing you guys when you talk is as if we Africans just empty-minded. We wait on white people to come teach us everything, and they're the only one just giving us anything we know, giving us everything we have to know. They're over there telling us what to do, giving us like we just, and that's why an African always look at you guys like, what are you talking about?
But
We are
Mike, I
living.
wanna
This is not
I
United
wanna
States where
say,
it's the white, is the white people have the
I can
monopoly of
understand
the.
that, Mike.
Hold
I
on,
can
Mike, you
be
know
understand
how
black,
that.
be
I
black.
know you're
Hold on. In the
Mike.
US, yeah,
You
yeah, the
know
white
how I
people have the
know you're
monopoly of
wrong.
what you have to learn. But in Africa, it's not
You
the
know how
case.
you
The
know
white
how
people
I
don't
know
have the
you're
monopoly
wrong,
of what
Mike.
we have to consume in Africa. We also consume from
Mike,
ourselves.
you are wrong, and you're a hypocrite. You guess how I know you're a hypocrite, right?
Don't
Wait a minute.
insult
Now,
me,
Now,
man.
let's call him
You
wrong,
don't you
because
don't need to
it's
start
not.
insulting
Wait,
me, Icon
hold
Mike.
on, Icon.
I'm
We
not.
have to set
No,
the rules. You're
Icon,
making accusation,
Icon.
so
He's
I'm not
actually,
being
he's actually.
rude.
No, Icon.
That's it.
Listen to me.
That is
Listen to me. Listen to what he said, which I can understand. He's basically saying that in schools, right? They did get those white, what I'm saying, those European based, what I'm saying, history books, but at the same time, when they went home, they got taught their history. You know what I mean? So he said there
Biggs.
was
I
two
know what you're
teaching.
talking about. Just hold on, man. Just hold on. I know what you're talking about. But what I'm trying to say to Mike, you feel me? What I'm trying to say to Mike. This is what I'm trying to say to you, Mike. You feel me? Changing a curriculum in a nation is a big deal. There is no way Nigeria can change the curriculum of their nation and the international world don't know. You feel me? No way. So what I'm trying to say, nor Ghana, nor none of them. So what I'm trying to say to you now, Mike, is that all of you, are operating under a Western colonized educational curriculum. You feel me?
And
And you and only the Islam world is operating under a Arabic curriculum,
Islamic
whatever that is. You
Okay,
feel
let
me?
me.
which
But
is not even
So
but
education, it's mostly
so what I'm trying to
I can
so
not
so
education.
wait, let me complete
we
it.
get
Let
your
me
point, man.
complete it with a few.
Okay,
Let me
be quick.
complete it
Yeah.
with a few more sentences. The reason why I'm saying this is because there are 200 million of you, and you need to ask why is your communities in Nigeria is so confused and very misguided and all that, and people can do you things, and people are not righteous, and people are not behaving correctly, and you need to know that it's the education system
Okay,
and the
fine. Okay.
churches that's doing that.
Okay, I get your point. Icon, have you been to Nigeria?
No,
Okay, so you never been to Nigeria. So now you
but
want
it's not
somebody. Hold
perfect.
on, hold on, hold on. You want somebody to now accept from you that every one of us, every school in Nigeria, every one of us is confused, and every school in Nigeria are using the same. They all just the
And
curriculum you're talking about. You're talking about some
Everyone
maybe
in the
some
south,
books. Hold on, calm
everyone
down.
in the south is using
Everyone,
the
okay, so
West
you never been to Nigeria and you came
is
to the conclusion
using
that everyone in the
America.
South is one way, is this way, that way that you believe, but you've never been there.
and he got his
So,
facts from Google.
Well,
Can you
well,
imagine?
well,
so the fact that you
you,
never been there, so we're not asking
well,
you. So
you.
where did you get your facts from?
I mean, you are a bleaching people. So, I mean, what does that?
So you
What
went there
caused
and
you to do
everybody
that?
said bleaching people. You went there and
No, I
everybody said
mean,
bleaching people.
whoever is not bleaching, they have the bleaching mind.
Okay, so whoever is not bleaching have a bleaching mind. So how did you conclude that you have a bleaching mind, but you've never been there?
A lot of people just embarrassed of bleaching, but they want to be white
How do you know this?
because Nigeria is a white loving nation.
How did you figure this out?
can I
Mike,
say
I
which
mean,
something
country
real
is this
quick?
guy from?
Be
Mike, which
black. Hold on,
country is
hold on.
this
Eh,
guy from? Which
No,
this
no,
guy? Which
no.
this
The guy
Mike,
is
Mike,
not
no,
just
Jamaican.
no,
let me just say this,
no.
Mike, because I think
Does
we're
black,
having we're
It's
doing
hold
this
on,
Buju
all,
Banton now. Buju
which
does
Banton
which
has
is
said
black,
every
which is
hold
the
on,
every
I'm
reason
gonna
why
ask,
we have
every
a
every
I'm
diaspora
Nigerian
asking you
has
of
said
One at
the
a
question,
same
Mike.
time,
fuckery,
y'all. One
but
at a
he's
Does
never
black
been
time.
to Nigeria.
power,
But
does
he's never
black
listened to all
power
Nigerian
rule?
music. You think every Nigerian musician is singing fuckery? That is just conclusion,
brother.
generalization.
Mike, you
All
know
Listen,
what?
brothers,
Mike?
all
Which
brothers.
country
No,
is
no, no.
I can black
Mike,
from?
Mike,
I can fire.
Mike,
Which
Mike.
country is he from, Mike?
No, Aldo,
He's
Aldo,
from
hold
there
on.
are
Jamaica, and I
very
know you
few.
accent.
Hey,
Hey,
brothers,
one
let me
There
just
are,
second.
say this.
listen,
Hold on,
there
I've
are
been
very
Aldo.
few
noticing.
conscious. You know, there are very few
Hold on, Icon.
conscious people.
Icon, let me just say this.
In Nigeria, Mike. You know, there are very few conscious people in Nigeria, Mike. Come on,
How
man.
do you know that
You
I
know
can fire?
that.
Have you been there?
This guy is funny, man.
Hey, let me just say this
Okay.
real quick, man. Let me just say this, Icon, just let me say this real quick, man. Because I've been noticing it's not just, you know what I'm saying, today, right? It seems like when we talk to each other, I'm talking about the diaspora, whether the Jamaicans talking to the Haitians, whether the African Americans are talking to the Jamaicans or the Haitians, or whether, the Jamaicans and African Americans are talking to the continental Africans and vice versa to the African Americans or the Jamaicans or the Haitians, right? Or, pretty much
Yeah.
we all mean good, but sometimes we 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 we,
And you
we
come
mean
from
so good.
ignorance.
Right, we mean
You
good,
come
but at
from
the same
extreme
time
ignorance.
we
Some
cross
people is too
we
arrogant. Some
no, no,
people
no,
too arrogant,
icon
man.
icon no icon. Sometimes we could be we could cross those boundaries, and you know what I'm saying, and it comes off disrespectful, and everybody's guilty of that, man. I ain't seen everybody guilty of that, but we mean good. We mean good.
Thank you, Big Black. Thank you, Big Black. But I have a question for you. That do you agree that the fact that you mean good does not mean you're correct about your facts
No, that
or
doesn't
your
mean that.
claims?
No, that doesn't mean you're correct. But but
Thank you
but
very
what I'm
much.
saying is,
So
it comes out of place meaning good. He want the I kind of want the
I
best for
But
the
understand
African.
that.
but but
I can
ask
understand
the
that.
other
I can
question. Hold
understand
on.
that.
Ask the other question. A person that comes off maybe incorrect is sometime correct, right?
Sometimes correct,
Big.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
why I'm
yeah.
trying to say to my brothers. I'm trying to say to my brothers. I'm not being. I'm not. I'm. Listen. We are losing. I'm trying to talk about. I'm trying to speak in an urgent manner. Like we wasting time arguing about petty
We
stuff
are
after
losing because we are
after
not
we are losing.
hold on, Aka. We are losing because we are not competing. See, it is a global stage. You
But how do
compete.
you
Hold
compete?
on. You
How do you
compete.
compete?
Hold on. You
By being
compete. If you
productive. How
don't
about
see,
that?
if you are not in, if you are not part of the stage, you are not on the stage competing. You are not going to win anything. For example, look at the Olympic. For example, the black US, the black diaspora, they prepare. They went there. They win most of the gold medal because you know why? They prepare. They were on the stage and they show their talent and they win. That's the same thing. That's the same philosophy when it comes to economy or across the world. That's how it is. If you are not part of the economy or you don't involve in what, you're not going to get anything. No one will think you are just in your
I'm
house,
glad you
not
said that.
involved in anything, that you get something. No. How many
In
black
I'm
people
glad
are
addition
you
to that, in
hold
addition
on.
to that,
I'm glad you said that, UFC. I'm glad you said that because all of what I'm talking about is in support of us winning. You feel me? And I'm trying to tell you that we in this colonized state, we have learned to argue stupid stuff and to like fantasy and foolery and we become troublemakers of our own self and we don't like blackness and we don't and these things spells poverty.
Icon, what is
You feel me?
blackness?
That's
What is blackness? No
everybody
electricity?
that
What?
listen, everybody that got this negro hair and this black skin or dark skin or clear dark skin but is associated with blackness, your hair is kinky, all of these people,
So until you
Africa
love your
is
hair and love your skin color before you start progressing, is that what you're trying to tell us here?
you will lose everything
Any is anybody
if
telling you that
you're
they hate
not.
their own hair? Are we? Is any African
Listen,
coming up to you telling you they hate their own hair, their own skin? Yeah, anyone
actions
telling you
speak
that?
louder than words.
They
Actions
might
speak
not.
louder
They
than
might not
words.
say it, Mike, but subconscious minded, subconsciously, a lot of people, black people have a lot of insecurities
Come
within
on,
themselves,
Mike.
In Africa,
Why
low
you
self
are
in
esteem.
Africa,
Yeah, that's a, you know
why
that's
you
true,
argue
Mike.
these points
wait.
all the
You're telling
time?
me in Africa, people who have low self-esteem. Everyone have low
Bro,
self-esteem.
not just in Africa,
Okay,
throughout
yes,
all
no,
black
no,
people throughout the
no,
world,
no,
bro.
Mike,
don't beat around the bush.
I can,
Yes,
I can,
yes.
I can. Let me tell
That's
you
why you need to
something.
travel there, man.
Let me give you some other perspective you probably are not aware of. I
You're
understand your passion.
you're acting like it's not. No,
Hold
Mike
on,
is
man.
acting like it's
Hold
not
on.
pure wig wearers in Nigeria. It's pure
But
wig
you've never
wearers
Hold,
been
in
there. You've
Nigeria.
never been there. I can fire. So why you tell? I
Go
mean, you've
ahead,
never been there.
go
So
ahead,
who's more
Abdul.
credible to talk about Nigeria between me and you? Who?
I understand your passion, and I like it that you have that passion that you want to see the black race doing great in the
Win,
world. I like that.
of course.
But
Thank you.
I want you to
But
understand that the only way to achieve this thing you passionately want is for us to get our facts right and do the right thing. Now, getting our facts right, I want you to know that the issue of people trying to be white or being subservient to the white, it's not an African issue alone. It's all over the world. I work with a lot of Filipinos. I see the Filipinos, you call them brown, right? Those people still bleach to look white.
but boss, we have to deal with Africa. We don't care
Hold
about.
on, hold on, hold
We
on,
can't spread
guy.
your.
You see,
You can't spread things
we
like that.
cannot if we Africans
After
cannot
we
hold
liberate
on.
ourselves,
I
we go
cannot,
liberate
man.
in the.
Let me land. See, if we cannot, as black in a group discussion like this, be civil and understand each other, then how can you organize yourself to build anything? We
We are
need to
being
learn.
civil.
That's a
We need
good
to
point,
learn.
man.
We need to learn to listen to each other and get each other's perspective. You can't just think, oh, like you've made some point that are correct, but the mistake you do, you always end up generalizing. And that's where the
No,
problem is.
I mean, listen, I understand, but sometimes I'm not gonna really try to like marginalize things as if I'm gonna say 10% of the country is this or you feel me? But you need to understand we are a general people. I can't speak about our people as if I want to point out one of us. We are a general people. And sometimes the man that sit by and watch the murderer murder somebody is as guilty. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is we need to stand up and talk about these things because the thing is deeper than what we do. It's very deep what's going on. It's as deep as we have to pay more attention to what our women and our girls is learning because they are the teachers of our sons. You feel me?
Okay,
They
I
are the
can
ones
fire.
they're the
I can
ones who
fire.
will train a boy to have the dignity for his skin and
So
his
what are
hair
the
and his
Nigerian women
people.
learning? Can you tell me? I can find.
Akafai, what I'm sensing for you is that you just want, whenever we see white people, we just start me mugging them on the street,
Exactly,
let's stone our street.
exactly.
That's not how to see. To deal with white people, you have to behave like a snake. You change your colors. You understand me?
See, the problem
just
is the
go
white
around
people
be
are not
mugging
the
and
white people are not
see.
our problem. The white people are
I
not
have
our
no
problem.
problem
We
with
are
that.
the
What you
problem
saying,
of
UFC?
ourselves. We are our own problem. The
That's a
white
lie.
people is not.
That's a lie.
Well,
What do you
you
mean
can
That's
that's
a
a
have your
lie.
lie?
that's your opinion, but I have my own opinion
So I
too.
can find if you're not productive. So
Sorry, go
how
ahead.
you know your own problem if you're not productive? I can.
Exactly.
All right, all right. Okay. All right.
Can I come in?
Listen. The
Can I
IMF,
submit something?
the
Okay,
IMF
Dorothy, come after me. Just
restructure.
let me make this point.
The
Come after
IMF is restructuring people's government and is putting a lot of people out of work and is promoting the government not to subsidize farming. So a lot of people can't really do general farming and will look like they're lazy because of these restructuring. So a lot of some of it is our fault because we persist to maintain colonization in our countries, like some of the teachers is cutting the girls' hair at school. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say now is, of course, we white people are there trying keeping you poor. Why you think Mali and Burkina Faso is in problems? How can a French ship park next door Nigeria and Nigeria has to shut their mouth? You can't say shit about it. You set off 200 million um weak people.
Okay, we'll get your point then. Okay, Dorothy, go ahead, man.
That pissed me off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, well.
And we
Okay.
talking about white
Can I
people
come
don't
in?
have
Oh
nothing
yeah.
to do with
Yes.
with anything. Come on.
Yeah. The thing is, I can feel I feel your the pains. I mean, I also feel the kind of
No,
thoughtfulness that you have concerning
no, you need to
what
take
is
that
happening right
back.
now.
Who is talking? Sorry,
That's
sorry. Go
Dorothy.
ahead.
Dorothy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I like that thoughtfulness. One thing that all need to know is this: the first thing that Africans and every black person should work on is that's how do we show up the low self-esteem. I stand to be corrected. Probably for some people that live in the West, an average African, when he sees a white man, sees a god, a demigod, and I stand to be corrected. And I've asked people on
Are you
several
saying in the
occasions, I
West
see people
or
do it. I'm talking about in Africa, even in the West.
are you
What
saying
I
they
Yeah,
see
see
Mike.
money
is
Yeah,
in Africa? Are you saying they
aggressiveness
see
yeah, Mike.
money
sometimes.
when they see a
Yeah,
white man?
Mike.
It might not be. It might not
Argue
be.
one of your own.
No.
Argue one of your own, Mike.
I'm not arguing.
Hello.
I'm just asking a question. I can calm down.
What I'm saying is, in the West, what I see more is more of aggressiveness. You get it. You can be aggressive a bit, and when you are too aggressive, sometimes you might lose some of your composure, and it can also play into the hands of those that want to actually hurt you. But on the African soil, an average African, when he sees a white man, kind of panda somehow, and it's not because of anything. It's because of the history. I'm
Okay,
speaking as
before you go
someone in my
further, can I
first
ask
year
you a quick
in the
question?
university.
Dorothy, can I ask you a
Okay.
quick question?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you live in the West, right?
Yes.
Right? You live in America, right?
Yeah. I
You
don't
have
live in the
brother.
West. I'm still in Africa.
Okay, so when you
No,
go
no.
back
I
home,
live in Africa, but
oh,
I'm
you
not
live in
living in my
okay, okay,
country.
okay, okay, okay. So those of us that live abroad, when we come back home, do people pander to us?
Mm.
Huh?
If
Yeah.
they
Of
know
course,
you,
Hold on,
they
no,
do.
no. Even when they don't know you, when they know that you just came
They.
back from abroad, do they pander to you? Yes.
It depends on the
Yes,
kind of
they
people.
do. They
But
do.
I
From
see
the
generally
airport,
is yes.
as soon as I land, hold on,
yeah,
I
wait,
will still
wait,
say it
wait.
is yes. I
Dorothy, can
see
you
not
let me
like
wait,
a
wait,
finish?
white
wait,
man,
wait. I
not
see
like
it.
not
They
like a
do
white
that,
man.
Hold
They
on,
would
hold
rob.
but
They
not
would
like a
rob
white
you,
man.
but they wouldn't rob the white man.
wait
They would
now,
rob
wait,
you, but they
wait.
wouldn't rob the
I
white
can't
man.
fire. Can you hold on, please? Can you hold on? Can you let me Dorothy have the
Wait, wait, wait.
conversation,
Let
please?
me
You have your time. Now, there's the reason
let's
why
have
I
a
asked you that
conversation.
question. I
Okay.
know it's a fact that when we come from abroad, we come home, people start pandering to us.
Mm.
Why? Because they know we're
Yes.
coming with that currency, and they know that that currency is very
Currency.
powerful. So,
The greenback.
yeah, exactly. So when a white man, he's not only a white man, even a Chinese man, or even Indian, or anyone that's just foreigner coming from foreign land, the people assume that you just
Yeah.
carry
It
that
started
currency,
with.
have that
It
money.
started. Yeah, Mike. You are right. You are
Hold on.
right.
You
Let me
because
tell you. Let me not tell you what.
you can't tell me the way they pander to the white man is not the same way they pander to the Indian man or the Nepalese or the and even other African that come from abroad. So to make it look like to say because of some history, as if if one poor white man decide to move to Africa begging on the street, people will still pander to him. No. If they discover you're a
Uh,
broke ass
uh,
white
uh,
man begging, no one will pander to you. Go ahead.
See, let me tell you. Yeah. What you said just now.
Good
You
point,
know
Mike.
that
Good point, Mike.
even to date, not only even anything once you approach Africa, and they know that you are not probably from that country, they will try to actually do that. But I see now. I've worked with what? Let me tell you. I've worked with an Indian multinational while I was here in Nigeria. You get it, and I know how I had to show up our people. Things have changed now. Things are much more better now. Africans are, like I said, it's a process. Africans are beginning to understand their importance in global affairs, in global trade, although we are not yet there fully, but people are beginning to have that consciousness. But it is still at a lower level. We all need to work to start working on that. You see, when you kill the self-esteem of some people of a person, you have already killed him. Every other thing is subjected to manipulation. Now,
I
Okay.
don't
is it
think
that
anyone
Oh,
you
kill
oh,
that
your
oh,
comes
oh,
from
self
the
oh,
esteem
US
oh,
or
because your
Mike,
position in
Mike,
life
let
will
me
give you low
respond to
self
you. Oh,
esteem.
Mike, see, it seems
If
like
you're in a
you're
mm,
low
just
position in
going
life, you
to.
always have self
Hold on,
esteem.
Mike. It
Poor,
seems
hold on,
like
let me
you
say this:
let,
believe.
poor Nigerians when they get around rich Nigerians, they will
let me
feel they
tell
have low
you,
self esteem around them. So if you are poor, you always have low self esteem. So
See,
this idea that
Dorothy, see,
somebody made you have low self esteem is a lie. It's just your
hold on.
position. Go ahead.
One thing you need to
let me tell
understand,
you,
if hold on, just because Nigerians
wait,
are pandering doesn't mean they like you. See, you need to understand Nigerians because they are, for example, Nigeria will sing you to death till they dry you off your money. It doesn't mean they like you. You understand me? So you need to know the
this is
difference.
Imagine
not,
Nigerian Yahoo
There are
I'm
boy, they
not
are
talking
problems.
scamming
There
white
are
about,
people every
something.
day.
There's
you have
something I
not allowed
So the
me,
Nigerians
wait,
online scamming white people
wait,
every day.
you
So they
have
have
not
low self
allowed me
esteem.
to,
They
to
worship
land.
them.
thank you. The Nigerians that scam
No,
white people every
wait,
day. That means they
you
just
you
want to
have
be
not allowed
white.
me, I've not even, let me tell you,
Go ahead,
you have not
Dorothy.
allowed me to even settle down. I'm going into a long place. Where I'm going is a long journey, but I'm just starting with that.
Okay,
What
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is
But let's not do long journey,
the
man. Just there's
gunpowder.
no nothing you're telling us
No,
here.
okay,
Just make
okay.
it short. Make it short, man. Just make your point.
Okay. The long and the short story of this is this: if the gun power that was brought down to Africa at a point to make sure that we are win of all the best of our brains, the best of our resources, then those mentality, that kind of mindset, the mindset is still there, and that's one of the reasons why an average Africa is still at the when it comes to the productivity level. When we are talking about productivity in different sphere of life, you still see that we are still not there up there. Let me tell you, say something. And do you know that many Africans rather even believe that you cannot make it in Africa? I'm talking about things that I see every blessed day.
But what
Do
does
you
he
know
have to
that it
do
has
with
gotten
white
to a
people?
level
What
that,
does he have to do with white people?
you see, I'm
And
not blaming white people. Don't get it
that's
wrong.
what you
Don't
are
get me
doing. That's
wrong.
what you are
I'm
agree
just saying,
whining now. That
no,
we see
wait,
them
wait,
with
wait, wait. I'm saying the source of the problem was that. But the fact is just that,
the source of
should
is what? The
we
source of the problem is
then
what? They
sit,
don't say that is what? Break it down. Is what? What is what?
the source of the problem was because of that low self-esteem that was driven by what? By the gunpower, and
Which
so many, there
gunpower?
was so many backhand
Gunpower of who?
tactics that was used in colonizing the African states and the African
Okay,
people.
Dorothy, do
Now,
you know that?
let's
Hold on,
now fast forward.
Dorothy, hold on. Do you know that
You won't
when
you won't allow
wait,
me to
wait,
go
before you go
forward. Let
further,
me
give me
just
a
move. Let
second,
me
give me a
just move.
second. Well, you will move, We have to pin you on all these fallacies. Do you know that during the so-called colonizing, when the British were there, more than 90% of the African people didn't see a white man face to face. They were still in their villages. They didn't even have any interaction with the white man. In fact, during the so-called British colonization, they were just based in Lagos, and the white man. It's not like you are talking as
Do
if the British army
do
occupied the.
they
Hold
not
on,
have
hold on,
do they
let
not have
me
outposts
hold on.
all over Nigeria?
You said
Do
British
they not have
army. The
outposts all
British
over the
army.
country?
The British army was all over Nigeria.
It's not as if the British Army was all over Nigeria. The different countries have different stories or different episodes to what to tell.
But
In the
you
case of Nigeria,
generalize
it
now,
was not.
so now you're shifting the
No,
argument
wait,
to
wait, wait.
different
I'm not
countries, different
generalizing.
this.
When I say Africa, we are
No,
talking
stick
about
to
55
Nigeria.
states.
Let's focus where you from, Nigeria. Let's focus on that. Let's stick to.
But it's not only Nigeria I'm talking about here. We are talking about
But
the
just
black
let's
man.
stick to Nigeria. Since we are from
We are talking
Nigeria,
about
let's use
Africa.
Nigeria. Let's speak for Nigeria since we are from Nigeria.
Even with Nigeria, we know they had an indirect rule. One way or the other, whereby
But you
it's
said
not
the
as if they
gun
had.
now. You said
They
the
will
gun.
just.
They came.
Oh, okay. What did they use in what in subduing the Benin Empire?
They did.
Oh, They
They
came.
did
They came to play
subdue.
with you, right?
That was a retaliation invasion. They
No,
left. They stole
I'm
the things.
telling
They
you,
took artifact and they left.
they stole the things.
You
Did
are
they
talking
came to
as if.
play
Hold
with
on. You
you?
are talking as if. Let me tell you, in fact, by 1960, majority of Nigeria didn't even know how to speak English. Even till today, many of us are still growing learning English. So this idea that
We
they
will never
came,
know. We will never know how to speak it. It is
bro.
not our
No,
original
no, no.
language. And
Dorothy,
Mike,
let's not
wait,
make. Let's
wait.
stick. Let's argue on the
Let
point.
me
Let's
get
argue on the
let me
point.
get
Let's
you to
not shift
understand
it.
this. Let me
Dorothy,
get you to understand this.
calm down.
I'm
Let's
not
not.
one.
Let's.
No, no, no. No, I'm
Okay,
not
go
good.
ahead,
See,
talk. I'll let you
let me
talk.
tell you one thing. Let me talk. What I'm saying is this: the problem, the way forward, is what I am after. But before you
No, no,
move
no, no. Don't
forward,
shift
you
arguments.
must
No, no.
understand where
I
your
don't like when
problem starts
Nigeria do this
from.
tactic. When somebody is debunking something, you want to really shift it, run away from it. No, let's stick to what you said. Let's get to the bottom of that. This idea that they
The
came,
facts,
they use
no
guns
matter
to
no
come
matter
and
what you have said,
subjugate you. Hold on, calm down. To subjugate your brain, to colonize your mind, all these things. It's a fallacy. They did not sit down and start colonizing mind of people.
see,
That stuff is a fallacy. The
see,
only thing they did was send
let me
few
tell
people to
you.
England to go and get educated, and some people to stand us to learn the military stuff. But the rest of us, they didn't know English or even interacted with them. It was after they left that we all started going
People that
to school
interacted
to
with
learn.
them interacted with them.
Majority of
You can't tell me that they were in
Nigerians
Lagos. They had
didn't interact
outposts
with the British.
everywhere in Nigeria. I did Nigerian history in my first year in university. You cannot tell me that. Don't tell me that.
So
Don't
the
tell me
British
that.
army,
What
the
I'm
British
saying
have
is
enough
this:
soldiers to occupy the whole Nigeria, every
we
village, every
we
town. Do
we
you know there are villages
let
in
me tell
Nigeria
you
today?
how
They don't
did
know anything about. You know anything about colonization? They are still, they just government are just building schools there to now. They are just being exposed to education. Most of them they don't even know anything. Their history, they
let
don't
me
teach
tell
their
you what
village.
I'm saying is this.
None of them have
I already
any
told you
knowledge
they
or
use
memory of the
indirect rule.
British man.
No, no, no. You cannot tell us that. You cannot tell us that.
What do you mean? I
You
can't
cannot
tell you
tell
it's the
us that.
truth.
The fact is
Do you
just
want
that.
me to take you some rural
No, no, no,
places
no.
in
You cannot
Nigeria
tell me that. No, no, no. You
and see
cannot
if
tell
you
me
see
that. I did Nigerian history.
any colonial
You
knowledge
see,
in
let
their
me tell you, you
mind?
are talking to the wrong person. No, 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 no. And that's why no matter who
Well,
anybody is, you cannot bamboozle me. The fact is
I'm
just
not
that. See, let me
bamboozling
tell
you.
you, the fact is just that we are not saying that. We are not saying that because they came around, they were the full problem. I was saying that that was one of the problems.
No, you
But
said the root
where
of the
I'm going to
problem is
is,
hold on,
should
stop
we
shifting your
no?
argument,
You want
Dorothy. Stop
see? Don't
shifting.
tag me down here. I'm not. See, I'm not in for that. What I am in for
Okay,
is
we gotta let other people
how
come in.
do
I
we
beg.
get
We don't know
ourselves?
where you're taking us, man.
No,
Just
no,
moving up
no,
and down. Let other
no.
people come in, man. Other people gotta talk.
Let me take.
Yeah,
I'm
Mike,
taking
hold
you to
on.
Okay,
something.
Mike,
Do
land,
you
No,
hold
land
want?
your
on.
Do
Mike.
you
point,
want
land
the
your point. Let's
solution?
move
No,
on to
Mike.
that, cause we can't get nowhere arguing with you, man.
I
You're
want the
ambushing the guy,
solution.
Mike. You're ambushing the guy.
That's it. You can't ruin my chain of thought.
Land
What
your
I'm
point
saying
and
is
let
this:
someone else talk, cause
there's no
you're not
way.
taking us anywhere. You're just all over the
What,
place. Go ahead.
what I'm saying is this: if that happens, where the black man has his own fault is this: if something happens to you, should you continue to what to adapt it to live on that past? And that is where I am going to. But you want to buckle me, kind of pin me down at a point. That's just it. Where I'm going to is for the fact that you went through just those stuffs, those nasty stuffs in the past. Does it mean that you should stay there? If you have not watched, go and watch Woman King. Go and watch Woman King. You will see
Movie.
how the greed of the Africans also. Africans too have that greed in them.
Okay, we get your
See, let me
point.
tell
So a
you.
movie directed by a white woman now
So
is what we should go and learn about ourselves. That's one problem we have
no,
too.
no, 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 no,
Someone have to go and learn
no.
from movie directed
I'm
by a
saying that.
woman. But directly, just land your point, cause
I'm
I see
saying
other
that
people want to talk, man.
what I'm saying is this: we moving forward, we moving forward. That because that's what I'm actually after. It's all this. Oh, it is the white man, it's the black man, but we still have to say what we need to say. But the fact is that we can also do whatever we want to do. The art of a man once he conceives something, he has the capacity to actually do it. But that mind, that place where you want to sow the seed of that greatness is already there. But that mind has been something that has been tampered with. If you say, let me tell you, for example,
Okay,
now,
directly, I think we
look
got
at
your
what is
point,
happening in
man.
Nigeria right
The
now.
other people got to
And
come
people
in.
are saying that
We
there's a
can't speak
problem
forever
with
now. Let other
food
people come
production
in.
and
I
so on
beg.
and so forth.
Can you hear me? Let
No,
other people
this
come in
is
so
it.
we can have
Mike,
interaction, conversation. I don't like the idea of
let
one
me
person just going
let me
on a
drive
tangent. UFC
let me
Abdul, do you guys want to say
let
something?
me drive on my point.
Yes,
But you already,
just
you
land.
keep saying you love your point for the last 10 minutes. Come
What
on
I'm
now.
saying is this.
Let other people
What I'm
talk,
saying is
man.
1 minute.
what I'm saying is oh God.
Just land and
Mike,
then
Mike, I
As
don't
soon as
like
so
you
we
doing
can talk
this. You
about
did
other
that
things,
to
man. We can't sit and listen to you
That
forever.
Akan guy.
There's
Let
nothing
me
new
just
you're
wrap up
telling
my
us
thought.
now.
Mike, you are very
What I'm saying is
hostile, Mike. You can't be like
what I'm
that,
saying
Mike.
is the
And you
topic
are
of
right.
the topic today says no. Mike, you are too
No.
your
When
attitude
listen, when,
is not right. What
hold
you
on,
said
Dorothy,
was
Dorothy.
who should we
When
blame?
I'm
Is it
holding
the
a
white
session, I
man
don't
or a
like
black
the
man
idea of one
for the
person just
present
talking for
predicament
so
of the
long.
black man?
I can't stand it. It's just the thing bore me out, man. It's just me. One man show, yeah, it does
But
that where you give
you
one
were the
person
one
floor
that
for
were
10 minutes.
distorting my chain of thought.
You
That's
just
just
make a
it.
point and let's have conversation. I don't like someone just explaining something for so long, and I just can't stand it. That's why I don't see me really spend too much time on one man's session, because I can't sit there and be waiting, listening to somebody talk for so long. I can't do it. That's why when I'm hosting my own session, I want people to just make a quick
The-
point and let someone else talk. And whatever extra point you have, you will come back and make it again. But you can't make everything you want to, like everything you speak for like 20 minutes and we just sit down and listen to you, man. Come on. Make points. Just make it
Oh,
short, man.
you should
I
have
mean,
said that at the beginning.
yeah, that's what
Okay.
I've been telling
The
you now.
major
Just
thing
land your
is
point. Let's move on.
we can't as Africans we cannot hold on to those past. The fact is just
Okay,
that
fine. We
we
get the
need to
point.
move
Okay,
on.
cool.
We need
All
to
right.
do what we need to do what we need to do. And collective intelligence is what actually matters here. Like I had somebody, I was talking to someone the other time in the UK, and the person was telling me that, oh, no, you don't need to invest in Nigeria. I mean, there's no need investing in Nigeria. Investing in Nigeria or in Africa is a waste. You look at that mindset because he lives in the West. The same stupid mindset that makes your grandfather, your forefathers to sell you into slavery, and you are what fixing other people's countries, and your people, your own race were languishing in poverty back home. The same mindset you took back to what to the white man's land, and you want to blame the white man for that. And that's where I am going to. If somebody have that kind of mindset, look at Dangote. I watched Dangote's
UFC, do you have some,
interview
Abdul, do
with
you guys have
Ruby.
something else to add? You know?
So that's it. So if there's going to be a redemption, it's still going to come from the black man. The solution to the black man's problem is going to come from himself, that race itself, anywhere they are in the world. So
Abdul,
that's we
do
have
you
to
have something to
understand.
add?
That's my point.
UFC,
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
something to add?
I want to add to what Dorothy said. I don't, Dorothy, I don't totally disagree with you. For the most part, especially your conclusion, I'm totally on board with you. I agree with you. But your initial statement about the white man and all those stuff, I think I will lean more to Mike's point. The way we see the white man in Africa is different from the way African Americans see the white man, and um, for the your conclusion that we need to look inward to develop our country, you're totally on point. But one mistake you're making is that you said that you met a guy in the UK that said investing in Nigeria is a waste. But that guy is not totally wrong. You see, the one thing I notice about Africans is that we're too emotional about things. We use emotion to make judgments rather than sticking to reality, the facts of reality. Why would anyone work so hard for his money and then take it to Africa or Nigeria to invest just because he is a Nigerian? No, he should. Your leaders in Nigeria should create the right atmosphere for people to want to invest. That should be where we should focus our energy, hold our leaders accountable, let them do the right thing, let them organize the country properly. Then, when you do that and you find out someone is living abroad and does not want to invest back home, then now you have a moral ground to accuse that person of ignoring his country. For example, you made mention of Dangote. Which billionaire will want to go through what Dangote has been going through? Most countries I know protect their billionaires. Look at America. They protect their billionaires. And that's 1.2 Nigeria was making yesterday. That Dangote spent over $20 billion to establish that magnificent um, refinery. And what Nigerians are worried about is monopoly. Like, is that our problem? Encourage this man so that he can establish his company successfully in Nigeria, so that other people can see what you get when you invest billions in Nigeria. But on the platform, people were saying, "Oh, but Dangote is trying to be a monopoly. It's trying to be a monopoly. This one, that one, the government should not consider him." Is that how you make a country investment friendly? No. So the problem is we
Um,
leave the problem and focus on other things. Like we always put the cart before the horse. I think that's what I see as one of our major problems. Someone is trying to
So
come in.
how come?
um,
So how come
Abdul,
you're saying that?
Abdul,
Hold on, 1 second. So how come you, Mr. Abdul, is saying that white people is not the problem,
continue.
what you're complaining about right now is your government is being forced by multilateral, by multinational white people like Exxon and all these people. They are being forced and their hands is being tied behind their back. And it would seem like your government don't want Dangote to achieve, but it's the other way around. It's white people that don't want Dangote to achieve. You feel me? And you don't. It's just
I
because
don't
it's not
I
in
don't
your
feel
face.
you. I don't feel
It,
you. I
it's
don't know
just
where you're getting
yeah,
your facts from.
it's
I
because
don't
it's
feel
not
you.
in your face. It's because it's not in your
Abdul,
face.
Abdul,
These deals are happening way behind your back. Nigeria is not the main beneficiaries of the present oil system. You see me?
Let me ask you a question.
It's Western
I can fire. I have
multinational.
a question for you. I have a question for you. I can fire. And this question
Yeah.
speaks to the root of our problem in Africa. We We
Yeah.
blame other people for our problem, and that's the backside of the question I'm gonna ask you now. When Nigeria discovered fossil fuel, crude fossil fuel, right? Was it the white man that came to us that, come, please, let me explore your oil for you? Or did we go to beg them to come and help us explore the oil?
It was the white man who said, we let's do it.
That's a
So
lie.
Let's
Don't
use
worry
it.
basically, you're
about
saying
it.
Nigeria had the technology to explore their own oil then, but we did not use our own technology, but we went to the white man to come and help us explore the oil. Is that the logic you're telling
But
me right now?
But I will explain that. So what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to say this about a colonized people. They only want white boss. They don't want black people to be
I
their
got
boss
that.
because
Speak to the oil.
colonizers,
I got
I
because
that.
can.
Speak to
So
the
we
oil.
should call you. Hold on, I can listen to what you're saying.
the
So
managers,
okay, okay. So
the
Abdul,
managers
I
of
can.
the
Let me ask
oil.
you. Let me try to understand what you're saying here. So he just gave you an example. We need people to come help us do something, and you in Jamaica, you don't have the capacity to do it. You don't have the capability to do it. And a white person has the capability to do it. And we go to him, and you're telling me that we don't want a black person to. Which black person are we going to? Is it the
This
Jamaicans?
guy
Is it
just
who?
said, your boy just said the government knew that the Nigeria had the capacity to do it and overlooked the worker the national workers. Right,
No,
Abdul?
no, 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 no. That's not what I said. I said
Oh,
we have a situation where we discover fossil fuel, and at that
Abdul,
point, we don't have the technology to explore the oil. Now we invited the white people to help us explore it, and as it is today, we mismanage our own portion of the deal, and then end up blaming the white men for our problems.
yeah, but you was only gonna get
Abdul, should
10%
I
out of it.
let me ask you this?
Yeah, go Dorothy.
Abdul, let me ask you a question. Yeah, you know, when people say, "Oh, the government is not doing this so is not that." Now look at this oil. This look at the oil and gas industry. You know, I agree to some extent. The PIA, which is the Petroleum Industry Bill, which act that guides the full deregulation of the oil and gas industry from the upstream to the downstream sector. You know, it was just put together about 2 years ago or so under Buhari government. So now the fact is just that if we black people and Africans generally living in the West, we don't want to believe that, oh, I won't put anything back in Nigeria. Look at it in the tech industry, more than 50% or under 80% of the money that comes into that sector comes from what? From the West and probably some part of Asia. Whereas the black people themselves are not putting money too so much like that into the tech industry. So we cannot continue to blame ourselves. And I used to tell this to people that live, Africans that live in the West, whether you're my brother, whether you, no matter how, I don't know how highly pleased, I don't know the kind of money that is in your hand. I'm going to tell you this for free. If you do not do what is right, the diasporas have they have a whole lot of things to add value to the African continent. If you think, oh, probably I'm living somewhere, I'm good, you're not going to be good. We saw what happened in the UK. How the British were saying, go to your country, go to your damn country, go to your this that, and we know how they changed a lot of laws back there. If not because they swiftly kind of voted out the conservatives to bring in the Labour Party guys, so that at least those guys, at least they took the left leg their leg off the pedal in that area. Even at that, I see had one yesterday. So the fact is that the more the more life becomes unbearable, you know, by starving of Africa of the right injection of funds. I mean, by its own people. I'm not even talking about IMF now. If you are saying no, I'm not going to invest. Don't worry, they are coming back to you there, and they come and make people's life there miserable. Do you know how people were crying in the UK? People were already shivering in the UK because a lot of people already sold their houses back home in Africa, and they are in there, and they were thinking they were going to bring their people. And the government was saying, the UK government was saying that we are not going to allow you until you enter into a particular bracket, like about 33,000 or 34,000 pounds per year. That's when you can bring people, except for those guys that are working in the health sector. So you look at that. So the fact is just still that we only can build our own continent and our whole countries back home. The little is not actually, people normally think it's about, oh, when I bring 2,000, 50,000 US dollars or 1 million US dollars. No, the white man that we're even talking about, they are still investing in Nigeria. It should shock you to know that. I know people. I've had contact with people that told me they have investors from outside of the country, and they are doing fine. They are doing fine. They take risk. Africans, because of this mindset that we have a communal mindset right from time. So it's also one of our problems. We have a lot of issues also as a people, but those things have made us not to take risk, in some certain areas where we're supposed to. So until we know that we have a responsibility as diasporans, as African diasporans, or African Western diaspora, we have a responsibility to find a way to inject some funds. You do something. Who built America? Was it the government that built America? It was not the government that built America. The men that built America knows themselves, and we know them. So Africans should come off their nonsense IUs, come from their high horses, and remove that eye sack from their head, from their eyes, and let be visionary for once in their life. Nobody
Uh,
look at what that Dangote guy did. This guy
uh,
put on, and I should ask you, did he become a billionaire in America? He became a billionaire in Nigeria. Tell me, he has government support. Is it not the same thing as what we are talking about? American supports their Fortune 500 companies, billionaires. I mean, their companies